roses. Here she's beautiful, yeah. Hello. Hi, Pebbles. How are you? Happy Mother's Day. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing a fantastic, are having a fantastic day today. Juno. I figure out how my volume sounds audio-wise in comparison to my, I can hear myself talk. That's how my voice sounds like? That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah. But I hope that it's going well. Also, it's kind of shocking that it's already Sunday, you know? Not that I, didn't expect it to be Sunday already, because, duh, but I'm trying to remember, what did I even do yesterday? Because I wasn't even live. I don't even remember. I think I just, lazied out. I just was, I got fat and lazy and just, took a nap most of the day. Something like that? Did I do content? I don't even remember. It's all good, though. We're here. I need to change my... Turn this on. Okay. Oh, right. I did this earlier, my other character, and somebody was being toxic. Didn't like it. But it is what it is. I might want to do some mount farming today, actually. Oh, we got a triangle person. That person's playing ninja, they're not even playing Dark Knight. Why do you have a triangle over your head? It's kind of random, honestly. Oh gosh, my Dark Knight's not a fighter. What? That was weird. That drill did 0 damage. I didn't even see the numerical output for it either. I apologize for the sniper rifle. Sort of. You just let the guy run away? He had no resources, that's why he's LB. First KO, not bad. Oh, what's up? Oh, I just wasted the ability again. Oh boy. You probably regret it though, I'm pretty sure. But it's okay. You died. You're winning. Oh, we're winning. Nice. Damn. I don't know, my LB must be right. I think it's a short. We gotta go pick a person to fight. I say yellow. Oh, blue's up here. I'll probably just blow up and kill the lightning towards the end. That sucks. What's up, Cross Hot Reed? Arthur, rather. It's going pretty good. PvP's pretty good. I'm just chilling. I'm here to do my daily, so. I don't have really good momentum right now, so I'm trying to just build up my stuff. It's not going too well, though. Like, 5 kills in this match is, like, really low, but I definitely put a million at this point. Yeah. The party's not, like, gathered too well together, and our party's, like, a little passive. So it hasn't been easy. Oh, please kill me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe battle high change. I will say that I don't mind it, but I will say also that I think the change is cool, but I think that also it's kind of sort of invoked toxicity in a way that I didn't expect it, and it's also kind of sort of worse. Because now the problem is that, like, if you don't get, like, battle high, then you basically look like you're just not really pulling your weight. So people have been, at least in terms of my matches, people have been a lot more, like, vocal about, wow, that player on our team sucks. We should kick them because they have no battle high. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's, like, really awkward because it doesn't really take a lot of effort to at least get, like, battle high 1. So it is shocking when people, like, you know, the machines on my team doesn't have battle high at all, and, like, the match has been going on for, like, 13 minutes, so, you know, the impression at least that's there is that, like, you know, that person hasn't been doing anything, right? So. Back at M11S and it's how Order Omen prog turns into never-ending weapons prog. Bruh. People that are still running into like ultimate trophy weapons prog is like a nuts section. What's up, guys? Yeah. I mean, I haven't been in the raids in like a month, but I'm pretty sure if I went back, like, it would have felt like I'm riding a bike basically. Like, I don't think anything that I like retained from before I would ever get like lost basically. Oh no. But I don't want to make it sound like I'm being like judgmental. But not everyone's a raider, even though you kind of do raiding content. So yeah, almost 2 million. My damage was up there. Is it number 1? Oh no, not even close. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Oh, my phone. My charger isn't it. Whatever. Welcome back. Yeah, to answer your question from before, I think that the battle height change is cool, but I think that what's bad about it though, the overall I would say that the change is a good thing. It kind of encourages players because it's also a lot easier to get battle high five. The matches are much more chaotic, they're much more faster paced, and like they're a lot easier to like KO and die from. Basically, you don't really have a hard time ever like you know, it's really hard to run into like a situation where you can't content basically. However, though, the battle height change is not good in the sense that it's much easier now to expose players who are basically inactive. Because in my matches, a lot of people just kind of get real toxic about people who are not, because you know it's impossible to lose battle high, right? So if we're like halfway through the match and you still have no battle high, then people start calling people up for like that reason alone. So it kind of sucks that that's like that happens pretty much. I don't think you necessarily have to go out of your way to do that, but the problem is that like a lot of people in this game talk a lot of crap for like a lot of reasons and like to each other, etc. Blah blah blah, whatever. So, yeah. Anywho, I must enjoy picking up someone with BH5 and numbers. Well, the thing is, like the BH5, how much damage you did doesn't change. Like your damage is still the same, right? You still do good damage to the people that have like the thing, but like, but it's actually hard to tell. It's a lot more trickier to tell, which I think is also still a good thing. It's hard to tell who's actually doing well, even if they have Battle High 5, because you know, you just don't really have like a clue about who to, because like Battle High 5 players are the ones that you kind of focus on like heavily, but like when everyone's Battle High 5, then you kind of have to focus on everyone. But it kind of opens like that freedom of like, you know, not like, is it anonymity? You know? Yeah, because like now for me, like no, that's the wrong word. Doesn't matter. Like if I was battle high anything and I saw somebody with battle high 5, then I would just target that person and then like full send that person the whole time until they lose a BH and then like call it a day. But that doesn't really happen, right? So not the same though, because now they come up back with same strength instead of having to build back up. Well, that's the thing though, right? Like, but the thing is like again, it's different because of that reason alone, right? It is different in its entirety. I'm not saying that it's the same. I'm just saying that it's a I like the change personally, but I don't think that the change is not also included with like its faults. I would rather like what they should do with this change, which I think would be great, is you have to figure out a way to force players to stop playing the content just to get the XP and like not contribute, you know. A lot of people that will do the content, like the PvP, they'll just AFK, run forward, let the people kill them, and then just like get their XP and call it a day. Because like you know, whether you win or lose, you still get homes and like XP points. Maybe like a hot take, but I think that they should like if you're not contributing to a certain list of criteria for the content, then you shouldn't be getting rewarded for anything. That way, you're incentivized to actually play the game and like do the content basically. So like if you have to hit a minimum of like 600,000 damage, I think that's really easy to hit. Or get like certain number of kills, or play the objective to some degree. All these combinations of things, they should just reward you for being able to hit certain criteria. But if you go into the content and you take a million damage and you have no kills and no and like 10 KOs and like no assists and no nothing, then like it's very clear that the person's just pressing W to the other team, getting killed, and then just like letting the match go by faster, right? That person shouldn't get rewarded, in my opinion, for like not doing the content. Because you queue into content to do the content, It's late, what's up? No, what's going on, Yum? You're fine. So yeah, that's how I feel personally. Because I don't like it if my team is basically like playing, eyes closed, one hand on the keyboard and like whatever. Um, so it's kind of weird, honestly. But yeah. I do like people seem to be standing and fighting more, but I do feel like there should be a penalty for dying. I'm not sure what the solution is. Um, well, sometimes the penalty of dying is like also it's kind of hard to like penalize someone for dying because like there's a lot of situations that kind of force you to Like there's like you're gonna run into unavoidable situations where you're just going to die, you know. Um, that happened to me in my match earlier, like in the morning, like in the afternoon. Like what was it? Blue team was fighting their big crystal. I was on yellow team. We were at the top of the hill, and we just jumped down the hill, and then we got pinched by both red and blue. Like that was our choice, right? But like, um, we were trying to like we were gonna win, so we were just trying to seize their points in order to like capture the win, and like dying in the process. If I got penalized for that, then I would have been kind of like, bro, that's stupid. You know what I mean? But it's because like the tactical move of like attacking a thing is like a thing. What's it, Milk? So again, I think that like, so the reason why I made up this idea too is that like the evolved mode for the job stuff at least gives the impression that they're actually able to register based off of like what situations you may be in that kind of constitute certain things. So to give like the example that I'm referring to is on Paladin, Shield Lob. Shield Lob no longer exists as Shield Lob and Shield Bash, right? Those two buttons have been combined to one. So, what is helpful is that if you're farther away from the target as a paladin and you press shield lob, then you'll actually like shield lob. Oh, thank you. But if you're up close to the target, then you don't shield lob. Instead, you do shield bash. So the consolidation of buttons is actually like really helpful. But I feel like that consolidation means that they can actually expand on the system in different ways than kind of what we're like used to, you know. So, but also the thing is that like Frontlines is not like a serious mode, right? Frontlines is very casual. It's just meant to be like a, you know. Well, what I think that they should do is make that like a battle effect, right? Make it so that either it's like, hey, for this match, like I think that it being like a permanent, I think permanent changes are like the big problem, honestly. Like permanent changes sometimes like really, sometimes it's like a good thing and like a bad thing. At least having the variance is like, you know, the option is there. You got to just play the match for it, though. You know what I mean? So battle high losses on death is a crucial feature. I think it's fine if it's flat set at 10 points or less, or maybe it scales with beach, so like 4 points per rank. I mean, it kind of works out we're going up there. You know what I mean? So like if you get more points if you fight people that have higher battle high, which is why it's a problem because like a lot of people oh, my alerts are off. I'm sorry. Hi Spooky. The that's my point though, because like if you're a person that has no battle high and you kill someone, Alan, if you have no battle high and you actually, even if you get like an assist on somebody, that's literally enough points to basically get battle high 1. Like you get like 8 points for an assist and 16 for a KO if you have no battle high. Or if you're not max battle high, killing somebody who is max battle high, right? The game heavily now rewards you for taking out high battle high players, but also like it. Again, I think that it's really easy to gain BH now more than ever before because you can't lose it. But also, they reward you for actively playing the game in the content, which is a good thing. But you, like I said, you still get like your 50% XP, you get like your tomes, you get all that stuff, you know what I mean? So this anything about AoE provoke. I think that that's exactly what it does. I think that Shield Lob and Shield Bash, at least for the evolved version, like I think that they're both AoE attacks. The animation alone looks like it's an AoE attack, which could be cool. I guess there's still the fact that does affect the scene score. I guess I just enjoy being a machinist, being someone with BH5 across the map. I mean, you can still do that. Like you may not be able to like necessarily like look at the stats, you know, of their battle high go down, but the point is like I think that what's more important now is like your score is what you look at instead. Like for me, I don't really care about who has battle high what because I'll always forget by the end of it all, but like I care about getting as many KOs as possible while not dying and then trying to get like 1,000,000 plus damage, right? I look at those functionalities. I don't really care because like, if the person who I kill that I step across the map as a BH5, like I don't even know like I don't even know who the player is basically, you know. So no, I know what you mean though, because I had that. I feel that way as well. But I think that you're looking at the idea that like it feels good to take away someone's BH5, and I look at the idea that like you know my BH5 lets me get like 1,000,000 damage and like a bunch of kills. So it feels worse when I'm BH5 and I don't do well, right? So sometimes it just really depends on like kind of how you perceive it. So. But again, I think that a battle effects thing could be really, really cool. I would like for there to be a mode where, you know, if I go into the match now, it's like, hey, your battle high doesn't get depleted at all when you die. Boom. Right? Or it's like, oh, you know, like a roulette system kind of situation, right? Like the battle effect just changes. Is, oh, this time you lose. If you die, you go all the way back to 0, regardless of what your battle high rank is, instead of it being cut in half. Or it's like, hey, it gets cut in half. Or to like Yummy's point, right? It's like, hey, you lose 10 points per death. Like, I think that those kinds of effects just kind of add to the variety of gameplay and what the game could actually offer, without necessarily needing to create like a new map or like a new game mode. I like that concept like a lot, actually. You know, because again, like even though the only variance that changes is just the players you're up against, but some of those game modes will just feel and play a lot different because of these like random, you know, gamble effects that come into play, right? Where it's like, oh, get triple points for doing the objective, but get like half points for getting KOs, right? Now all of a sudden the game is focused on playing the objective and not so much on getting KOs, right? Or like it's backwards, right? You get triple points for getting KOs and you get half the points for getting the objective, which means that the game is more focused on like actually taking out people, you know? So it's things like that, honestly. I can see like a wide variety of it changing. I mean, if they decided to ever implement that as like a concept. So, but again, like it would be a lot different though if it was like you know, like crystalline conflicts, right? So I personally don't really care too much about what they do with Frontline, because like it's not like a, you know, it's like the normal rating for like PvP, whereas like crystalline conflict is like savage rating, right? So I would care more about savage rating if I was like into it, or the, you know, crystalline conflict basically. But again, I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah. So yeah. Well, that being said though, my PvP games are done for the day, and I technically have no plans, but I wanted to go live because we can go live on Saturday. Spooky, are you on Ether? Asking for a friend. That being said though, I might just kind of pull up and do me some like mount farming, actually, like low key. No, you could try to be. I mean, if you can, I mean, that's cool. I'm not necessarily asking for you to, you know, anything. In my mind, I figured like, oh, either we try and, you know, because I still have to do the alliance raid. I had somehow skipped that entirely. But I did do Unreal already. You know, so just kind of opening the floor on what people are looking to do for today, because we got nothing until tomorrow. So yeah. Anywho, yeah, I would I kind of like the idea that there's just variety, because I think after the whole like alliance rate change, like I think that the alliance rate change is a massive bummer. That change makes me so sad, actually. So yeah, I think that change like really sucks, actually. Because like somebody like myself, you know, if there was like a little fancy like, you know, not legal thing that lets me put the arena back, then I would go back and go do it. But like my motivation now to do the alliance raid, unfortunately, like completely died because they got rid of that situation. Although, like, I'll still do it though. So. That's like really like the, you know. Wait, where the hell am I? Brother, where is my my bubble is missing. Oh, there it is. What the? Brother, I could not find that for the life of me. So weird. Kind of like Crystal P of seeing if I can put a tea party together while Melee is at the moment. Oh, okay, okay. Honestly, I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to necessarily. I mean, I think you should try to. Whatchamacallit? I think you should try to. Do it via. I would say go to Primal. I don't think that even Crystal will form basically. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard of anybody still trying to do content on. I mean, I know that people are trying to do content on Ether, as well as you know. Just because you can eat a bunch of mechanics doesn't mean you should. Not bad, yeah. What's going on? Should I find one of those Reaper looking for tea before I even started? Yeah, I kinda get that actually. At the house? Hey, congratulations! Wow, that moves by like a hair. Farming wings? I'd like to at some point. That'd be kind of cool actually. I mean, I'm doing it right now at this party, right? But like, yeah. Hello? My bubble is so far. Coordination. Somebody in this party was like, "Oh yeah, you can just eat all the mechanics. It's not that big of a deal." And I was like, "You probably shouldn't. Like, you shouldn't really try and do that on purpose, though. Like, you should still try to like not do that, because like that's kind of crazy to say out loud." But like, yeah. I lost my We're dead. Oh my gosh, we're alive. JK. How though? Alright, look. I don't even have my ability at this point. Deploying drone. Surely we do this correctly, huh? You're not. You're bugging. It's kind of crazy that he deliberately tries to do it. I love it when people are like, yeah, you can just skip everything. Who cares? And I'm like, well, you should still try to not just like not do mechanic actually. I mean, we're seeing ice phase, so this is unfortunate. That's why I'm well aware that you don't see coordination. This party is not it. So. People were like, yeah, just gonna sit in place and do whatever you want. And I'm like, well, don't do that though. The problem was that people were in the wrong spots for coronation, and that was really unfortunate. And also, people were wrong during the. Brother, I'm just not doing this anymore. It's okay. It's okay. We can simply just go find another party. They were like, I'll stay here until we figure out the answer. And I'm like, ew, I'm not doing that. Brother, either like, hey, does anybody that know how to actually do mechanics and damage want to like, I mean, it wasn't my fault, I don't care. It wasn't my fault that like I did mechanical thing, I mean, that doesn't matter to me at all. I care more about the fact that like, they were like, we're gonna sit here until somebody actually explains themselves. And like, you're talking to 14 players who don't ever talk to anybody. So like, no one's gonna say anything about anything, you know what I mean? That being said though, I think about the TOT game. No, you can keep playing TOT. You're chilling. I don't really need to. Oh, good. I'm gonna. I'll stay a healer. Actually, it's fine. What will be helpful is if I actually knew who the people were that was in that party, because in that way we can actually like, you know. If I could shove my fat Miko body into ether, I recommend you can do Necron something. I mean, I don't really care what we do. I just want to like. I want Sphinx wings because I don't have Sphinx wings, but other than that though, I don't really care too much. Not fun. CW. Yeah, bro, look, like half his party left. Thank goodness in that situation, actually. That being said, though, I might also even consider like an ultimate situation. Unless someone's got the ultimate itch, which, I understand. Tea? You trying to do some tea? I was running Sphene last night. It was kind of low-key rough. I know, bad. It's funny because, like, you can just burn Sphene. Like, Sphene takes no effort. Even though, like, the only mechanic you actually have to pay attention to, which it doesn't matter anyways, is the hourglass mechanic. The boss just kind of sort of dies. Like, you don't, I mean, you don't really, you pay, yo, look, I don't pay any attention. Mechanically, you can look at Hector's guide and look at like the first like 3 minutes of the guide, and like you automatically just you can farm this fight. So all that matters is that you actually know how to like do damage. What? Such a tea time with friends. I mean, if people want to do tea, I'm down with doing tea as well. But you know, there are several parties up here and about, so yeah. Again, I personally don't know why tea is so difficult. But apparently Sphene is so difficult, but apparently Sphene isn't difficult, so your guess is as good as mine. Because I am so like sorry. Good morning, color. I joined Kat and Shrey's party and I looked up a guide for like 10 seconds and then I was like, well, I don't have enough time. I'll just have to like play it and find it for myself. I literally don't remember anything about the mechanic. I safety healed it as like a healer until I started realizing what actually hurts, and then like the boss just dies. Because if you kill the boss during, you basically like the boss just dies like towards the very end of like meteors, I think, and then you don't even see coronation. The boss just does absolute authority and you go straight to phase 2. Like, it's actually really easy. So I'm very surprised that people don't by Hourglass. It's the mechanic where you get the arrow thing. The boss does virtual shift, you split into light parties, then you go into the middle, you split, and then you go left and right and dodge the attack, whatever, and then that mechanic. Like, you really that's the only mechanic you actually need to know how to do. So When I watch people go to the right side, but they had left arrow and they fly off the arena, well, that to me is crazy because mechanically that's mad easy. Especially because like half the fight you can just safety game and you can still kill the boss before coronation. Oh, in the week I had some runs where we skipped coronation and everything after went straight to the end. Yeah, you can literally kill the boss during or before coronation and like you just go straight to phase 2. And then also the markers are set up so that way like all you're doing is just staring at the you just stand within the like the outline of the marker and avoid, you know, the rotation twisty mechanic, whatever. Like that dying to that is not ideal, but it doesn't matter either because all you have to do is that mechanic and then the harrowing hell. So it again, you can die during that phase and the boss will still die. So yeah. Think my group will finish tomorrow? Yeah, fingers crossed. I haven't seen Fiend Wings, so I've only seen I think what did I see? Oh, we saw Everkeep Wings a couple times, and that was it though. I mean, I don't really care. It ain't anything crazy to me, but like, yeah. I don't even know if you even you probably don't even deal with recollection that much anymore. The gap between recollection and Sphene is also like not that short of a gap, or not that big of a gap. You probably still have to do ad phase, but what's even after that? Bloom 3 is probably, I mean, Bloom 3 is probably the major one that everyone hates, actually. That's during Bloom 4? Oh, okay. I mean, Bloom 4 is whatever. That's just like that's the sword smack and then the waves dodge. That's really easy. So, for me, it's like, Bloom 3 sucks. I know that I don't like Bloom 3. Not, I mean, I like the mechanic, but I know that people are not, like, the brightest at doing that mechanic, basically. So, I can understand that people are bound to wipe to that frequently, which does suck. So yeah. We're running next. I mean, I put up a Sphene party, so I want to keep doing Sphene trial personally, but I don't have like any really immediate plans. So, because I'm just as like interested in like honestly like worst case scenario, I will also go do some freaking trains and also PvP the whole night. I'm cool with that. Um, because I still have to work on my P range gear. I need like a well, my gear for the week is capped, so next week I need to trade my tomes so that I can get the I need the feet piece for Bard. And then if I don't somehow do raid M12 between now and like the release of DMU, then I'll just spend my books and get the Bard weapon. But if my group, hopefully my group will run M12 and then just like feed me the weapon coffer. Because I want to save my pages in case I need like another weapon. Because what is it? My other character has Gunbreaker Dragoon. This character has just Gunbreaker. But I'm working on Bard, so like I only plan on playing Dark Knight, Gunbreaker main tank. So I would like to potentially play off tank Dark Knight if it's a necessity, but if I can't, then I have to just commit to the job thing, uh, which is like totally fine. Check my Gunbreaker set, just see how it silly is at 2.24 GCD. That sounds ridiculous. I'd be kind of curious to see how it fares out though. I'm still trying to figure out the set that I need for the kill time that lets me do like a triple gnashing thing going into phase 2, but I don't have the answer yet, so. What the hell they're doing? Oh no, check it out. That confused me. Sorry, I'm watching the queen in the background do through. In case she has any questions. I thought that they were doing north-south FOF, which was like not. But they're doing east-west. Yeah, the GCD speed that I run in UCOP I think right now is 2.43. I think so, or 242. You're supposed to historically run 2.4, but I wasn't having luck with 2.4. I was running 2.43, and I was able to triple Gnashing Fang, which I thought was very interesting. And then I was like over the weekend. We're doing a speed proc for UCOB to help homie see ad phase and hopefully clear it afterwards, but we never saw past Tentric, I think it was, which is like fine. It's like whatever. I was playing Samurai, and I forgot that Samurai's damage is like kind of negligible if you can like actually figure out the timing for it. But Samurai's technically like is bad. Like, Samurai damage is like really bad. So I think it's weird that like Samurai somehow. Well, granted, their DPS was not up there because like they weren't relicked up, but my relic Sam was on par to a summoner damage without dance partner, and that partner did have a dance partner, which I think was interesting. To her to burn on the Xenos, I mean, I don't gotta tell her nothing. They're proccing, so hopefully what happens is she actually figures out how to mechanic the fight as she's progressing, and not just like whenever you're progging any kind of fight, regardless whether it's a trial, savage fight, ultimate, whatever, you should always try to figure out for yourself how to optimize your damage as you're progressing. Waiting until later on to figure that out is always bad. I highly recommend you try and use the early progression time to figure out what feels good. So, and my thing is that I still don't have the answer for half the jobs that I play in that fight, especially when they get changed. But also, none of this matters because, of course, Evolve coming out in 8.0, so it be what it be. I had the low weapon which max crit T or cap. Wait, max crit T cap for speed, rest is debt, and then boots and wrists are only pieces without speed on it. High speed. It's an awful build, but apparently I have more speed than crit. You're running speed. Oh, speed Gunbreaker in Cobb. A Fiend party? Sure, if you want to. I mean, it doesn't matter what job you play, just simply come play. I have to figure out I have a Fiend party up. My ultimate Gunbreaker gear set thing, I'm pretty sure I have, I think I have max everything minus, yeah, I have max everything and then whatever's left over for tenacity. The stat cap for UCOB is 127, so you can literally max out 3 stats at 127 and then just put the rest in tenacity and like you're big chillin'. So, yeah, it kind of nice. What time is it? 8 o'clock? No, that train was hours ago. Hey. Give us Fiend. Oh, sorry, I read that right. Yeah. So, I feel like people are gonna keep on trying to figure out optimization between. I mean, because like even right now too, like we're in the middle of almost mid-May. You'll play the video game, give everyone psychic damage. What? 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 What game? Give everyone psychic damage. That sounds concerning, actually. What the? Oh, the video that you sent. I would never play League of Legends no matter how much money you pay me. I'd rather be like a League never than be like a League any Play that video and give everyone psychic damage. Spooky. God wants his black card back. What the f... Then you're trying to push 6-2 and through? Ew, that sounds horrible. Why the hell would you do that? Why the hell would you push 6-2? That's like stupid. No offense. Why? I saw his like comment about it, I think on Twitter, but like there's no reason to. The formula has already been perfected for like what 6-2. So basically in phase 4, there's a moment where the bosses are targetable and basically both tanks have to hold aggro for each boss, right? So main tank will hold on to Reen, and then off tank hold on to Gaia. The both of them are being autoed by each target, right? So what ends up happening is that like the party, the boss will do an Akmorn, and it's supposed to be like a 4-4 split. So 4 people are targeted for one light stack and the other one for another. But what people discovered is that you can have 7 people together for one and then have a tank take it by themselves, but the tank that's taking it by themselves needs help. You use your 90 cooldowns in your short, and then the other tank will give that short that they have to the person that's taking the stack solo, and then you meet in the middle, and then you like take it together, boom. So 6-2, I don't know what the comp is, but 6-2 basically means that 6 players take one stack together and the other 2 players take another stack together. So in case tank dies to dumb stuff, I mean the tank shouldn't be dying. So I'm not saying that the people are perfect, but like in any mechanic, tanks are the 2. Yeah, that sounds dumb. No offense. I think that makes no sense. Tanks, look, the amount of people that talk about how easy through is, you shouldn't even be like messing that shit up, basically. Like, sorry, not sorry. You know what I mean? So, but again, like everyone talks about how easy through is, but yet somehow they keep on making mistakes with like 7-1 busting is like crazy actually. So, I'm like very shocked that people are trying to facilitate pushing like a thing to easy, but like if the fight's so easy, then like bro, it's what's according to them. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that I disagree with them. Have I tried it or seen it? I haven't tried it, nor have I seen it. But if I've cleared the fight over 15 times, never trying that out, then like that doesn't, it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? So, because again, all player types, in terms of doing any ultimate or savage raid for that matter, should just know what to do and like how to play their job. Now, are there people that go do Fru or go do savage raids and they don't play their job? Absolutely. But like those people shouldn't be even doing that, you know? So again, that's just my 2 cents. If I'm playing a role in a content piece that I'm trying to deliberately be like, yo, I know how to do this, I should work as much as I need to be able to always do it without having to like, you know, like fail it basically. Again, it's not playing perfectly, but at least like, you know, if I'm taking the first 7-1, I should know exactly what I need to do to mitigate that 7-1. You know what I mean? Like, what's baffling to me is that people, a lot of people will look at the mitigation sheet and then not even follow the sheet because like, you know, that's ruining their fun or something like that. Again, I personally would tell you that like I think it's weird. So like if I'm ever doing any kind of content piece and people are not playing up to par to how they should be playing, then I raise my eyebrow at them. So like if you're like a is that a melee thing? Totally. If I'm playing like I'm playing Fizz range, right? I'm playing Fizz range. Come DMU. If I'm required as designed by like the higher end raiders, the super big ended raiders, they have like this mitigation sheet. If that mitigation sheet says that I have to use tactician during this one segment, then I should only ever use it in that one segment. It should never be changed like anywhere, right? So what's baffling to me is that like that's what it is. All I can say from a kind of dog. Well, I mean, I don't like From Good either, but like I couldn't convince anybody to do the other one. So like you just gotta kind of compensate. You know what I mean? But also the thing is like again, From Good is such a digestible mitigation sheet that it really shouldn't require any effort because like what you do, where you go, how you press what is the same every single time. So it's baffling that people still somehow find a way to like not follow that sheet to the T. It doesn't matter if the sheet is good or not. The sheet exists, and everyone's using it. So like if I'm playing tank, if I'm playing main tank, and the mitigation says that I have to use my invuln, then I shouldn't do anything else except for like use my invuln, right? So, because I also preferred the whole like the first tank buster is kitchen sink and swapped by the thing, and then you say the invuln for the second one. I like that one much more so. What's all EX7 announced for Stormblood? It's a gigantic it's a giant wolf. Do I even have it? I don't even have it. Yeah, it's the white and red like Kamui like Ninetales dog basically. Yeah. So I don't disagree with you about primitive for good. I don't like that. I don't like that machine. But like everyone uses it, and like you can't beat them and join them, right? So. Like, here's a question actually. Okay. Currently, right now, because there's a metric ton of fruit parties out there, right? Are there any fruit parties that are even doing 6-2? Because if you say no, then like that makes sense, basically. Yeah, you know. If I see any party doing 6-2, then I'll be thoroughly shocked, and like also thoroughly impressed that even one party could have been convinced to try and do the mechanic. Hard to implement, in my opinion. It doesn't matter if that's hard to implement or not. I mean, you're gonna have to try to convince like 1,000,000 people that do the content to actually get behind doing that content. The implementation is not the problem. The problem is being able to convince the entire party finder mechanically that like that's what they gotta do basically. So, you know, only thing to know. No, I mean yeah, for sure. But like again, like good luck trying to tell that to, you know, good luck trying to tell that to like freaking. I don't know, like almost like 100,000 raiders. Whatever the actual number is. I don't know. I think the concept is Vogue Shiva, both tanks, turn off stands for the rest of the phase. That's already too much effort. That's all. Like what I just read off of that is already way too much effort to ever ask anybody in play. Stance dancing? Yeah, good luck with the situation. Like no action. You're not going to be able to convince a tank player to turn off their stance to be able to do it like a thing with poking and shooting. There's absolutely no shot. And I'm not saying that because like it's hard to do. I'm saying that because like party finder players are very bad at being able to do anything that you just explained, like respectfully. So, and that's just the truth. Wait. It is baffling to me that people like still mechanically don't know how to do this one. Man, mount farming is hard, bruh. This is why I might go back to Everkeep, like, okay. I'm fine with it. I'll save that pull after a horrible CT. I'm all in for it. What? Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, again, this might get recorded and put on like a Reddit page or like on a Twitter, and like it's oh look, this guy's opinion is horrendous, whatever the hell that it is. But like, brother, you really shouldn't be making any mistakes in terms of content like infrastructure. Happy Mother's Day, mommy. What the? Hi, I could cheat it. Happy Mother's Day, homie. I hope you're well. Also, thank you for hanging out with Amber and Jazzy today. They're such a vibe. Couldn't stand the time. I will say this much though, okay? If Fru was as difficult as everyone kind of sort of made it out to be, and it actually retained difficulty, then a 6-2 thing, like, I wouldn't actually have as much of a problem with it, actually. The problem is that people advertise that Fru is just an easy fight. So, there really isn't any reason why, like, you know what I mean? Like, got his auto attack, kinda weird. Yo, it's just the way how the fight's designed, you know? Whatever. You know? Sure. Whether she does it as an attack is, like, it's kinda whatever. They feel so sexy. Why'd you say it like that? Dare I ask why? Because the Knicks swept Philly. Hey, Fernet. No, I was gonna rage bait you, but I don't feel like I'm not trying to source of violence right now. So I was gonna be like, the Knicks is kind of bad, you know what I mean? But I don't mean that though. So. Yep. Kind of celebrate with like a hot dog. Alright. It's time for the marker. Good morning, boy! Yep. Those are my buds. Love hanging. True, you know? Perhaps it is possible to actually skip coordination. I have to say something. I sure did. What the? Yo. I actually, like, where is... You know what's kind of crazy, actually? What I'm baffled by is how much people don't look up the guy for this. That's kind of crazy, actually. No, I mean, me too. Dude, the warrior just died to the buster. So, clockwise, that's what PF said. Yes, clockwise. What? I'm not trying to be rude, but like, come on, y'all. I figured that I figured that farming mounts like this fight that requires, well, I was gonna say little effort is apparently me asking for a lot. So it's really unfortunate. Also, the like watching the scholar during absolute authority go south with the flare marker, and then go to the middle, and then like not you know, with the party was kind of you know, I'm like, okay, well, perhaps I spoke and asked for too much too soon. Where are you going? That's not crazy, actually. This is why people would get mad at me for insisting that, you know, content availability gatekeeping is like, is such a bad thing. I'm just saying. Yeah. I offered like a take, I'll call it, where I said, hey, content that you can get rewarded for should be provided to you if you can actually like do the content, you know? And people were like, no, bad session. And I was like, oh, I mean, look, man, like, I'm all for, like, unsynced freedom and, like, contenting whatever, but, I don't know. Part of me would actually, like, be more, critical of people's ability to content. Getting all this cool free stuff for free is kind of, I mean, everyone loves free stuff. The worlds beyond. Dog. Oh man, that sucks. Alright, well. Bye-bye. Yeah. Yep. Dude, it is a shocker to me. It really is. That's a bummer. Farming trials is hard. Let me get like Everkeep, where like, yo, it's gotta be impossible to fill Everkeep, right? Right? However, though, everyone's doing like a beans. Not gonna lie, I don't even know how I died there at the end. I don't know. You the paladin that died? I don't know. I mean, I don't really care. I don't expect anybody to anything for the sake of the content, so I don't know. That's fair. I always assume the bottom of the bar. So. And then everyone gets mad at me when I tell them that I kind of expect people to like up to the party. I'm making a new party. I'm just gonna make a new party. Don't know, don't care who's in it. I want to test if I can solo heal it. I genuinely do. I think it's actually possible. I really do. I want to test it. Oh my god, thank God, my freaking almighty savior. I don't just if it's a party that like doesn't content thing, I don't like kick certain people. I just disband it, and then we just simply try and go again. People get mad at me for kicking them out of the party, you know? So I'm not trying to get people to get mad at me. I simply just hit the replace button. A Thanos crush, you know? Yeah. Whoops. Don't think you can do that's what without playing roulette? Yeah, well, I mean, again, I want to know how the gambling could potentially work with like the procedure, basically. I'm curious enough to try to be like, oh, I wonder, you know. But yeah, this Viper was fine. I know that like the I know for sure that my problem was Scholar. I'm gonna advocate like a thing too, actually. Oh no, yeah, that's fine. That sounds good. What's the mechanical? No meat. Wait here. Mount Farm, CW box, no max. There you go. Surely that'll like increase the possibility, right? Maybe, I don't know. Could be wrong though. Surely. You're right? Oh no, he's AFKing in Limsa. I think, what can I do in the meantime? So I could go to Wilson. Check my trophy crystal stuff. Oh, this is single diable. Interesting actually. Okay. The virtue stuff can actually go in the armoire, which I think is actually really, really cool. So I have to start slowly putting this stuff away, actually. With the fierce tyrant stuff from here, it's lovely. Oh yeah. I remember before, like a really long time ago, I used to be like so proud of the fact that I was there for when I first acquired it, and then, you know what I mean? But now it like doesn't matter because you can just acquire it anytime when it's like releasable on the thingy. And then I started being like, I don't care. Because I thought that they were going to be like, oh, hey, this thing is limited time, so like, once it's gone, like, it's gone. But they don't do that. I kind of went like, oh, yeah. Because I was heavily under the impression that they were gonna like, not like gatekeep it, but like like if it was limited time, then like it was like never coming back basically. But they'll they kind of sort of cycle it. So I was sad I missed the season, then I never missed the season again. I mean, yeah. I know. I feel like that's a lot. That makes like a lot of sense though. The funny thing too is like I know for sure back in the, you know, because even when I was playing this game, I thought also I did think that things were going to come back eventually. So there were events that came out that I just like I was like, I don't care. Um, but then I learned pretty quickly that like that wasn't a thing. So I was like, oh, I gotta go grab literally everything, and that's exactly what I started doing. And thankfully it worked because saved me a headache. Do I have the whole dancer set in the thing? Is this headdress? But yeah, so now my current problem is that like I will do the event on the last day, which is definitely a bad idea. Uh, prestige stuff does not carry in. So I am also trying to like get ahead of the idea of like doing that basically. I'd like to not like have that problem. But yeah, it is surprisingly enough, tis an actual challenge. Yeah. I'm trying to think about something. Actually, it shouldn't matter. If my thought process what it's going to be for the situation with the glimmer, okay, I'm justified in what I'm doing. I'm thinking ahead of time with the whole interchangeability that's coming out in 8.0, and I'm pretty sure they're going to make it so that you can do it within the glamour dresser coffer thing. So I am what I'm doing right now. I was like unsure of if what I was doing was like a good idea. But now I'm doubling down that it's absolutely a good idea. So I need every single chess piece. The PvP instances. Uh, I mean you can't. You gotta queue into PvP to do PvP. So I mean the most immediate content that I could do while I wait is to what call it? It's just the moon. Because I do have to still work on the moon. Like the moon is still something that's very much like a work in progress. Because I can't wait for Oxysia. Oxysia is gonna be such a cool moon. I can't wait to like dig into the lore even further. Is that everything? Everything. Uh, ooh. What about this thing? Uh huh. Interesting. Uh-huh. Not bad, not bad. Wait. Let me get the pull. Hehehe. We gaining. Although I'm still missing I'm missing what, 80? I need idealized stuff. And then I need, oh, it's actually it. Oh no, I need antiquate stuff, but antiquate stuff requires me to go into antiquated requires me to go to Eureka. Am I at the series? Like 12. Yeah, 12 is not bad. 12, 12. Pretty sure both my characters are currently in like 11 or 12. So, which I'm cool with. Oh, I still have to get rid of that Quark Brown die, actually. Toxic. Is it artifact? Yes, it's artifact. Hi Mariana, how's it going? Yeah, because this stuff is double dieable, even though the other one isn't. So let me get this. Grab that. Dragon Lancer. Ooh. Okay. Grab this. Oh, they know me so well. That. I'm gonna have to go back and do more Centurio hunt stuff, actually. This one. Shaboing boing! Shaboing boing! I remember that I was so obsessed with this coat when it first came out from Machinist. I loved this coat so much. I wore this coat religiously during like the majority of what was it? Heaven's Ward and Stormblood? It's pretty fire actually. Oh, that's quite the actually quite the that color change is crazy. I love the die consolidation so much. I actually like it as well. I was never really complaining. I never like really complained about the amount of dies that I had. It was more so the idea that like you know, the way how it's currently consolidated, I think is actually like pretty cool. I do think also though a lot of it will just be centered around eventually just I'm expecting them to add more colors in 8.0, which I'm excited for. Oh, I have this already on. So I can't wait to actually see how that kind of comes into play. So yeah, I think they did such a fantastic job, at least creating that concept. I didn't need them to do it. Like if they never did the die consolidation, it would have been. It's kind of like whatever. But yeah, if they just give us a color slider, a wheel, I could see them eventually deprecating this current system, and like just doing it that way. Because the thing is that like again this current system is outdated. We've had this die system has been here since 2.0. Like it's a very old and outdated system. So I don't think you would necessarily be out of the like you know I could see them eventually being like, hey, like we're just redoing the whole thing. So which skin tone and shadow makes it. Yeah, I think genuinely, I think genuinely a high amount of a very high amount of like quality of life and UI changes and system changes, we are going to be seeing a lot of just over the course of time. I do think that it is like, as much as you would like to ask them to bring everything, like all of this stuff just does take time, and all this stuff will eventually like see fruition, which is cool. But you know, it really does just depend on like what they actually plan on prioritizing, right? So I think that the way how the color dye system works right now too is like is just like a placeholder, because Yoshi P had a hard time coming up with a name system for the way how the dye system works now, and I think that it is actually because they are just planning on eventually getting rid of it entirely. So if they don't, like it's still okay. Like if we still have to pick and choose between the dyes that we do now, I'm still okay with that. I'm not really I'm not one of the people that are like upset or complaining about the dye thing. The only thing about the dye thing that kind of like I'm just like, man, is simply the fact that there's just not enough colors. And also certain colors exist for certain pieces of glam, but they don't exist as a dye option. So like Gaia's armor set is like a prime example, right? Like here, I gotta check. Gaia's armor set is not a dyeable option color. Like these specific purples do not immediately exist the way that they do. There's very, very close colors, but there's not that are any like you know, directly for the thing. And I think also a lot of Dawn Trail gear has done the exact same thing. A lot of Dawn Trail gear has colors that just do not exist as a dyeable option. So it's impossible to actually even dye it that color, and there are definitely a lot of colors that I would like for them to pick and use, and they don't. So yeah, anyways. Thank you. Let's see how this goes. What happens, Pucky? Oh, there's 2 dancers? Oh, who gives a crap? Yeah, sure, whatever. That's fine. I mean, if you wanted to play Viper, you could play Viper on your shit, actually. Got no complaints in, yeah? Oh, nice. Money, you know, can't go wrong with money. But behind the scenes, they've been cleaning up a lot of the old code to make it possible for the quality of life changes. Well, the thing is, like, the thing is that a lot of the changes, right, are just also induced to the graphics update. The graphical upgrade has also done immense changes for the concept, which I think is amazing too. Like I am really happy about. I'm happy to know that the graphical update was not just a graphics thing. It does a lot also to their ability to like to test and change stuff that they've been like, you know, working on for so long. So I love that. I didn't think that was possible until they literally were like, oh yeah, now we have literally so much due to the engine update, like we or the graphical update rather, like because of that update we literally can do these things. And they were like, here you go, you know. So yeah, like I just didn't like find it possible actually until I actually like looked into it, and now I'm really happy to know that like that's exactly what it is. So yeah, I did a lot of groundwork to make that update work. Yeah, for sure. I mean, because again, they're still working with the old update, like or the old engine. The engine that they're currently using has been the same engine since the, you know, since they even like announced working on ARR. And I think also like with the engine update or the graphical update, I can't call it an engine update because it's not an engine update. The graphical update literally is still working with the current engine, so it would even be more insane to see them actually keep the current graphical like processing established, but also still find a way to like you know like make the game look the same, but just be a lot better to play this game. Because I think that's like currently like their biggest. I would wager that's like their biggest challenge right now. So maybe never when we get a new engine, given no more PS4 support. Potentially. I don't know. It is definitely possible. At simple value, I genuinely haven't got like a clue. Part of me would wager. Okay, I love that mic. Oh my god, man! Why is the other side so empty? I hate this. I hate it. Dude, I'm about to set the item levels like 780 or something crazy. I kind of hope that they. Well, the thing is, like, the graphical update, right? They tried to do like a more like what's the word I want to use? Like a you're joking. The graphical update was specifically designed to like you know, help lighten the load, but also like let them put in more effort and detail into the thing, which I think is good. And one of the biggest challenges for the update is still just working with the current assets that they have. So what's really good news is that like the update actually does like assist with their ability to make the game run smoother, better, etc. Oh boy. I might not do farming, man. Farming is like, I don't know. Currently in my mind, that was either the dancer or the paladin. I don't know. I don't know. Also, the people on the right side are just like not using the space. It was so packed from the left. Now I understand why people were passporting for the freaking trial. People were doing passport checks for this fight. That cracked me up. The front rock was missing, so that means it must have been one of the melees that were like, I mean, if that's like the case scenario, then my money's in the paladin. Eating apples good right now? I mean, apples are delicious. I freaking love apples. Surely, right? Like. Bro, it's so tight. Pause. This spacing is like impossible to find, actually. Button to spawn an orange? Apparently. Oh, I am enough. Brother, hello? Why would you do... That's a choice. I really hope y'all know that it's clockwise, bro. We live in Yippee. Brother, we're not seeing this. So. Wait, we're seeing this? What the? Apparently we are. Where are you guys going? Dog. It is baffling to me, dude. How do people not know how to do this? They got cleared free, by the way. Yo, it's crazy. laser attack is so cool, bro. I really hope it just drops so I can just take it and get the hell out of here. But it just dropped. Now I gotta like mental check. Crazy, bro. Alright. You didn't know there was another dancer? Really? You didn't think that it was weird that like somebody else's technical was out before you even pressed technical? That's that's crazy, bro. There's no way you didn't you went through like 5 tech usages without realizing that like there's another tech. That person really just said that they didn't know that there was like another dancer in the party. That is baffling. I don't know. I just think that like, that's kind of weird. I guess I'm asking for too much or something. Hey, let's go. Also, I don't want to like. I don't think that they gave a single person the party buff, their dance partner either. That last hole, I think. So that also kind of like raises an eyebrow, you know. I don't think that they put on the Viper also. Oh boy. All right, man. Go. How are these strategy boards? Just go. I mean, like I said, some people don't do raids, but they love to farm mounts. Yo. Oh man, I'm asking for too much. I know. I can't help it though, dude. You know what? Okay. Let an old man yap for like a minute, okay? I just want people to work for it, brother. Why is it so hard to ask for? Is it weird that I want people to work for their reward? Like, I'm not trying to be airplane fed on a freaking how to do a content thing. That sounds really boring. Look at, brother, that guy threw a shield. He's on a million hitbox. Yo, I literally heard shield lob. And he's on the boss's melee, like on the hitbox. Like, within this. So like, again, I'm sad that I'm asking for too much when I think I agree. I think that what I'm asking for is not enough. But everyone's gonna get mad at me. But alright, fair enough. suppress my desire for people to want to like anything. Man, I'm going over here. I'm tired of being in that little tight ass corner. That guy's dead. That's actually kind of insane. Why do tanks not mitigate? Yeah. Oh my god, World Shadow did nothing? That's crazy, actually. Clockwise, let's see. Nope. 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 No? What the fuck? Why is it... Yo, it is crazy to me, bro. This is crazy. Why did both teams get involved? Hello? Yo, this game is fascinating. Oh my god, if we see Ice Phase, I'm falling off the arena. Also, I have aggro, bro. I love it. Oh my god, yippee, we're seeing Ice Phase. Surely everyone knows what to do during this part, yeah? Surely, yeah? Nope. Frozen, dead. Okay. I love it. Look at this. 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 Look at the no one knows where to go with what to do situation. Oh my god, yeah, I'm dead. Yo, I swear, man. This is insane, actually. It is so difficult to actually find anybody that knows how to do anything in this game. Yeah. Look, man, I'm not trying to like sound like a negative Nancy. I just think that like it's... Yo, you only gotta pay attention to like the one thing. There's a guy that tells you what to do, where to go. There is so many resources available. Asking for people to not even see coronation is just too much. The bar is set so low. Bye. I don't want to do it anymore, bro. Dude, the people die to busters and don't mechanic correctly and don't realize that there's two dancers and no, it's okay. I thank you for coming as well. Gosh, dude, farm parties are like a complicated. So complicated. I am mind blown by the fact that people mechanically don't mechanically anything. I think that's baffling. So, and you know what's crazy part too? People also don't even like. People want the content to be harder. That's scary. We got Dark Knights and the Busters. We got Paladins that don't Voke. We got Dancers that don't have partner. We have healers that don't mit. We have so much, bruh. My goodness. Again, asking for far too much is crazy, actually. Again, whatever. Let's see how badly it takes for this party to die, shall we? Surely, though. That guy opened up with Demolish! Did you see that? Yo! That guy opened up with Demolish as a monk? Why? Yo, the animation was so insanely clear. I mean, I'm not really complaining. I'm just shocked that I saw that so clearly. That was crazy to look at. Yo. Okay. Alright, never mind. Yo. Like, seeing it was just kind of like, wow. You ever look at something and then be so like glued to it, you know what I mean? This is like that one time. Okay, so like I got a story to talk about, right? This is one time I was doing M1, like Black Cat, right? This Astro used divination. This Astro used divination like 7 seconds before the buff even like needed to go out. The buff got used before the opener even even before the poll even started. Yo, that was crazy to look at, personally. I was baffled by that. So, I didn't know it was impossible. Yeah. The monk in the party that I'm with right now literally just used Demolish. So, that was crazy to look at. Oh my god, look, he used, Evoked. That's my tank right there. Yo, that's my guy. It's a miracle. Tanks are minning and they're surviving busters? Yo! Amazing. Right. Oh my god, he used Reprisal! Let's go, baby! I didn't even know that they did that fucking outside of ultimates. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Alright, I'm being very sarcastic, I'm sorry. People are gonna think that my sarcasm is like rude and offensive. I mean it is, but like oh my god, Expedient. Yo, Expedient though, brother. We ballin'. Why are you so far? Brother, back up. Why are you so far forward? God damn. Crazy part is that busted. I mean, that guy just fucking fell. You see that? That's crazy, bro. We dead. Are we dead though? Yo, he just fell. You know what? I had faith. I had faith. I had faith, and it's gone. Yo, you know what? Everything that I literally just gave him credit for, throw it out the window. Never mind. I asked for too much. Oh my god. Top 10 anime betrayals. Oh my god. Yo, I had so much credibility for him too. I was like, yo, this guy knows how to play the video game. And then, turns out, I was wrong. Alright, check in. It was nice knowing you. Oh my god, I'm so sad that he fell. Are you gonna even make it? The healer almost didn't even make it. They almost got swallowed by the void of Electro. That would have been crazy to look at, actually. Alright. Show me the worlds beyond. You mother effer. Latency not on my side. I never seen anyone get swallowed by that, but I kind of want to now. It's actually hilarious. You get like a whole ass like death animation through the process. It's kind of like, you know how like in Black Hole Laser versus Zeromus, how like it like just kind of pulls you in and says bye. You get like a whole screen transition situation for messing it up actually. It kind of go hard. So I like it. I know this because I got hit by it when I was doing the during Dawn Trail, like the MSQ. The very first time I saw the mechanic was I got hit by it. I had no idea because I didn't look at the ground. So I was like, oh, that thing does like a thing, and then it ate my entire life, and I was like, okay, I'm fine. Let us rise above death. I was like, oh, I'm being sucked into the void, and then like I got like a whole like virtual jump scare. Yo, we even got like a consistent burst window? Yo, let's go. Wait, we got twos rolling up like all over at the same damn time? Dude, at the same damn time. I will show you the world beyond. Oh my god, and I got the cartridge and solid barrel one on. My timing is so nuts, brother. Now, surely there's no falling. He took... Alright, well, you have no excuse. If you fall, that's gonna be crazy to look at, by the way. If he falls, that's gonna be crazy. I'm letting you know. Parking. That person almost messed it up. What? We chillin'. We... Oh my god. Oh my god. We so lucky, brother. You know what's crazy? I ripped Aggro off that tank again, bruh. Yeah, this boss is hella freaking dead. Yo, you know how much that boss died? Brother, it didn't even play the animation for the second buster didn't even hit the paladin. So that's how much damage is going off right now. Oh my god, it's like a Christmas miracle basically. Yeah, it's kind of a Christmas. Greetings and goodbye. Brother, this is how Steam parties, you know what I mean, look like, alright? I want to say like something like male alpha, but like I don't have like that word. Oh my god, look, I'm parking. Yo, parking. That guy fell. So he fell. I didn't know you could do that. It's not crazy actually. Yo, parking. Who falling again? Yo, there's no healing! Oh, that guy has no HP. Actually, kind of crazy. Actually, yo, save him! Save him! Does the Reaper live? The Reaper lived. Oh my god, that's crazy, actually, bro. Holy moly, that was almost like a fail. Surely though, you press healing, right? No? I'm so funny. Is that meant to be like? Is that like a? Do you mean that? That's what I'm trying to say. Do you mean that? Am I actually funny, or like, am I being recorded and then being put on like the, on like Tales of the Duty Finder? You know what I mean? I'm just wondering for a friend. I am. I appreciate you. Everyone getting their big wings, eh? Nope. Nope. Actually, on the contrary, nope. Genuinely funny. Funny looking. Oh, okay. Add to the Google Doc. Hey. True and real, actually. Dude, okay, look. I don't want to scare anyone, okay? I don't want to scare anybody, but I'm gonna give you guys like a little like small PSA, okay? Small one. I am on a Google Doc. You know what I mean? There is one out there that's got my name on it. It's not like it's only me and it's like 400 pages, but like my name is on a Google Doc, okay? So, what's the content? Basically, I have been classified as what you may call like someone who kind of expects too much. All right. So I'm expecting, you know, people are like, oh, Sessiion, that guy, he didn't demolish opener again. Fascinating. How dare you care too much? You know, people are like, yeah, that Sessiion guy. Be careful grading with him because sometimes he thinks that you're meant to play like perfect, and I'm like, no. You know. Now I don't even gotta defend myself on the contents of that Google Docie, but the Google Doc is basically like, yo, Sessiion is a raider who like thinks that he's better than everyone, which is not true. But you know, he kind of expects you to know your shit, and I was like, oh damn, my bad. I didn't know that I could expect too much of that, but you know, yeah. Adelicio Weiss of Genova expects too much. Also has another alt. That's not that character, and that person expects you to know how to do your shit. Oops. Not blacklist doc? No, it's not blacklist doc. Well, it's what you would call a warning doc. I mean, again, from what? Good question. But it's a warning doc. It's like, hey, just be mindful that these people potentially could be psychopaths. And I said, me? Hell, maybe. You know. That's why sometimes people are like, oh, session's gonna crash out, check this out. And I'm like, will I actually though? Oh, I feel my thing. That sucks. Yeah, if you really people in the show for true, you know. Crazy how like it's crazy that I'm asking for so much of the kind of like expectation. Oh, I'm expecting you to know how to do your job in a video game, and like it's not just all fun and games. I didn't know that we were playing this game called America. Guys, like the IPs for a good minute. Wait, watch the guy get blown out by Square to FanFest? Who's never played FFXIV try a game and get the full experience? Who is it? Would we like know him? Is he famous, or is he kind of like just like a regular rando? Because Nick Beckwith got like sponsored by Square, which is crazy actually, because like he's a 14 player, but he's from Australia. Like the Australian branch of Square Enix actually like sponsored him, which is insane because like he's like me. He has like, I don't know, like 50 viewers or something like that. He's not even like Twitch partner. I don't think. He got sponsored by Square in Australia. It's crazy. That's my man's though. I freaking love that guy. So people make Google Docs. People really just be making Google Docs. Yeah, have you seen some of the docs we've seen recently? Brother, like some of the ones that we get in kind of hysterical actually. It's like, oh, let me tell you this like 40 year on journey history of my raiding experience. No, not even raiding, my FC experience, and like, dude, people get documents made about them all the time. Now here's the thing though, I will say this much. If a document is anything to do with like a sexual predator in nature, brother, I completely understand, and that person should absolutely be hit with a banhammer to some degree. You know what I'm saying? But like when your FC has drama because you got like a bunch of weirdos in it, yo, listen, guess what? They weird, but like so are you, so it's fine. You know what I mean? Being weird is not like it's not actually weird. It's when you do weird things. Being weird is fine. Doing weird things, not so much. It definitely depends on the situation. Yeah, get him out of here. Yeah, bro. Any sexual predator can, you know, suffer the wrath. I could fight that person like for real, actually. You know, shouldn't be pissed to know their shit. You know, imagine actually asking for somebody to know how to do their shit. Who would have thought? I didn't even know it would be enough to ask. But apparently it's enough to ask. Why do you do that? So, deploying drones. Coronation? I had faith. Brother. It is crazy that you went the other way. Protect the healer or something. It's like life. No one knows how to life. Imagine like asking somebody how to life. Ain't that a bit much? Crazy actually. So it means the right side moves inside out, or should the move from the outside inwards? The right side moves inside. What? Just show how you should always shoot your shot. Regional office might even partner with you. Damn, you know. Well, I don't even know if he reached out to them. I think they actually reached out to him. Oh, during meteors? Genuinely? Yeah. The right side moves inside out? That guy fell. Crazy. That guy over there conquers too. It's even crazier that he actually died. I'm gonna go over here. That guy fell too. Yo, people like ese cayó eso. Like, yo, but like how? You know how crazy it is to like fall? All you gotta do is look at the inside of the box. Again? Sorry. Romaro's right there. What the hell am I talking about, bro? I'm asking for too much. Ooh. How dare I ask you, how the hell did you fail the mechanic? You're supposed to play perfect. Doesn't you below the game sounds? Maybe. I could fix that low-key. Yo, imagine we don't kill the boss in time for a situation with a laser? Yo, laser? Laser. Oh my god. Is it... Are we good? Oh my god, we're good. Oh yeah. Nothing. I'll take those though. And those. Nothing. Paid. No, it's okay. The right side moving inside out is it. I mean, I don't even look at it that way. I just think you go from left to right, like, you know, because you got 2 meteors here, 2 here. You literally just like left to right. I don't even like inside out. I just left to right. That's why I'm baffled when people kind of like, you know, I don't know. I'm a sucker for just like follow the party, but also I had to be the one to kind of alpha male it, even though I'm like a beta. I'll admit it. You know. Just left to right it, because it's how you read. You know, you read like left to right, which is shockingly like difficult for a lot of reasons. T. No. I think I always feel if all of us can do this in one time. Oh look! Don't get me wrong. Like, again, it's okay to fall, okay? Because like I said before, you can fall. It's not like the fight is going to be unclearable if you fall. We gotta just deal with royal banishment, and that mechanic hurts when healers don't preemptively, like blah blah blah. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. It's helpful to actually know that if we're gonna see that laser attack, that like you mitigate it accordingly. So if you were playing a support, but hashtag session asks for too much. That fairy almost got eaten, by the way. I'm just kidding. That's all. I will show you the worlds beyond. Sure. Yeah. I mean, again, look. If we were doing DMU, okay, or doing like M12, okay, then if you fall, my answer is going to be hello, and then I ask, are you good? And then that's it. But like for Sessiion, you only gotta do the, you know, this fight is like 10 minutes and change. You don't even gotta, you know, do it that long. That's a lot to ask for. The current gear also mechanics to hell no. With Sessiion, you literally do, with Sessiion, you do, everything you're supposed to see right now. You'll see it. Like, you don't even do ice phase if the damage is good. As a matter of fact, we're having another skip sword situation where like you mechanically need to know how to not actually do that mechanic, because like no, if you see ice phase, you don't even try and do it, you just wipe. Because like there's no chance that anybody actively tries to figure out how to do that freaking mechanic. It's just too much to ask for. The boss dies during coronation. Coronation is the farthest that you should actively see. Yeah. Anything prior or beyond that though is not good. And I'm not saying that because like mechanically it's difficult or not difficult or like whatever. I'm saying that because like quite literally like Party Finder. Okay. Party Finder people who do map farming, I kid you not, they don't look up guides most of the time. They really don't though. You know, they really don't. All they do is like just let them be. Like yo, people actively get told by people how to mechanic. Or then they get linked to Hector Guide. People don't actively go out of their way to figure out how to whatchamacallit, do a fight. That's why it's always so atrocious, because you think that people actively go out of their way to like watch a Hector Guide. No. That is actively too much effort. So now if you have like not the greatest memory in the entire world, and it's like, you know, like you might not remember how to do the thing, getting the refresher is helpful, but like at least you get the refresher, you know? So, but people don't even do that though. People literally just like, you know, they make the mistakes and they're like, oh my bad, and then they're like, okay, and then you go back in and then they do like a practice thing and then they get carried and then they just assume like, okay, cool, like I'm not gonna make the mistake again, and like, you know, blah, 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 but like that's just how it works. A lot of people will actively just like assume that, oh, you know, whatchamacallit, the fight's unthinkable, that means that I don't gotta learn it. Like, that's genuinely what people think. Which sucks. Oh, increase jump rate saving from speed and recollection. Well, if it does, great, and if it doesn't, then like it's fine, because this fight doesn't require like it requires 50 kills, not like 100. So you see this? See how somebody over there is in the wrong place, and then everyone gets killed in the process? Whose fault was that? It was either the paladin or it was the melee. And you know what's crazy too? We literally just killed the boss, like last pull. So the fact that they messed it up after clearing the boss fight is like crazy. Oh, you know who it was? It was Viper. So, like, I think that's crazy actually. Middle square? I'm not trying to confuse people. I literally watched another gunbreaker that had already cleared the like another gunbreaker person literally started doing it that way, and like they failed, so it's crazy. I don't go for middle square, I don't care. The fights are good things. Unless you're someone that you can still parse this fight somehow, then like yeah, I'm too lazy. You know what's kind of crazy? I just realized that you never actually got to like turn the camera to look at the other boss fight. I used to think too much of this fight actually. Huh, interesting. So I thought we were not going to get heals. That would have been kind of sort of hilarious. Like, I will show you the world beyond. Oh my god! I actually need those, so slide. I need as many of those Queen's Guard as possible. I didn't get it. You stink. Like you smell. Oh, I got the coffer though. Yo, dog. How many do I have now? Don't say it like... My other character is 30. I forgot! Man, my other character is the one that has the 30 or the 40, whatever the number is. I don't actually remember. But I don't have any of them. Paid. My life is so tragic, dude. Mount farming is too hard. What? Hold on. How's your reason? What was that actually? Into the puzzle at the end of Recollections, not time to do mechanic, right? Recollection is actually like a... Recollection's an incredible fight. It's just horrendously, you know, shot in the foot by the party fighter experience, unfortunately. I loved it when Recollection was actually like done intended by the guide established by Hector, and then I was thoroughly upset when people didn't do it that way. So that's a me thing, basically. BD, I puke. Yeah, trust me, I hate. Is it BD2? I hate the BD mechanic. So, what's up, Sarah? How's it going, brother? Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. It's like so insane that people just... This is the reason why I'm telling you, right? Like, dude, people call me psycho because I don't think that people should be getting rewarded for doing fucking nothing. You know what I mean? But also the game should absolutely punish you. I know exactly what I want. I want Evercold's rotation changes, right? All the battle stuff we're going to be seeing with the evolve mode, but I want Endwalker difficulty. Endwalker difficulty actually was like such a vibe. So I would be very happy with Endwalker difficulty personally. Because like Endwalker difficulty probably is being established right now as like the hardest expansion content that I think that we've ever gotten historically. I think. You could argue it though. I think Shadowbringers is also like a close contender for challenge, but I guess still really non-BD parties that people trying to do BD. Yeah, I know, I hated it too. Trust me. I remember trying to like do BD, you know, BD runs where you actively do the mechanic as it's intended, and yeah, same thing. People were like, "Hey, can we just not do that version?" Or better yet, they would join my party and be like, I'm like, hey, you know that it's BD, right? And they're like, yes, I know. And I'm like, okay, cool. That means that like you're not gonna try and do the other one, right? And they're like, no. And then guess what they did? Oh, okay. Who would have thought? Oh, I thought we were doing the uptime. It clearly said that we're not doing your or not uptime, cheese, whatever, you know what I mean? And they were like, no, I thought we were doing cheese. It clearly said we're not cheesing. And they were like, oh, wow, that's stupid. And I'm like, no, you're stupid. And they were like, oh, my bad. And then they get kicked, and then they get mad again. Message me on freaking, you know, the thing, and then they're like, oh, my bad. Also, like, how dare you? I'm the number 9,742nd, you know, dancer in the universe. How dare you tell me that I can't do content with the cheating strategy because the game is too easy? But like 10 other PD parts off, pick rocks and then do it. Yeah, you know. That's the crazy part too. Yo, like I gave you Lustrate. Okay. They joined your party specifically to tell you to not do it the way that you want to do it because they don't feel like doing it that way. And that was crazy too. The fact that there were other parties for it and they were like, actually, I don't think I will, is pretty diabolical actually. The thing is that, like, okay, here's what I picked up on ever since Endwalker, because Endwalker's content was difficult enough to the point that people were willing to take whatever the easy route was, whatever it was, people just did it, regardless of whatever the mechanic was. It did not matter, okay? Because tank LB cheesing was not really like a heavily infringed upon requirement until the Kexia. I don't think so actually. I think the Kexia was the first mechanic that people were like, yo, we're cheesing. And I'm like, oh, word? And then they would just cheese it. And I'm like, this is some horse. And then people were like, well, I don't feel like doing it. So then what ends up happening is you enter the scenario where you're like, okay, who's cheesing, you or me? And it's like, well, I know how to do it, so I'm not pressing that button. So either if you want to LB cheese, you press it. And then they were like, all right, fine. But my parse though, it's like, okay, well, fuck your parse. If you want to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have to ignore it if you want to get the thing mechanic done. Otherwise, you do it the right way. And they were like, nah. person is a murderer. Wonderful. We get this recovery. Hell yeah, gamers. I love this video game. People are so smart. Everyone's dead. Wonderful. Okay, which mechanic? No, Cachexia. Cachexia was P6. In P6, at the very end, instead of doing the mechanic correctly, because it required people to flex and go to certain places, you simply just tank LB3 and you just ignore it. I told any tank that if they wanted to, like, mechanic that like, they are pressing LB3. Because they'll be like, oh, Sessiion, can you press LB3 because they're skipping? And I'm like, no. Like, no. You know how to do the mechanic? No? So then you press it. I'm not pressing that shit. The hell I look like? Do I look like a piece of queso? Nah? Alright, bye. Yeah. So, there's just a lot of parties where people will actively look at the cheese or the JP thing and then just be like, we're doing it this way. You know? Start dominance for DSLR? Absolutely. As you should. People need to understand that, like, the content, dude. This is why, like, okay, I was talking about this. I was talking about this to the homie. I really should have done like a podcast episode, but I didn't. It's like fine. Because he and I are both in agreement that like, the raid content, the middle. Okay, basically, the current Savage raid tier needs to be the new advanced, right? Because we're getting a third difficulty into the right. We're getting a third difficulty, 8.0. The bridge of that gap is going to be lowered, which is good, but therefore that means that the Savage fights need to be even harder than they currently are, because the current raid should not be at the same difficulty if there's going to be a middle ground for doing the content. Because like you need to literally do content and do it like goddamn good, basically. So when people don't do it, it's like really unfortunate, you know. Because anybody who's like, oh, like this raid tier wasn't that difficult because of whatever, like people don't realize that like you're not really compensating for the fact that there was guides out. You know how many guides came out for people doing content in general, dude? Like, brother, back in my day, we didn't have Hector. Brother, we had Mystech or Happy and freaking raid plans or whatever the hell it was. You know what I mean? So the fact that people think that like fights are not difficult right now is insane, because like the only reason why they're not difficult is because Hector makes a guide that everyone swears is the Bible, which is fine. Like Hector's Bible can be whatever the hell that it is, but like people literally don't do content because of the lack of it. If there isn't a guide for Hector's whatever, then like most times people won't even do the content, which is crazy. Especially when you realize that the amount of people that were doing Unreal back in the day was way less, because Hector's guides were not a thing. So, which is crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that like if the mechanic is intended to be done in a very specific way, like Square should just triple down on it and be like, yo, you do it this way, there's no other way to deal with it. And if you can't do it, then like, yo, guess what? You can't do it. You gotta either improvise Death Over Con, or you gotta just go and find something else to do. That's why, like, for me personally, like I'm gonna forever be bummed out that Train is I'm gonna forever be bummed that the Train is never gonna get like a harder version than what it currently is. I'll be dumbfounded if Doom Train gets like a rise up difficulty thing. Because Doom Train is one of the best trials ever designed by Arena Concept alone. So it sucks that like we'll never get that variation of it ever again. So yeah. I gotta move on further. Binding Call 2-turn Rage. Trying to tell me the audience know what PF is learning mechs? Or social to say? I know, right? Ain't that like some shit? miss people who are more open to doing content without guides personally. Yeah, same actually. I got to the annual before the guides were out. It was so much fun. I mean, we did it blind, and like the crazy part is too, the guide literally makes the fight way too easy. Annual is such a complicated and hard fight until you actively look at a guide. Then you're like, oh, you don't do anything because of once it's like explained. It's like, Savage had raid plan in 1 and Reek Arkveld had. Wait, sorry, I read that so poorly actually. Savage had raid plan in Reek 1 and Arkveld had so many parties they went blind. Well, the thing is, like, Arkveld is not a fight that Arkveld is not a fight that needs a guide. Except for the one, like, Arkveld needed a singular page to do a certain mechanic. That was literally it. You don't need a guide for Arkveld. The reason why Arkveld was so difficult is because like people just didn't know how to prepare for the video game stuff. So people should absolutely feel rewarded for doing mechanics. That's why I have no problem with them being like, yo, fuck you, this game is gonna be hard because we feel like it. The game should absolutely be hard. Like way harder than what it is now. That's why like the rewarding feeling of doing like DSR and top on patch was incredible. Or rather on expansion. Because like now, bruh, DSR on top is nothing. Those fights are decrepit at this point. Those fights need an update. Even if there's still people that can't even do the fights, doesn't matter. The only reason why anybody would ever tell you that like DSR and top are the best ultimates in the entire game is because those fights were insane for their time. So you should absolutely find the inclination in your mind to figure out how to actively do content well. That's why like I will forever respect somebody who knows how to who will take like 5 months to do content blind if it gives him a singular chance of actually doing the content for the fun. You know what I mean? I put hella credibility on anybody's name who does content blind forever. But unfortunately though too, like like me, I'm like a I'm like a hypocrite because I used to do content blind and also take 5 months to clear it. But now I like have to, catch up and do the content and be up to pace. The pacing of this game is much faster too than it ever has been before. It was okay for content to take weeks, if not months back then. Now it doesn't. And I think that really sucks. So people are stuck on lasers and numbers thingy. Oh, you mean for Arkveld? Well, yeah, because like limit cut mechanics are hard. Not because they're actually hard, but because like you get to learn how to memorize how to do 8 variances of things, So yeah, I get it. That's crazy. Like difficulty-wise, I'll put it to you like this. Every single turn 4 fight needs to be P8 hard, unquestionably. P8 was the perfect difficulty. It's the 4th fight, it's the final boss. That fight is supposed to be like a big fuck you, figure it out or else situation. It was perfect. Turn 1, best turn 1 that we ever gotten for difficulty factor that came into play. I'm trying to think actually. It was E1. Every single first turn fight needs to be E1 difficult, and E1 isn't even hard. Like E1 is just like straight up like a hey, do you know your shit or not? So simple as that. 2. E2 as well actually. E2 is perfect difficulty, and then P3. Actually no, Tyrant. M11. Boom. If you followed that formula, Brother Savage will be goated. Every fight will be goated if it simply just had the difficulty of those 4 fights. E1, E1, E2, M11, and then P8. We would be perfect. So, anyways. I'm hoping for 8.0 I can find in statics to do all the raids without looking at any guides. Dude, like I said, those are literally the most fun I guarantee it. Like that's the most fun you'll ever have. I watched my boy Caves Caves is doing all of the content line. Brother, watching his team, all you do is look at the wipe and the pull, sit there for like a couple minutes, and then just theory craft. Oh, I think that the boss does this. Oh, I think you go here and do that. Oh, maybe we gotta go do this. And like, and some of the mechanics are really not that bad. And like his group's already made it past like phase 1 of M12, because like phase 1 M12 doesn't require you to do anything except for just like mitigate, right? The application of the mechanics in M12 is like nothing. M12 requires no thought processing in terms of the application of mechanics. You simply just like look at your, look at your party and like use your eyes. So I had the unfortunate mistake of like, for me personally, like I tried to get better over the course of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and not that was like a bad thing, but Shadowbringers and Endwalker were the hardest phases of difficulty mechanically that we had encountered. Like the hardest raids and ultimates are from Shadowbringers and Endwalker, straight up. Which is fine, right? So because I wasn't good prior to that, like learning how to be good because of those fights was like a lot to ask for, actually. So I had it back in the game. Wait, I had it back in the game? Yeah, same. I mean, like I said, because like me, like, dude, I didn't clear I cleared P8, like, I want to say, like, it was like the week, maybe. The week before Top got unlocked. And I didn't even get Abyss. I cleared it on Reaper. I cleared P8 the week before Top came out. Then more RE2, eventually. I still have the file, so I can probably tap at it. That's a point. So, I had back in Archives, yeah, so. Dude, I'm telling you, like, the most fun you'll ever have is when content requires you to use your brain. The hitboxing thing was a handicap. It was wonderful. The hitboxing handicap back then, like thank God, dude. Some of the content would have been impossible if we didn't have that big ass hitbox. So, I don't know when I'll play RE2 again. I would love to finish it on stream, but I also want to figure out how I can have multiple files. Because, dare I say, on Saturday? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday, I was like itching to play Remake again. I wanted to go back and play Resident Evil, but I didn't want to like record it, and I wasn't live. I like took the day off to kind of let to sleep. So, I was like, I will finish that playthrough, but then I definitely want to set up another one. If I can actually alternate between the two, then I would love that immensely, because then that means that I can work on the stream playthrough whenever, and then also the recording one whenever too. So, it'd be fire. But I'll look into that in the future. I didn't read Endwalker, so I kind of want to experience some of that stuff. Trust you, I can assure you, Samira. I can assure you that Endwalker raiding is actually some of the best raiding that the game has ever had historically, and the reason why is simply because the fights were designed to be difficult. They were not designed to be... I mean, the fun factor was in mind, of course, but like, some of the most unique insanity that we've ever seen ever in the history of the entire game's like infrastructure of raiding was solely because they were like, yo, we're deliberately making content hard on purpose because like the raiders need it. And then guess what? People still play the content without it being like a massive like tragedy, basically. You know what I mean? So you clear? Oh yeah, congratulations! There you go. Well done, homie. Might be, and the crazy part is too, there's only certain fights you got to go experience. Actually, the only fights you have to experience for Savage Raiding and Endwalker to really feel like something is you got to do P2, P3, P7, P8, P10, and P12. Only fights. And then you will understand how insane raiding was back then. Like, you will learn it. You will learn. Like, raiding was not easy back then. Especially not no P10. P10 was insane. But P10 was one of the best fights we've ever gotten. Ever. It was crazy. What a time it was to be alive. So yeah. W Tyrant, W fun. I mean, brother, I would love to see Tyrant make a return on an Ultimate Return 6 actually. Like, cause Dontro's rating, right? Dontro's rating is designed under one simple concept. The fights are designed to be fun. And also because of the graphics update, thankfully, they're also able to experiment with certain functionalities, which I really appreciate, because some of the most interesting and most unique raids, like functional design-wise, we've ever gotten was solely in Dontro. Like, this fight is fire. Doom Train is one of the best trials ever, period. And it was actually really good too for design functionality as well. So. Now, as far as raids are, like M6 is a unforgettable fight because that phasing was insane. But same thing with M5 was incredible. M2 was incredible. M10, 11, and 12 are all incredible fights. Like, they're all so freaking good. So, yeah. Pizza the valid? Hell yeah, you know. I watched Kiwi get cooked at P10 a few times. I mean, as you should. Kiwi's like a definitive raider who can tell you that the chaos insanity of watching her play is a clear-cut definition that like, yo, she's gonna encounter some shit that she's never thought that would exist in this game ever. And she's not even like an old-time raider. She's like a baby. So, you know what I mean? Like, she wasn't even there for like a good gist of it, so like, imagine actually. Some people have been here for freaking forever, and they remember back in the day, dude. Remember, yo, A3 was crazy. 04 was nuts. 08 was nuts. Like, the list goes on and on. So. Remember when we first started doing hard content, like level coils? You know what's crazy too is that the coils back then are still not like a definitive way to actually experience how raiding is done now. I mean, coils were still like really good like content wise back then, but like the problem with the coils is that like the coils, no raid is designed like the coils. Not a single one. You can't go through any of the coil fights and be like, oh, like you'll see some visual familiarities, but nothing was taken from the coils back into fruition for the current raids. The formula was established in Stormblood, and it stayed that way. So, what's up, Chaos? Thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome in, welcome in. We're kind of yappers about the good old past. So, now people are saying that, like, I mean, I can tell you for sure too, some of the raids from back in the day should absolutely be incorporated into the concept of the way how the raids are like now. But some of the raids, if they took some of the raids from back then and put them in this game now, those raids would be like way too insane. Oh my god, look, it's wings! Nice 19, bro. So, finally, they exist. So. Now that being said though, like you should, like if you're gonna go do old raids, if you go do like Coils or Alexander, the only reason why you go back and go do those fights is because you want like a taste of what raids were like back then. But the problem with that is though, you're still not going to be able to get the full experience of what the raids were like back then because the fights are just too different, solely because the way how the content is designed is also different. You know, jobs do not play anything at all like they used to back in the day. So, like, if you were able to go back and like actually relinquish like the old style of the game, contemporarily play how it could be played in a modern day setting, brother, the game back then was hard. Like, remember, because a lot of the raids back then actually almost canceled the game entirely for content design functionality. So, you know, Mind Coil doesn't feel the same at all because some specific move or change. Yeah, exactly. There's no TP gauge. Aggro stancing is gone. All of the natural damage up, or sorry, all of the jobs' natural damage has gone up. Every single job, including Viper and Reaper, every single job's damage has gone up. Everything has gotten stronger with time. Like it's like insane. A lot of jobs play like even the jobs we've had since like 2.0, they play nothing basically to how they played back then at all, because a lot of the functionality of the kit is just like been, you know, not established, but like, you know, a lot of it has been the word I want to use is simplified, but that's the wrong word. But you know, that's kind of the idea I used. So you know, like A3, you can't even go do old A3. Old Liquid isn't even playable. You can't even go back and be like, oh, I want to experience what Liquid used to be like. You literally can't. It's impossible. You have to be there to actually do it. And you can't. So going back and re-experiencing A3 is unfortunate because sometimes those fights, like, that fight literally had too many problems. How do you compare Dontrell Savage to Edwalker? Dontrell's is not miles easier. I would say like I'll put it like this: out of the 12 fights for Endwalker, let me think actually. Out of the 12 fights for Endwalker, only one fight I would consider is like brain easy, basically, and that's P1. But like, I would say the hardest fight. Okay, let me think about the question. This is a good question. The hardest fight in this entire expansion of the Savage Raids is literally M11. It's not even M12. M11 is the hardest fight, which is fine, you know. But the hardest fight from Endwalker was P8, unquestionably, and I'm not even including ultimates. The hardest Savage fight was P8. P8 was insane. Difficulty-wise, I would put Endwalker Raids at like a solid 9. Dontrell's is at like a 7 in terms of difficulty. Like, but again, like, that's not even to say that like you know, the credibility of the player base has not also gotten better with time. But the thing is, like it is deliberate that like certain functionalities of Raid in this game has been like severely like brought down in order to appeal to people to content more. Shadowbringers I would put at like an 8. Dontrell's is at a 7 and Endwalker's is at a 9 of difficulty. Now if we include ultimates, then that changes everything, right? Because like for ultimates, like DSR and top are like literally like 11 and 10, right? Difficulty wise, 11 like top is still to this day an 11. DSR is still to this day a 10. You know.
Hello there.
K-Farm, thank you for the follow-up. How's it going today? Now if we're talking about like Dontrell ultimates, Fru is a 6 in terms of difficulty. Fru is a 6, which is like so wild. And the reason why it's wild is because, like, to specify, Fru was advertised to be at the difficulty that is like closer to that of DSR. And DSR being a 10, you think like, oh snap, like Fru's gonna be insane, but like Fru didn't even like tickle compared to DSR, which I think is like it's kind of a tough pill to swallow, basically. Now again, you still have to respect and treat Fru respectfully, because Fru is still an ultimate, right? Fru is still an ultimate, and despite it being an ultimate, that doesn't mean that the fight's like easy. The fight is just not hard. DSR is hard. That fight is hard. But Fru is just not hard. Right? So that's the real problem that I would rage into. So now if we go back to Shadowbringers, like Shadowbringers T was like a solid, like T is like almost like a, you know, before the whole like relic situation, like T was like almost like an 8. T was like pretty challenging. The actual application of going through doing the the ultimate in Party Finder, especially for the first few phases, was like a lot to ask for. Like asking people to actively do mechanics in T was like a lot, actually. You know. But again, the same thing too is like the job design also, you know, got more streamlined. So yeah, too many robots cycling through. Also FOF at the beginning instead of FFXIV. Yeah, exactly. Fru would have easily jumped from a 6 to an 8 if FOF was in the middle, 100%, unquestionably. And also, if there weren't so many sims, Fru could be at an 8 as well. 8.5 even. Like Fru could be hard if there are 3 easy changes that they could have added to Fru and immediately turn that fight into a 9. FOF should have appeared later on, and also Fatebreaker should have had 4 elements instead of 2. And what else is there? And the actual like processing of like is it CT? CT could have also been like a lot more intense too. So even phase 3. Also, there should have been a phase 6, right? The usual like ranting of my functionality mentality thing. Yeah. So remember the was on robots and full random? Yeah, 100%. The yellow Y factor coming into position for the content functionality of that phase is way too brain dead. It requires no effort at all to do. Yeah, it requires no effort to do phase 3 because literally phase 3 is you only deal with one traffic cone. Imagine you had to go across places to go put the traffic cone in like the rewind and stuff in other places. Brother, like UR would be insane. So 100%. So yeah. And look, that was just like I wonder how quickly I can get to M1 to 11. With now that you can acquire most of your bits through like dungeon gear, I mean, hell, you can just bring dungeon gear and like you'll be fine. You can just bring dungeon gear. Like go to the dungeon, farm the dungeon, go get like every single piece of gear for the job you want, regardless of what stats it has. Yo, guess what? You can clear through. Even if you're going like a healer, if anything is like piety, determination, piety, spell speed, yo, you can bring that and you can clear through. Unfortunately, you know what I mean? So yeah. Now again, there are people that are still out there that are progging through, that are trying to go and clear through, and you know, don't let my want of the difficulty to be harder like a low blow to their inability to like clear the fight or like prog it, whatever. Like clearing any ultimate, even like Uwu, is still like a momentous achievement. You should feel really good that you can clear Uwu. However, though, like people will go out of their way to deliberately tell you that like Uwu is not even an ultimate, right? Which like really sucks. So do you think that they'll ever introduce level content above an ultimate? You know what's crazy? I asked that question at FanFest, didn't get selected, but I don't think that they will, but I really hope that they do, because I think that here's what I will say too: the design timing, the time that it takes to make an ultimate is long. So if they even try to create like a super ultimate in order to compensate for like the functional difficulty thing, but like also like require it to be released in like a time window thing, it's just not going to happen without them making, like, they're going to only be able to make one, and we're only going to get one like per expansion, or maybe even every other expansion. But also the value of ultimates should not be lesser as a result of that content jump, right? How would it work though? Substituting the reses? Well, yeah. So basically, there's like it'd be easy actually. So here's the current functionality that ultimates have right now. Ultimates have a lot of rules that they have to follow because of the way how they want to design it. So first and foremost, rule number 1: ultimates can't be longer than 20 minutes from prog to clear, right? The only rule that technically broke this on a technicality was DSR. DSR is a 22-minute fight, but like checkpoint exists for phase 1, right? So we don't count that, right? But like clearing DSR from start to finish, it's like very just shy, like above 20 minutes. Now they overdid it by doing that, right? But the problem though is that like they literally created the best ultimate. So otherwise, most ultimates are like 18 and change, right? So first and foremost, like they got to break the threshold of letting ultimates only have a cap timer of 20 minutes. Automatically, that jumps any ultimate to like a 9, because most of the content that we're getting is designed to be within like a 20-minute threshold. I think that threshold should absolutely just get broken. Break that cycle entirely. Like 100%. There's no reason for ultimates to only be 20 minutes. Straight up. Second thing is, yeah, like resing. Resing is going to be the #1 issue that every single party will run into. Because a lot of the ultimates right now, you can simply just res somebody at the right time and bypass the DPS check and clear the content, and it's still not like an issue, right? But like that rule also doesn't apply to every single ultimate. There are certain ultimates that like even in Fru, like in Fru mechanically, like you can't die. But Fru's mechanical functionality is so rigid that like it's basically like there's literally only one way to do the mechanic. So once you let the repetition kind of like follow suit, you don't really pay attention to anything except for just whatever you gotta do. If Fru was less rigid, during the mechanics where its rigidity is too strict, that fight would be much more challenging. And like the only place where the rigidity kind of gets like loosened up a little bit is like during like phases like 1, 3. Yeah, 1, 3. Like straight up. So I've been playing around for 7-ish months, and I've finished the current Savage tier and Uwu, but I have zero clue what the next step up in difficulty of going into something to tackle. The simple answer is this: if you cleared the current Savage tier and you cleared Uwu, like all you can really do for right now is just go do the next ultimate that you want to go do. Like difficulty wise, here's how I personally see it: you have to clear 4 ultimates before you go do DSR. You got to go clear Uwu, T, Yukop, Fru, and then you can go do DSR, and then you go do top. Now, do you have to do it that way? Like, of course not. You can literally go do top first and say F and you don't care. Like, of course you can. But like, should you? It's up to you. You know. DMU, I don't even have any clue how DMU will be like difficulty-wise. I haven't got a clue at all. If DMU is as difficult as DSR or top, amazing. If it's easier than Fru, yo, it is what it is. Do I like that concept though? Like, no, of course not. But I mean, I don't. Dawntrail's current philosophy for designing content right now is specifically under the precipice that it's only designed to create chaos and fun that kind of builds you yearning to do the content on like a frequent basis. And the problem is with this, they've succeeded in doing that with certain content and they have failed with others. So it's kind of hard to understand exactly what you're going to be expecting to see for certain pieces of content like DMU versus the Criterion Dungeon, etc. Right? The formula for a lot of content has changed immensely. So like, again, you're not going to have like an immediate formula on how certain content should be designed or established, because they themselves also have taken the pattern or the formula and they have changed it. So now, do I like that? I mean, I don't mind it for certain pieces of content, but there are other pieces of content where I'm like, the formula is perfect, don't change it and you'll break it, otherwise you'll break it, and guess what, they broke it. You know what I mean? But again, like the whole concept is that the content is designed specifically to appeal to the populace in a way that lets them find the intriguement to like doing the content. You're supposed to be able to generate player bases to actually do your content. That's the whole problem that the game has right now. There is a very, very massive, wide ocean of content you can do in this game, but they only let you tap up like the surface, right? And that's unfortunate because like people would love to find a reason to go back and go do the old raids, but a lot of people who are like, you know, old heads and unks like me, like, you know, they believe that, oh, if you weren't there when it was out on content, then like you're not going to ever get the full experience of the game and how it should be designed. Well, the problem is that like the content should be modified in a way that actually allows players to be able to experience it as how it once was. You know what I mean? But like none of the content does that, because you can unsync everything, or you can like do content and then all of a sudden you can just kind of like acquire like the whatever. So like for me personally, like Yukop and Uwu and T are the 3 ultimates that everyone is like, oh, you can just kind of tap into these and it's easy, whatever. But the unfortunate truth is that like nah, bruh. Yukop Uwu T. Yo, we got wings. Yukop Uwu T are just too easy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you. Like Yukop Uwu T should all be upgraded and updated to basically be as difficult as DSR top completely. But they're not, right? Now because Yukop was the first ultimate, it should be the same difficulty as DSR. Because Uwu was second, it should be as hard as top. T was the first ultimate Shadowbringers, it should be as hard as DSR. Like kind of virtual repeat, I mean. So stop at 30? Okay. But like that's not how that works, right? Do you know what the left platform is by seeing what is on the right? Yes, you can technically, yeah. You can, because the platform that you can stand on is the color that you have. You can only see the other two colors. So if you look at the right platform, like if the platform we're standing on is like green, and I see blue, but we're going to be the other one, then I know that it's yellow. So I don't even pay attention to the thing. I don't pay attention to the other side. I check it just to kind of like make sure I'm not going crazy, but yeah. Like if you're standing on one color and you see the other color, the third color is obvious, right? So that's kind of how, yeah, you process it eliminate, exactly. Which is a thing that I would be okay with them just kind of being like, yo, you have to go look at the thing. Because maybe there's a fourth one, and you might not know which one it is. You should actively turn the camera, figure out which one it is, and be like, okay, cool, it's this one, and then you gotta adjust it as it is. But again, like, this is the current problem with the game's design philosophy. You only have this choice or that choice, not this, or that. If you had those four options, yo, that shit would be stressful. But like, that's kind of sort of what we need, you know. So, yeah. People told me Uwu was free and Titan slammed my shit for like a week straight. Yo, but you know why though, right? It's not because like Titan's the hardest phase in Uwu, which is crazy. Like Titan is the hardest phase in all of Uwu, and then the second hardest mechanic in all of Uwu is plumes. The third hardest is suppression. Like, and the reason why Titan is the hardest phase is because like people can't mechanically do the thing without the little funny melon, right? Like that's what's really unfortunate. If people were able to actually do Titan without using the freaking melon, then like the fight would be really fun. But like it's not, because people just like wait on the number to go over their heads to be like, boom, you go here, they're there. You know, that's why people just wait so eagerly for the People are like, oh yeah, like I can't do Uwu until the funny thing comes out, and then I'll do it, and then like it is what it is. That being said though, Uwu isn't even the easiest ultimate. It's T. T's the easiest ultimate, because like once you get past the first two phases, you don't do anything. You know? Now again, does that mean that T is a worthless ultimate and you shouldn't go try and clear it? Like no, because like T is one of the best ultimates design-wise ever, but it has a small caveat of like not having the variance to keep you on your toes the entire time. Like, well, after phase 2, right? Phase 3 and phase 4 is just like, okay, cool, like just make sure you pay very close attention, safety game it. DPS check is insignificant, so you kind of like don't give a crap, right? This is exactly the thing that needs to be changed. Even if people have cleared the ultimate a billion times, they should absolutely like counteract all the billion of those clears and make the content harder. And really give those people the credibility of, okay, cool, like you know T, right? But like, how well do you really know T if we actually fix it and add all these other checks and balances to actually give the content the power difficulty that it deserves? If you can't clear T after clearing it 1,000 times, after we've updated to patch it, then that means that like you can't clear T. You know what I mean? Which like again only plays like an ode to the faith people's like desire to actually prove that they can actually do ultimates. Because like yo, people, you know that there's a person out there in Europe who's cleared fucking Uwu 2,000 times. Like brother, what the fuck are you doing? You know how disgusting it is to have to clear Uwu 2,000 times, almost 2,500 times. That is disgusting, dog. And for what? Like for clout, brother? That shit is so like asinine. Living his best life. I mean, he might as well be, but like at the same time, it's kind of like, yo, get like find like another thing to do. But that same person who's cleared Uwu 2,000 times probably hasn't cleared top like more than once. I don't know the answer to that for sure, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, brother, that shit is crazy actually. So, they kind of do that a bit with Unreals, I guess, for old extreme files. Yeah. I mean, like, I think the Unreal thing is incredible, but I think that the problem with Unreal content is that like it's only limited right now to trials. That formula has got to be updated to include everything. There should be dungeons, there should be alliance raids, there should be raids, there should be fucking like Criterion, or even what the fuck are you doing here, dog? There is a metric F-ton of content that should come out that should literally use the Unreal system. The Unreal system is absolutely phenomenal. You do a thing on a weekly basis, you get rewarded for it, you can amass a lot of currency for it, you can train it, you can trade it off for fun stuff and cool stuff. If you already have it, you can make money out of it. You know, there's so much that the Unreal system has that's like incredible. Unreal Chaotic could exist and it could be godlike, especially because now you can do it in sync. You know what I mean? Imagine Ultimate, but like an Unreal version of it. See, so people are talking about that too. People are like, would you do an Unreal Ultimate? And I think the problem that I have with Unreal Ultimates is that like I think that they could be cool. Like I don't have a problem with Unreal Ultimates. I just wonder if like. Because the thing is, like, Yoshi P is very strict about how he feels about the content being done and made. Okay, like, for example, we covered an article about this. I don't think it's out yet, though, but I'll cover it later. But essentially, he was like, oh, I wanted the expansion title to be called Absolute Zero instead of Evercold. He didn't like the name Evercold. He liked Absolute Zero because it breaks the compound world formula of how they make the expansion names over. There's a lot of ideas that Yoshi P has absolutely been like, yo, I want this in the game. And then people are like, okay, but, like, this is not a good idea. And then he's like, well, I don't care. You know what I mean? So some things just don't get put through the pipeline because like they're trying to take into consideration certain player bases when it comes to actually making some of that stuff, which I do think is like a huge pain because sometimes like some of the best ideas are done on accident. Now I'm not saying that Evercold, the name is like a bad idea or like a good idea. I'm just saying like certain things that we've gotten have been accidents and then they don't touch it and then it ends up being the best shit ever. Prime example, Chaotic Alliance Raid. Chaotic Alliance Raid is the best content in this entire expansion and literally it was a mistake. Which is nuts. So anyways, I'd be cool with an Ultimate Unreal. I just think that like the reward for it has to be worthwhile for that. Just like a you know, the reward for an Ultimate Unreal has to be insanely good. So, also, does anyone know if P1 of Unreal is only 3 tank busters? It's more than 3, but like you shouldn't see more than 3 because again, Unreal Shinryu, like that boss dies too quickly in comparison to how it used to be back then. That fight, yo, Shinryu is like 17 minutes or some crazy shit. Yo, Shinryu is fucking long for a trial. You don't even deal with the mechanics in the same caliber as you thought that you would. That fight is long. And somehow you don't like. There's a part where Shinryu like flies over the arena and then does like a cone thing and then there's like a more mechanics, more different directional. You don't even see it. Like you don't even see it. Like it's crazy actually. I've also seen a bunch of stuff, a lot of good things are happening, but I wonder how with more budget we'll see. Yeah, same. I think that's one of the biggest wins that we have to carry into concept. The fact that it's been confirmed by the president that we're going to be getting an increasing budget for the game's ability to like perform, and not to mention, despite the fact that it's like a problem, because I don't agree with it entirely, but like Square Enix is also trying to figure out a way to use generative AI. Generative AI is fucking trash, but it is a company decision that they're trying to fixate on the concept functionality, but Yoshi P has also gone on record to say that they're never using that shit when they make content, right? Which is cool. So the question is, how do they actually continue to commit to making good ideas without like using AI? Even though AI can help certain processes a lot better in a lot of ways, but again, like it's really hard to acclimate the functionality of AI without having it be like a huge problem. You know what I mean? Because I think the AI, generative AI can suck my ass, but like I forget what the other one's called. I think it's called imagery AI, but There's a basic form of AI that's designed to not necessarily just recreate what you have already like established or make something brand new for you, but it will help polish all of the issues and grievances you might encounter, like, you know, in terms of like let's say you design Sessiion, right? And then like there's a bunch of pixelation in a bunch of places, and you got to go real into the code to kind of like find it. But that's mad effort because you got to go find it. You can just be like, yo, AI, can you find the spots that this exists, and then just fix it? And they'll be like, yeah, sure. And then they don't mess with your original image. A lot of generative AI is what's currently like just slopping all over the place that you can utilize it to like, you know that whole like Will Smith eating spaghetti thing. That's generative AI. You put a prompt in and be like, hey, make a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti, and it just creates the image of it, right? So it looks like shit, and it's not like a real thing that occurred, but you can kind of give it the ability to like do the thing. You know what I mean? So generative AI is fucking trash, and unfortunately, that's what Square Enix is using. Like Square Enix is using generative AI. So a lot of companies are forcing this to use AI to go faster too. Yeah, because the thing is, like, it does it, like AI is just a new specific form of Google. Like I said, like AI is not good when you're using it to cheat the system in order to create something from scratch. Like people are using people using AI to just create companies that also create AI. Like one of my old coworkers he owns an AI company. And he basically used AI to help him make an AI company. Like what? So yeah, so he literally was like, "Yo, Copilot, can you make a new AI bot for me that like lets me, just make a new form of AI that specializes like on this thing?" It's crazy actually. And then like, yo, no bullshit. That shit was like, yeah, sure. And then he literally has a company now, and it's AI that makes AI. Like it's crazy. So. But the thing is that like that's the wave right now. The future is literally everything AI. You're required. I had to learn how to use AI in my old job. I never used AI like a day in my life until I started working at that company. And then even them too, they were like, yeah, you have to use it to really answer. But like the way how they use AI made sense though. You can just if you took a question, like you can just ask the question and be like, hey, like how does this work? This whatever. But the thing about AI is that like you can use it to. Because like basically you just Google it. Instead of Googling it, you just ask AI. But like if AI doesn't have access to like your company's like infrastructure or content, right? Like if you have like articles and databases, you can't ask Google to search your databases on how to do stuff. You have to ask AI because it has the specific capacity to look inside of your database to figure out like how to do anything. That's why like Copilot doesn't seem so scary or dangerous when you find out like its only intention is specifically to hello? Okay. Copilot's sole function of design is to help you look inside of whatever's on your screen actively to figure out how to do literally anything. Yeah, like AI is just faster at doing stuff than you are, which is fine. Like AI is literally designed to be faster than human anything, and that's a good thing. You just have to be able to tell yourself that you're not going to use it with ill intent, right? The problem though is that it's way too easy to use it with ill intent. It's way too easy. You can make art with AI and take credibility for it in a matter of minutes, where commissions used to take like, commissions would take hours to days. But now you can make commission art in like seconds. Like that shit sucks. You know what I mean? So, and then you feel bad for people who are artists because they want to create like their own typical style, but the thing is like it's really easy to take other famous pieces of work that exist out there, or famous artists who have been around for eons, and then just literally be like, hey, make the art look exactly like this guy's thing because you just fucking can, and then guess what? It just does it. So it replacing creativity is the problem, right? That's like the biggest problem. It has the capacity to replace creativity. So people are taking advantage of the concept that you can speed up creativity by just putting a prompt in the internet. And this is one of the biggest issues that people will find out is because again, like everyone's objective is simple, right? Your simple answer is to figure out how to make a quick dollar, make a dollar, profit, cash, whatever. Um, which like yo, I get that because you know no one wants to be living in poverty. Everyone wants to be able to be like rich and successful. And like guess what? Most of the people that are out there making their cash flow right now are simply just. You want to know the easiest way to make a quick dollar is to get lucky. You get lucky, use AI, make art, post it on the internet, and then let it just profit. And you'd be surprised how quickly that shit will just profit. Does that shit suck? Yes. However, though, will you be broke? No. But it's all about integrity. Yeah. So. Corporate greed is just too annoying, unfortunately. So yeah. Oh, for the Buster thing, I usually have seen people do invuln share, basically. I've seen that for the most part. So, I mean, I think if you talk to the person, like it's like whatever. So, yeah. But like yeah, art's not the same. You know, using art to do stuff is like not sustainable. But like sometimes you don't really got to do it, you know, you got to do it just enough that you can survive the process to kind of like whatever it, you know what I mean? And again, like that shit sucks because I mean, if I was able to specifically use AI to like get a big house and then retire forever, but then use the rest of my money for good, yo, I would literally do it in a heartbeat. Because, you know, being unemployed, being, you know, having only like a couple of dollars to your name and like in the bank pocket is like, yo, that's hard, bro. No one wants to live like this. But also the thing is like, you know what show like kind of reminds me about how bad it is, but it also could be used for good because like you're kind of like you're like double agenting the system is freaking The Blacklist. You ever watch The Blacklist? The Blacklist is basically like a crime show where the number one most FBI person in the world is basically helping the FBI take down other like people that are secretly on like a list of the criminals that exist out there. But some of the criminals that are out there are criminals because what they're doing is illegal to the system's foundation, but they use their stuff to help people. Like there's this one episode that I watched where um a scientist was basically like subjugated for malpractice, but that person was trying to find a cure for something because their child like died to a disease. So they figured out how to actually like like make a disease like a cure for it, but they had to use like humans to test subject it, and like they deliberately got people sick, and it was against like the what's it called, like the health code basically. Like it violated the health code, but it eventually was a cure, but because like it was a cure they had to kill the person because like that cure couldn't go out there because guess what, you can profit from actually coming up with medicine that people have to serve to like you know buy to like survive you know diseases and whatever. So but again like yo you cheat the system however you can in order to make like cash. So the world is also becoming more expensive and also everyone's becoming more greedy. That's why now the most important thing that you can do is to do whatever you can in order to just profit, right? But you have to deliberately find it within your mind to like to not think or care about like integrity and just simply like take that shit for yourself. But again like no one, not no one, but a lot of people just don't want to do that unfortunately, right? So yeah. uh yeah, and I get that because unfortunately like I literally got let go because my company was losing money and also they were like deliberately letting AI just handle all their processing, which sucks because I was better than my other coworker. Like my work ethic was better than my coworkers, but they let me go because I was simply just like the newer hire, not because like I was better or worse. Because all my coworkers after I got let go, they were like, "Oh, like we're so sorry that you got fired," but also like it's crazy because you literally were like catching up to being like the top performer and they only let you go because like you were new, not because like you were bad at your job. And I was like, yo, I get it. That's the problem. um so yeah, like I said, like life sucks, bro. Life sucks for like a lot of reasons. It would be helpful to not deal with that procedure, but alas we. Anyways, yo, we got wings. Now we gotta like get more wings. And I got another character. So yo, Fru, I'm wings farming, so not technically. Do I even know how to like do some of these fights? God, this fight is so boring. See, okay. I'm gonna hit you with an old crash out session, okay? Old me would have been like, who the fuck is that guy? You know what I mean? Because like fight's boring because he's unsticking it for like wings farming. And in my mind, I'm like, yo, you need to be. It doesn't even matter if you're like top 10, top 20, top 5, Raider, whatever. You have to be number 1 for you to make that comment. And I don't even care whether he's cleared every ultimate, if he's pink parser, gray parser, whatever. Saying that shit is whack. This is exactly like, this is whack to see. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Old me would have been like, yo, fuck that guy. But now, I'm just like, for Roses It Made So Good. Yo, Recollection is an incredible trial. The what's the word? The mechanical idea that is centered on Recollection is genius. It's just genius. The fact that the tile touching another tile with the pattern extends the damage output of the functionality of the content for mechanics is big brain. That shit is so fire. Recollection is one of the best trials, period. Only solely off of the mechanical, like blah blah blah. The tiles are genius. The rest is boring. Yeah, but the whole premise is the tiles, right? The rest being boring is not because the actual fight is boring. It's because trials are specifically designed to be played by the casual player base. It's not designed for the hardcore raiders. Like, they could have easily made Recollection a fuck you hard fight, but they didn't because like people would bitch and moan because the wings are too cool. You know what I mean? The wings should have been, again, the trials need to be hard. Trials being not hard is whack as hell. So that's why Shadowbringers was so good, because like Shadowbringers content was fire because like the trials were mad fucking long and it didn't matter how difficult the raids were or not. Like the trials were hard because the fucking fight was long. And even like the trials back then for Shadowbringers were so fire. Their only problem is that for trials they're long. A trial's not a trial. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. All the Shadowbringers trials that involve weapons are all like Savage raids, but they're just not. So, bless. You know. Cinder Drift is also like a godlike trial. Emerald Weapon is one of the best trials also, even though that fight doesn't do like anything crazy except for punish you for fucking up. Diamond Weapon is one of the best trials ever, just because solely because of the arena. Like I kid you not. The only reason that Diamond Weapon ends up being like in a top level contender for a trial thing is because the arena is so effing godlike. The only problem with Diamond Weapon is that fight is not hard or punishing enough, simply put. It could have been. It should have been. But alas. Weapon Special 6? Yeah, dude. I mean, but again, like every single trial since Stormblood has always been like teetering towards the idea of being like difficult, but then it has to dial back because it turns out that like the majority of the player base that does like content within Enrage is just trials. And the reason why is because each trial gives you a mount and a weapon and a barding. And that's enough for players to be like, oh my god, like I gotta go farm this. You know what I mean? So that is literally it. And that's really unfortunate. If all of the Savage fights dropped a barding or a mount or a weapon, then everyone would be farming fights solely off of the design of each weapon or mount or farm or whatever. But only the fourth fight does. And the problem is that the fourth fight is too hard because a lot of people have a hard time doing that content, which is unfortunate. Because people are still suffering to do P12. P12 requires you to get the whatchamacallit, you know what I mean? P12 you need to do the you should do the the first two the fights in order to get the freaking axolotl. People are still pissed that they can't get the axolotl mod because the fight's too hard. Yo, you had to wait an entire expansion to do it, and you still can't do it. So guess what? They gotta wait until another expansion just to go axolotl farm. That shit is crazy. And you can't even solo it. All the complainers that were mad about not being able to clear P12, because you know, like once the expansion's old, then like you should be able to easily go do the fight, right? But you can't because like you literally can't. Fight's just too hard. P12 is too hard for anybody to just walk into and then like not just go there and mount farm. Even P8 was like that too, and P8 is still kind of low key like that. So, but P8 has definitely gotten like a hair easier, which is cool, I guess. But you know, I'm looking forward to just when we can kind of see how the difficulty comes into place with the content. I mean, I don't really mind if Evercold's content gets a little bit easier, because I think that the job thing is going to be like the problem. I think the job thing is going to fuck up so many people, and it's not even like a discussion. And I don't think that people are ready for that shit at all, which really sucks. Oh, I offered a solo heal this, not the solo tank this. I can solo tank it, but I need to know. I mean, that's too much everything. Obama would definitely change things up. Yeah, I'm telling you now, a lot of people are going to be so mad. A lot of people are going to be so mad when Evercold is too hard because the job stuff is too. The reason why Viper got reworked was because the job was too fast. Too fast. And that's not even what that was either. The problem with Viper back then was that the freaking job wasn't like a 2-minute job. It was a 40-second job that had a 2-minute button. And they had to rework it and turn it into a 60-second job, and then they fix it. You know? Yeah. Every single job is gonna end, or every single freaking web page is gonna be, every single job is getting a brand new opener and burst window, and literally the biggest challenge for all that is being able to compensate like how the job will function amongst other jobs, if that's even like a thing. Because I'm not even under the impression. Yeah, I don't even think that there's gonna be a burst window. People think that the single player gaming job rotation thing is going to become like an issue because you don't have to work around other people's job functionalities to do content. Now to some small degree, I can understand that. Like, I do think that it could be a problem that like no job synergy is necessary to content, whatever. Like I could see that being a problem. Like, for example, like Scholar's the best healer in the game because its buff is the best in the game. And you can just take that out, and all of a sudden Scholar's trash for one reason or another, right? Dragoon is so valuable because Battle Litany is a crit up, right? Bard is so valuable because like the songs buff up. Dancer is so valuable because it picks one person and says here's a permanent 10% increase, right? If you take away all those things, you know, like, yeah, DPS is only a you problem. If you can't do your job correctly with your button functionality, then you are the problem. You can't, because like right now, by small technicality, you can, unfortunately, you can blame other players for your damage not being good, and that feeling is a huge L, you know. And also, depending on what job you play, also you can get mad at other players for playing certain freaking roles. Hi Tony, what's going on, homie? How you doing? Dude, being like a black mage and being paired with a Viper, Samurai, and a Machinist is horrendous. Like, that feeling is terrible. You know what I mean? How about you? I'm doing good. We're chilling. I'm doing some mount farming. People listen to me yap. I can't complain. You know what I mean? But like, yeah. Unfortunately, though, it's like a real true though. So I wonder what that means. Things having like two dancers no longer manage at all. Potentially. I mean, like the real truth of the matter now is like It'll simply just depend on if because right now the only reason why you have a caster or a fizz range is solely because of the party bonus, right? If the party bonus becomes like a requirement, then it makes sense. I think that the party bonus needs to stay, but also I would change how it functions even right now. But the problem with the party bonus thing is that you're required to bring a fizz range and a caster. Back in the day, that didn't exist. Like bringing 2 fizz range was actually like a good thing, because I mean, because like back then, like you know, machinist was like the strongest job in the game for like a fizz range, right? So yeah, I don't think that, yeah, so synergy job actions are gone, right? That's what they said. Synergy job actions are gone. That the implication of the photo as they presented it implies that that means 2 minutes. 2 minutes apparently are no longer a thing. That does not indicate that jobs don't have their own buffs though. Like Dragoon has its own buffs, like but its buffs are not indicative of any other power. You don't need a bard or a scholar or a dancer or any job for that matter to be like your buffer. So like, at least what I'm under the impression of right now, like it does not matter what jobs you're paired up with. Right now, unfortunately, like it matters, right? Unless you have people that are like, I don't give a crap. But having like a machinist is not good. Having a black mage technically is not good. Even like a red mage isn't good. Right? All these variant like jobs that you want to be able to play just are not good, because like they may bring the power, but what they don't bring is the they don't bring the buff. Or certain jobs bring the buff, but they don't bring the power. Certain jobs bring like don't bring either. They don't bring power or anything for that matter. That feeling is ass, right? So like I think that sucks. So yeah. Makes me wonder, yeah, so I don't know. I think that the duplication thing only will matter for like supports. Having the same 2 tanks is not smart. But also the thing is like you know, at least for right now, like I'm not really under the impression that you can't still run the content with 2 off tanks, because like right, like main tank and then the main tanks are paladin and then the new tank, and that's literally it. I'm not under the impression that you know, that you whatchamacallit, I can just park here. So like I would like it if you can specifically have, you know, a gunbreaker play main tank with a Dark Knight off tank as you can right now, even though they're both classified as an off tank, right? I think that should be applied. The only differentiation is that like certain jobs don't, like certain buttons that you may have to adjust to using as a as like a main tank will just be different. So that's what I'm thinking of, at least right now. Like for example, like right now like Paladin, if you do like your Celtron at the right time, you can get like a parry, right? For example. Like like respectfully, right? Like Kiwi's a Paladin who plays off tank. Like she's not gonna switch to playing main tank just because Paladin is classified as a main tank. I mean, I don't think so. But also, I don't think that she should. I think that if she wants to still play Paladin off tank, she should absolutely have that freedom to do so, right? Because the problem is that like regardless of how they kind of allocate it, you have to learn how to play any role how you possibly would want to without having to specifically rely on like the idea of it being only playable by one functionality, basically. So like you're not going to want to be able to specifically be tied down to playing a certain job in a certain kind of way. That would be so bad for the game, actually. Because we already have that problem with healer. Healers, you're required to have a pure healer and a shield healer. You can have 2 shields, but you can't have 2 pure. You know, you're a bottom tank. True. I mean, if I wasn't able to play Gunbreaker main tank, like I'd be bummed out about it. But then like it's not the biggest problem because like I would still be, you know, I would still play what can I call it? You know what I mean? I would just play whatever. I would just play whichever tank feels good. I mean, Paladin could be the new main. You know, like you never know actually. Paladin can very much easily be the new main. I don't have a problem with Paladin and the new tank being the new tank. I mean, I hope that the new tank weapon is cool so I can actually like enjoy the weapon. I really hope that the weapon is cool. If the weapon is not cool, then, you know, if I don't like the weapon, I'll be like slightly bummed out by it. But then that just means that I'm gonna end up playing. I'll either play Reborn Paladin or I'll just play, or sorry, Reborn Gunbreaker, or I'll just play freaking, you know, Evolved Paladin or some shit. Where the fuck are y'all going? Okay. Anyways. I think specifically, maybe other utility like this could have some similar experience as a book. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that's just the most logical thing that they can do. At least in my mind for right now, like, what they're gonna have to end up doing is letting it be so that, like, what the? You're gonna have to specifically like. Now here's what I'm hoping that they do. Actually, I actually do hope that this is the true case scenario because it would make me very happy. What I would like for them to do is to actually just reduce which jobs offer like a buff. I think that Dancer's entire functionality being solely the fact that it can buff, like it can buff jobs, I think that's actually fire. I like that concept like a lot, but I think that if you only had one job that had the job of buffing, the value of that job goes up dramatically, which I think is cool. I actually think that's totally cool. I don't have a problem at all with the I don't have a problem with Dancer with still like a buff job. I just think that if Dancer's gonna be a buff job, its value as a buff job needs to be like dramatic by comparison to Bard, Machinist, or whatever the new Fizz range is. If it does that, then yo, that's godlike. I'll be heavily, I'll be hella happy that like you know, I'll be hella happy that like Dancer's valuable because it's the only Fizz range that has like a buff, not for any other reason at all. You know what I mean? But yeah, if Paladin's in Evolve mode, it has to be MT. If Paladin's in the Reborn, I think it should be because to go into OT. I mean, I think that the MT OT thing has nothing to do with actually being MT or OT. I think it has everything to do with just what kind of buttons you get for like the, like for example, simply put, for example, Paladin and the new tank have parries. That's it. That's all that they have. Main tank, you have a parry. Off tank, you get something else. That's not a parry. That's the only allocation that I can possibly put into perspective. Like, you can still absolutely play Gunbreaker or Dark Knight or Warrior main tank and play Paladin and new tank off tank. You absolutely can. But if, and this is my hope, if the damage output requirement to do the new content going into Evercold requires Paladins to actually know how to use their parries, that means that even if you're an off tank, you need to actually know how to use your button for, you need to know how to use like intervention in order to acquire the parry, because it is a requirement for your damage output. If tanks actively, if Paladin players don't actively use their parries under any circumstances whatsoever, that is a them problem, and they will be called out for it because they're incapable of doing the content. while not actually knowing how to parry, right? I think that's the only real concept that comes into play with it personally. Which, you know, again, we shall see. But I don't, you know, actually cool. They only clarified the main tank off tank thing by a small factor. They said that main tanks have the ability to parry abilities, which they demonstrated with Paladin, and that off tanks have a lot of abilities that will decrease the damage output of enemy targets. So basically, and the problem with that is that Paladin still has reprisal. Paladin has reprisal, but in my mind, Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, for example, have other types of reprisals that are going to be like useful in terms of like their ability to actually reduce the damage of the target. So that almost means in my mind, and this is what I noticed, Bard and Dragoon in the Evolve demonstration didn't have, I don't think they didn't have Feint or Tactician. So that means that like you have to actually, like if you're a DPS, your job is not to help mitigate, it is just to DPS. That means that Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, and Warriors, their functionality is to basically have the Feint and the Addle that other tank or other support jobs like used to have. Which if they do that, that's actually fire, because that means that like the responsibility of you being able to content is much more important now than it has ever been before with being like a tank. Your like natural responsibility of being a tank player has become like super critical, which I would also wager that like a lot of tank players will be happy about, because everyone's like, yo, tank is boring, right? So because that's it. Yes, I don't know. The mixture of like Reborn and Evolve players is still going to be literally like, it's going to be completely random, even though they're kind of like leaning at players to be like, hey, Evolve mode does a little bit more damage than Reborn, does not mean that people are going to just be, the whole like Reborn only thing I do think will seep into the thing, which is stupid. But I think that even still though, like it's not going to be that big of a deal. A lot of people are still going to be playing freaking Reborn jobs, right? So yeah. So if I say this thing can be only on T when LC things, yeah, I mean the flexibility has to be there. There has to be flexibility. If there was zero flexibility, and they even like cause it like to be like a forced restriction, that would be very bad. Even I would be very unhappy with that conceptually. I would be very pissed if I couldn't play Gunbreaker main tank. I would be very pissed. Not even because that's my current role now, you know. To force that away from me, because like, you know, would be really like a really big bummer. So yeah. The tanks that claim that main tank is damage better and all tanks can reduce any damage including more. Yeah, I think that we'll get further. I think we'll get more of that going into the European keynote. I actually expect them to further emphasize that, because I also don't know what it means. I do need them to explain that shit. But there should absolutely be another dev panel later on. They have to actually explain other roles that we got as a result. But the dev panel thing, I just think that there wasn't enough time. Like, you know, they basically explained us to oh my god, what the hell was it? They explained Paladin, Dragoon, Bard, White Mage. Like, you know, we don't even know how that works with like caster or even shield healer or off tank, right? There's so many other jobs we still know nothing about. So that the explanation would be absolutely wonderful, for sure. So yeah. I assume off tank does a game where party negation abilities. I could actually answer this in like a potential theory. I do think that the timing on jobs. I do think that the timing for jobs is getting that is what's changing basically. So basically like because I noticed this during the dev panel. the like Divine Veil is currently like a 120 button, right? Like if you want to play if you want to use like Divine Veil right now, it's like 90 seconds. And in the dev panel demonstration, it was 2 minutes. Like for the AoE buttons that for the mitigation buttons that a main tank has access to is specifically 2 minutes. That automatically changes the formula in how you would be able to you know, how you would be able to do any mitigation content. Mitigation is completely different now if that comes into fruition, 100%. So, because like if you're gonna play a role like Paladin and your only mitigating buttons, both of them are just 2 minutes, that is going to be one of the most complicated changes to have to adjust to, that you're not going to be able to just put on like a mitigation sheet and like call it a day. Because that's the problem, right? Like a majority of the buttons that you press in ultimates are just 1-to-1, right? Like Veil equals Heart of Light and Missionary and Shake. All the 120 buttons are the same. All of the all of the 90-second mitigation buttons are the same. You press all the shorts, every single button is the same. Even the invuln, right? Even the invuln also are just like, you press all those buttons the same. Wait, why'd you switch over? I mean, that's a freaking choice. That was my switch, but I'm chilling. So yeah, my hope is that all that shit gets changed as a result. That'd be really cool, actually. So the off-tank jobs now probably more. I think that's neat. Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%. I think that, but also the cool thing is that like if your job is able to actually figure out how to like work around that concept, I do think that the main tank off tank thing will still be like kind of valuable in the process, where like having two off tanks could be very beneficial for prog, but having two main tanks could be helpful for damage. Now, do I think that they should do that? Like, I certainly hope not, because I still think that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight should be the strongest, hard-hitting tanks in the whole game, regardless if they're main tank or off tank. Like, you know what I mean? I would still fully commit to them being the hardest hitting tanks. But I think that the skill level for that will also change. That's why I feel like the whole like Paladin main tank thing, having a parry button, a good Paladin that knows how to parry will be much better than a bad Paladin that doesn't. But the skill gap is actually going to be present, which is very helpful. So being able to actually like let that functionality kind of serve its purpose is really good, because at least like you're going to weed out Paladin players that don't know what the fuck they're doing. Versus Paladin players that do. So anybody who's currently comfortable playing Paladin right now is going to be in for a wake-up call if they can't adjust to the way that the job is going to play come 8.0. Especially because Paladin has historically never wanted more than like a 2.5 GCD to be faster. The job is literally a 2 GCD job. Like Paladin already like hits faster than Samurai, Viper, and Ninja. Like, that job is fast. That job doesn't have the 2.5 GCD that it did beforehand. That job is 2 seconds. The only job that's currently faster than Evolved Paladin is freaking Monk. So, like, goddamn. That shit is crazy. So, yeah. Those. So. Now again, I don't want the I don't want them to, because okay, just from the kit as well, for the pure healer kit that we saw for White Mage gives me the impression that like you still have to play with a pure and a shield. But the problem with that is though we're not getting a new pure or a new shield. It's still going to be a 2-2 split. So that also tells me that like what is it? Like Sage and Scholar will still be fully playable in terms of content, and White Mage and Astro still can't. I really, really hope that's wrong, because I would love for Astro to have like the nocturnal diurnal thing. That way, that doesn't, that doesn't matter anymore. Because like I would love to actually see that come to life, basically. That'd make me so happy. Because like even Astro still got like the rigidity factor on how it's supposed to be able to content, basically. Like Astro only can be played as like a pure healer. I think that's actually like super whack. It having the freedom to play between being a pure versus like a shield, I thought was mad fire. So when it only became a pure healer, it made sense, because like it's like a 2-2 split. But with what they're doing with the Vault mode now, like like Astro's gotten a rework every single expansion since Heaven's Ward, and it's getting another one. Right, so you need good ping to play I'm assuming every job. White Mage's GCD is not 2 seconds, it's 3, by the way. Like, but the thing is, like, you can but White Mage's spells don't have a cast time for damage output anymore. Like, you don't have to actually like, you don't have to even like, you can run around the whole time and just DPS, and everyone looked at that for sure, and then was like, oh, White Mage is going to be mad easy because you can literally DPS the whole time because everything is instant cast for the DPS output. But like, they already validated that like that's not true. DPSing as a healer has, like, it literally just got even more important because you have to actually sit there the whole time and cast like your shit. You know what? That was understandable. I assume they also want to make the healers focus more on killing and yeah. The thing is that, like, okay, so like, they don't explicitly explain it, but what they did with White Mage just makes total sense. Okay, so right now with White Mage, you can use lilies in order to like get the blood lily. They literally, because even though the lilies are GCDs, they're instant cast, right? All that they did with lilies is turn it into a cast. You have to actually cast lilies now instead of it just being like instant cast. You can just press Rapture and then, like, boom, you use a lily and then you can get like the blood lily. All that they did was change it so that you just have to cast Cure in order to use like your lily. That's like literally it. So like, yeah, they didn't. Oh shit, I want to die. That's crazy, actually. So yeah, like, their emphasis is to actually encourage healers, or sorry, encourage White Mages to DPS while also being able to heal. Because like right now, one of the biggest problems of Dawntrail for healers specifically, only because it is what it is, which is currently fine, but again, whatever, is that like certain healers have to heal GCDs in order to like output, right? But like if you're a White Mage, pressing buttons like Cure 1 and Cure 2 and Regen or Cure 3 is bad. You're not supposed to press those buttons. Like, you're literally not supposed to. You have to, like, for GCD healing as a White Mage specifically, the only button that you can press during uptime is only Rapture. That's what a good healer would know what to do. You have to only rely on your heals to be Rapture. Everything else you have has to be done via OGCDs. Yeah. So that's the biggest problem that every single healer has had since conception. Well, no, specifically white mage, but like scholar sage, you have to because like your shields are tied to it, which makes sense, right? Like in order for you to use like recitation, you know, Eucrasian prognosis, like you have to cast it in order to shield and keep people alive. White mages, however, don't get rewarded for sitting there casting Cure 2 or Cure 3 or what. Like the only GCD heal you get rewarded for is only using Rapture. But that's bad. So like they took out Rapture and force you to use like your actual I mean Rapture is still in there, but like you have, you know, you get a benefit now for using like your high cure and like your medica in order to get damage up. So that's a great change. It encourages you to actually GCD heal and focus more on that as like a thing, but you're not losing DPS as a result. So what they're doing with that is also like very, very big brain. So yeah, I don't know why this is shield healers they never showed us. Well, yeah. So like whatever they have planned up for shield healers, like we won't know until we actually see it come into place. But like Astro doesn't have that problem, right? Like Astro does less damage technically than like a white mage because all of Astro's healing can just be done with OGCDs. You don't have to use GCDs in order to keep the party alive. Astro has so many OGCDs that you can press every minute and like it's fine, right? But again, like that's one of the biggest challenges that Astro has that white mage like doesn't have. White mage gets rewarded for only using Rapture, but not Cure 3 or whatever. Astro, same thing though. You don't have a Cure 3 button. You only have what? You have Medica. Sorry, you have Helios and Expected Helios, or Conjunction, whatever. But like, you're not even supposed to use those buttons because they don't let you do damage. You know. So the fact that they're actually encouraging you to use those buttons in order to do more damage is actually like very. I think it's very fascinating because now I get rewarded for using like, you know, Expected Helios or Cure 3 or even Cure 2, you know, because like again, like as a white mage, the only button that you can press is Benny or Tetra. That's why I feel like people that are kind of putting on the pressure that like what the heck is it? The pressure that like healers like don't need to heal is like, yo, it's true though. The game's philosophy does not encourage healers to actually know how to heal with GCDs. You gotta learn how to heal with GCDs. But I think I'm even more curious of what Evolved Mode does for fight design. The actual job mechanic. Oh, same. The thing is that like everyone's afraid. Everyone's also afraid that job design is gonna break fight design. Which it will if fight design doesn't get touched, and knowing them, they might not touch it. So every single current fight that we have right now is specifically designed solely around the whole idea of being like 2-minute bursty, whatever. But I think also though there are certain pieces of content that I've been seeing like. You actually kind of sort of get like a taste of what it would look like where the 2-minute thing is actually like not in, like it's not really like a, you know, not entirely noticeable. Like there's certain content jobs or content design that I've seen in this content expansion that like the 2-minute thing is actually like there's no way to work around it. Yo, the 2-minute thing sucks. You know, the easiest example for a fight to that is actually Enuo. Enuo is weirdly enough, it is not designed really well with 2 minutes in mind. A lot of it is kind of natural though, but like even still though, you really don't like 2 minutes in Enuo is like not good. It feels like ass. And that's also because like there's certain mechanics in Enuo that like if you literally try to do a 2-minute thing, like a rotation for whatever, like yo, you literally get punished for having a 1 minute or a 2 minute. Like it's so, yeah, the way how the timing works for Enuo content is so weird. So I think that Enuo is the first content piece ever that is not designed around having a 2-minute button for a bunch of stuff. Which is cool. You know, totally. Now, my personal hope is that even, yo, no bullshit, I hope that fucking, I hope that Kefka's like that. I hope that Kefka's weird. Because certain jobs in Fru also, like, are horrendous to play in certain moments and phases, but, like, you know, they get fixed later on in the 2-minute. Like, there's certain jobs I won't play in Fru solely because phase 1 damage setup is, like, is horrendously weird and awkward. Like, no bullshit, actually. There are certain jobs that I don't like at all in Fru, just because, like, the window setup is terrible for them, at least during downtime, you know? Like, Dragoon is one of those examples. Dragoon sucks in phase 1 of, it's not, okay, like, DPS-wise, it's very good, but the setup for your output is what's not good. So, because, like, there's certain buffs you can't use until the boss is, like, targetable. So the fact that the boss has that as, like, a problem is, like, so bizarre, actually. Doesn't Drag lose his one? Yes, you can't. Yeah, you have to hold your 1 minute. You either hold it or you just spend it, but then, like, by spending it, your 2 minute is dog shit in phase 1. So you either got to figure out how to jank the crap out of it, which, like, you can't because you have one buff that you can press while you're not targeting the boss, and you have one buff that you have when you can only target the boss. If your Skogul was able to be used without targeting the boss, it would be much easier. But because you can't, there's just nothing you can do about it, right? So that's the unfortunate process of it all too. So yeah, Dragoon is like you literally spend, well, to me, like, you spend the 1, but your 2 minute alignment is awful. Like, you do not get a 2. Like, you have to still use your 2 buff, but your buttons for that buff window is so inconsequential. So, like, the situation, like, you can't use, like, Lance Charge and Skogul. They don't come out until the tower knock, but you still got to spend it, because if you don't, and if you hold it until like Shiva, well, you can hold it until Shiva, but that's overall, like, a net loss of damage because you're holding the 1 for so long, right? And also you're doing the 1 not in the 2. So, and also every tank has that problem. Because like Paladin and Gunbreaker, you have to waste half of your 1 just to get your biggest buttons out during the 1, only for you to get the alignment for the 2, and it's a gamble if the damage for that is good or not, you know? Yeah, so, like, it's weird. I know some jobs also comes with the use of their 1 minute in P2. Yeah. I mean, that's all the tanks. That's Dancer. That's Machinist. That's Bard. Like, there's so many jobs that, like, all of their rotations are effed until mirrors. Like, after the opener, they're all effed until mirrors, which is super bizarre. Again, is it a bad thing? I mean, like, it just doesn't feel good, you know, because you gotta, but again, like, but if you can figure it out, well, then, like, you're big brain, because, like, you took the time to actually, like, figure it out. If you don't want to figure it out, then, like, you know, the problem with that situation, though, is, like, you don't get penalized enough for not figuring it out, you know what I mean? It'd actually be more beneficial if you were forced to figure it out, because, like, your damage output is so critical to, like, your ability to kill the content. So yeah. Talking about this, I genuinely can't wait for Evercold and do raids and stuff in it. Oh, I mean, that, oh, dude, I'm still such a firm believer that, like, whatever the hell they got lined up for Evercold, I have full faith in Mr. Prime. Everybody was so copium during the whole process of, like, the expansion announcement. People are like, I'd rather that they don't make new jobs at all, and that they only, like, fix all the old jobs. And then everybody who said that shit is dumb, because they're fixing, they're reworking every single job, they're reworking the entire system, and they're still giving us 2 jobs, right? So anybody who was like, they're not going to give us 2 jobs, they're going to fix all the old jobs, copium. Like, guess what? You're wrong. Thank God, too. You know? Yeah. Anybody who's out there that's, like, bitching and moaning about job demand and requesting is, like, you know, yo, haters. Like, haters to the max, actually. Like, no bullshit, actually. Because the thing is that I had no, you know, Like for me, it's just a waiting game. I'm not trying to like complain about what I want or what I don't want. I don't care at all because no matter what they do, I'm a simp. I will gladly admit it. I simp for this game more than anybody that is out there. So I don't care what they do. In my mind, I want to be like, yo, best change ever. But unless I specifically I'm like, I don't like this. Well then that's the only time that I'll actually allocate the idea that what they did wasn't my favorite change. And the only thing that actually offered that moment was Fru. Fru's the only thing that this expansion has that I'm like, this is well. That's it. If they force you to play always as a Gunbreaker, that's fine. I'm not gonna be mad about that. I mean, I'll be kind of like annoyed because it's like, well, I want to play Gunbreaker main tank evolved, but like if they force it on me, well then like I gotta adjust to it, right? But like if well, like I will figure it out. I will figure it out for myself if I can or if I can't. And if the game literally is like gonna auto kill me because it's like you can't because we fucking said so, then it's like, all right, yo, I will take the L, and I will just agree with you on it. You know? What is the interesting thing that you're like, I don't like to really like this? I can tell you that easily. The unfortunate answer is fucking it's when they got rid of roll abilities. When they got rid of roll abilities, I was very quickly I was like, this fucking sucks. Even though during Shadowbringers, like job stuff was like really like the identifiable like unique ability of each job was further established well in Shadowbringers, because like a lot of it kind of like made sense because we still had like jobs that had like 3-minute buffs, and we had jobs were getting the 2-minute thing. But like at least for its time, like there were two major changes that I was like, this fucking sucked. The first one was that in Shadowbringers they got rid of all the roll abilities. So there used to be abilities back then that would be like cross actionable basically. So like you can be a monk and use certain Dragoon abilities, because like that's how it was back then. Certain buffs required you to actually be a monk that used Dragoon buttons, or like, well, it's more backward because like monk had one of the best buttons in the entire game. So leveling up a monk was so valuable because monk had a button called Infernal Release or Internal Release, and I think all that it did was increase your crit hit chance by like 20% while it was down. So like you were required as a raider to level up monk to get that button, and like you only had to level up to like level 15, which is hilarious actually. But like there were like a fuck ton of buttons that were like that. There were so many buttons that were shareable between people that eventually they were like, yo, we're taking out all that shit. Because roll ability wise, yo, there used to be so many more than all these. Like so many more. It was insane actually. But again, like the reason why it was so critical is because like you put in the time and effort to do the job leveling thing. The job leveling thing was so highly desired for raiders because if you wanted to be a good raider, you needed to play the job just to go get that single fucking button. Right? But again, like eventually that lost its luster because like nobody really gave a shit, and then of course like over the course of time there were more jobs, and then it became more complicated, and like blah, 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 right? So it was a whole process. So that was the first #1 change. I was like, fuck this is trash. The other thing, it's smaller, but it was still impactful because eventually it kind of made me realize the thing that I was like, this isn't cool, was when they switched Ninja's Mug with Trick Attack. When they turned the Trick Attack into a 2-minute and they turned Mug into a 1-minute, I was like, this fucking blows. And I literally stopped playing Ninja solely because of that change. Because in my mind, I knew that it was going to happen, and like it did. But in my heart, I was like, no, I think that what they're doing is something for like the future, whatever. And then they took every job and made it a 2-minute, There was a part of my mind that when they made that change for Ninja, I was like, yo, they're making every single job just be a 2-minute thing, because like Ninja was the most valuable job back in the day solely because like it was a 1-minute burst job. Ninja's value being a 1-minute burst job was one of the most insane things of all time. So them taking that out was like a huge like they wouldn't take Ninja's 2-minute thing into contention from a 1 minute. That'd be so stupid because then like every job would just be 2 minutes and then like every job is 2 minutes, right? So now, does that mean that Ninja's trash? Like no, Ninja's still fire. Like Ninja's still like an amazing job to play, and like if you play Ninja and you made it, then like congratulations, I'm proud of you. But also like I was still very much on the precipice of like, yo, this fucking blows because of that situation. But yeah. Everything else, I didn't give a crap about. Even the hitbox thing, the hitbox size thing, I did tiny enough. Even the hitbox size thing, I was like, I don't care. I mean, I thought that the hitbox thing also was like, oh, this is like a little too easy. But even then, too, I was still like, actually, I don't care now. It's not like a big deal to me personally. We're just yapping, so I'm doing well today. Also, I'm wing forming while I yap, so yeah. I want 3-minute buffs and build gauge dump gauge. Get rid of the press button to get half a gauge, or just cast a burst for free. Sorry, draw fight. Yeah, you know. Healers had to level Thermosurge to 28 for their swift cast. Yup. Yo, that was crazy too, by the way. Like you, like hard casting. That's why it was so cool because like you had to specifically. The cool thing that ARR and Heavensward did back then was encourage you to actually go play other jobs. That was the whole appeal. Being able to actually being actually able to go do the content specifically to like allocate the opportunity of the thing was like fire. So did you see that we got A to her first Unreal after that she hit 100 for first job? You know what's funny? I saw that, and can I be honest with you? I didn't even know that it was like her first time. Provoke and Shirk were cross classes. Yep. Well, Shirk was not, I don't think, but Provoke was, I think. Sorta. I don't actually remember. But I think Provoke was. I don't think about Shirk though. I didn't even know that she was doing it blind. I was just like, oh, she's gaming. So, like, that was cool. Yeah, that's actually incredible. So, and also, like, Shinryu is the hardest Unreal that I think that we've ever gotten. Well, next to Titan, but we don't count Titan. Titan's kind of like whatever. Good listening. That means that like she's doesn't Amanda want to like eventually try and get through the process of like an ultimate at some point? I think she's like expressed interest in doing like an ultimate. Yeah. Actually, T. Yeah, it was T. Okay, I knew she told me. I was like, she mentioned one. Okay, I knew in my mind it was T. Part of me wanted to say fruit. But I feel like Tina, yeah. I mean, probably Fruit too, like eventually. But I know for sure that she was like. I knew in my mind I was like, yeah, she wants to do Tina. Has some Bezos bucks? What the f? Bezos bucks? Oh, thank you. I was so confused. I was like, what? Oh shit. It's okay. Thanks, finish. Hope you don't only do it on the Reaper. T? I mean, that's fine. I recommend anybody that wants to try and go through an ultimate and have like a quote unquote like, you know, like smoother time in T, just go Reaper. Like I kid you not actually. Going Reaper or Samurai is like, well, Samurai a little bit less, but still. Like going Reaper is totally cool. Plus like Reaper, if Evolved Reaper is anything that I can potentially think about, Evolved Reaper is about to be insane. So that'll be a freaking fascinating situation to have, you know, to figure out in the moment. Super Madara doll? No. Madara doll equals bad. She had a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that. Honestly, I'm really happy to know that like she had a good time and she wasn't. I mean, she may have been overwhelmed at some point in time, but I'm glad that she like actually had a good time. That's not something done a job. Let me go ahead and take the gamble that you got like a super like good number, you know. I'm gonna say like a 95 or something crazy. I saw that too. I was like, I thought I was seeing things. I was like, Nina's not playing Summoner, she's playing Dancer, yeah? Turns out I was wrong. So, oh my gosh, you got a hype train? Thank you for the hype train. I didn't even notice those things. Some of the things okay? Yeah, that's fine. As long as you had fun where you were like, you know what, Summoner's cool. I like this job. I can't wait to see how it plays in Evercold. Or whatever. I feel like Hyper tries to get the accent involved, but I can't see Shroud getting changed massively, so I'm even more curious about what they'll do with it. Yeah, great question. What they end up doing with Enshroud is completely like a I don't know. I have full faith though, especially after kind of what I've been seeing. Paladin and Dragoon. Well, especially Dragoon though. Dragoon is so. Here's the crazy part about jobs though. I will say this much: the craziest part about jobs is simply the fact that there's not just two positionals. I think that is the craziest part about the whole thing. The fact that there's different positionals is actually insane. Like that shit is crazy. So like I'm excited to see what it could potentially play out to be actually. So because like the fact that Dragoon has a left positional and a right positional, I think is nuts. I would have never thought that'd be like a possibility. I mean, like flank and rear was, I was like, cool, yo, flank and rear, boom. But the fact that there's a drive per different positional is nuts. That makes me also wonder if tanks will get front positionals. I mean, that's bullshit though. But like imagine though, you know what I mean? Yo, Monk is so hard rocking. Yo, listen, I mean, what's Monk arc though? That's true. So, I mean, like with Reaper, I don't know, dude. I feel like what I would love to see is that I think Reaper could be one of the first few jobs that has like a stance thing where you activate the bullshit in order to like power up in like the Enshroud mode. Like you have to toggle it and like how? Okay, I'm gonna take a page out of Dark Knight book for like a minute. What if Enshroud is tied to your HP, and then like you don't have any like natural regen, except for like from healers, and then like imagine you gotta like use gauge in order to like kind of what's it called, like bond with the it's not called a spirit, what the frick is it called, the simulacrum, and then you have to like HP up and spend it in order to like go burst mode. Dude, that sounds dumb, but like just the thought of it alone has me like so effing intrigued, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying. From Blue Mage, give it to tanks. My point exactly. What I'm thinking about, I'm thinking like because Blue Mage has it, that like it'd be kind of cool to see if it can become a thing for like tanks. I don't need it to be though, but the thought of it can be pretty cool. So I don't need it though, but if they decided on doing that though, that could be pretty cool. But again, like same thing, like tanks would have, because like Dragoon has a 20-second true north cancellation, right? Like you don't get to always infinitely press those positionals like it's nothing. Like you you get to you use it every 20 seconds, but you can like kind of pick and choose and choose. You know, bring back accuracy. You know what? I'm not opposed, but I know that accuracy is ass. That much I will tell you. Actually, one of my bigger concerns, personally, it's a small one, but it's one that I think is important, is it's the fact that, okay, they haven't explained it, so I have no immediate whatever, is tenacity and piety. Those are two stats that I absolutely need them at some point to just simply address, and they don't even gotta tell me what it is. All they gotta do is be like, yo, we know that tenacity and piety are useless stats, and we're gonna fix it. That's it. I'm sold. You already get my my seal of approval basically. It's like, oh, tenacity and piety being changed. All right, cool, bye. That's it. I don't need them to even explain to me. I just want to know that tenacity and piety is being looked at. Because oh wait, what am I doing? In my mind right now, personally, I will not hold you. I think that skill speed is going to be one of those weird ass stats. I do not know if they'll keep it. I don't know if it'll go away. But yo, speed, skill speed, and spell speed is a weird ass stat. Because like if Paladin and Dragoon are 2-second jobs and White Mage is 3 seconds, like what the f is that even supposed to be like looking like? You know what I mean? Like I don't have a clue, but the fact that White Mage is a 3-second GCD job is really bizarre. And the fact that Paladin and Dragoon, 2 of the most recent historical GCD 2.5 jobs in the entire game, bruh. That being said though, I kind of hope that people get the freedom to play around with skill speed. I think that playing around with skill speed is hella fun. Because you know what that means? That means that skill speed has nothing to do with the job's rotation and has everything to do with how it applies to stuff in the fight. Yo, if I had to run like a low speed build in Fru, but I gotta run a fast speed build in UCOB, that is fire. Or like if I gotta go through M1 you know, with like you know, M1 with slow, but then M2's gotta go fast. Yo, that could be fire actually. So I still bet they're getting reworks to substats. The ones that we have now still exist for the optional weeks as well. Well, I think that's cool though. If we get other options for substats, I think they kind of sort of have to change that because you know, the substat thing is going to become a huge issue, which they said that they'll explain, which is cool, in Berlin, because like every single job can just copy the item level of whatever set that they had prior, right, from like the other thing. Like if I had Gunbreaker like at 790, I can just bring every single job to 790. Like it doesn't matter anymore. Like I think that's actually kind of insane. That was the change that I did not expect. Even at first too, I was like, oh, this change is weird. But the reason why it's weird is because like I'm just not familiar to it because like it's the first time I've ever seen that shit, right? I've never seen them ever do like a thing like that before, you know? So, and also too, like haste is one of those job buffs that people were like, you know, this has to go because like it's not good. But guess what? Haste actually now has a reason to become something that like exists for the content sync functionality. There's no reason why now like you wouldn't be able to have like a you know, like yo, certain jobs are solely focused on having haste as a buff, even if it's like a support thing. If again Bard don't do this, but if Bard actually has like a haste buff thing, well technically haste is still like a power buff, and it's a haste would still be like a synergy buff, but it's so much more loose in terms of its functionality. Like it could potentially become something that's very like unique and offers like a niche substance. However though, party haste is unfortunately a like buff that would increase damage. So I don't think that we'll get like a haste buff that that the person can give to the party, but I think that a person can press a button that will just naturally increase their speed. Like kind of like how Presence of Mind works right now, right? Or like ley lines. So that could be really cool. So yeah. The only changes I need is direct hit becomes critical damage and critical hit becomes crit chance, and make piety increase effective healing done and small damage increase. Cooking. Ooh, cooking. Facts, actually. Ace has to go so hard in Baja. I wish skill speed functioned more like that. I mean, yeah, I would be sometimes some of the chaos that you see in like Baja and even Occult Crescent and even like Deep Dungeons, yo, some of that stuff can just simply exist in the current flow of content, even like in PvP too, which like, you know, Tamaki-san is literally based off of PvP. He literally reworked all the content for PvP, and he's taking that formula and applying it to PvE. So like that's why it's really helpful to take all the PvE jobs and just go look at the PvP version that you have right now and theorize it off of that, because like you totally can, right? Which is fire, because people are like, yo, can Samurai use Zentetsuken? Oh my god, right? So I don't know, but we'll see. Because like, the fact that Dragoon has its PvP jump LB button is insane. So And also, we're not even scratching the surface on half the content. Like, I wonder how LBs are going to function in general. Because I would actually like to see them actually decouple limit breaks. If melees didn't have single target limit breaks, and if casters in range didn't have range and AoE limit breaks, that'd be kind of fire actually. If certain limit breaks were unique to the functionality of the job itself, that could be fucking sick. Like, instead of a Dragoon, you know, being like a single target LB, it's just a big ass like AoE circle. That shit could be hard. However, like, you know, certain jobs would be pretty weird to have the LB thing for. So I don't entirely know. Like, yeah. So haste is very different than like a speed buff thing, because skill speed and spell speed does do the thing where certain buttons, if they're fast enough, will actually decrease the recast timer. So the easiest example that you can use, because it's actually done, is Summoner in UCOB. Summoner in UCOB, when you press Bahamut, there's so much speed. Like the recast time for UCOB and Bahamut is like 60 seconds. You literally just skip like 6 seconds. Like, the recast time for Bahamut and UCOB is like 54 seconds. And that's because like Summoner is too fucking fast. Which is nuts actually. So I totally going out of your way to get a whole 4 second decrease is insane when Leyline gives you haste. Yeah, so that's it, right? Just don't think about Dragon Song Dive. Well, Dragonfire Dive, here's what I will say, and I think that what we were talking about before last time, it actually makes a lot of sense, and I would be very intrigued to see like kind of how it comes into play. Oh, I thought I got the fucking uptime thing. I was gonna go nuts. Oh, you mean Dragon Song, like the extra LB3? Well, I feel like no. Let me just explain that so that I don't say that I don't want it. What I'm trying to say is like Dragon Song Dive is currently a single target LB3, right? Its intention is to hit one target to the fucking dome. What it would be cool is that it was not a single target, but because the freaking attack is so humongous, it's like an AoE instead, basically. So you still have Dragon Song Dive, it's just an AoE instead of it being like a single target. Now, I'm not saying that I would prefer that. I'm just saying like if every single melee's LB3 was not like a single target LB3, like I think that could be cool, because back in the day it was like that. You know, that's all. Now Monk LB3 being size of machine LB. What's crazy? But that's what I mean though, you know what I mean? I feel like certain LB3s that can go fucking crazy hard would be really fascinating to see just by concept alone. I see me enraged, 5% and it's done. Oh my god, you're almost there. For those who don't know, Spitting's talking about M12. So right, just so close, bro. You got this shit actually. Yeah, so that's what I would like to see. I would be really content if certain buttons like literally are just like entirely unique and different because of the factor of like what they, you know. Yeah. Sure, I'm cool with that too. Like if Final Heaven was just like a freaking like a if you stand in a certain direction and then you just like kind of like wind back and then just like cleave the whole shit forward and expose like a gigantic thing, hell yeah, that could be cool. You know, I'm trying to think about like what other freaking like the way how the like Viper LB3 could be on the target. You know, like if Dragoons could be like a caster, so you can actually pick a spot and then like land there and then just smack everything. Whereas Viper, kind of how it works right now in PvP, you hit the target and then all the targets get damage around it. That could be really cool. I would like that a lot personally. What's in the rage under the game? This guy's freaking smart. But yeah. With Ninja, okay, just hear me out. Ninja, you can actually prepare the jutsu, like the mudras. Like if you do like Tenchi Jin, then you do like a DPS LB3. If you do like Jin Tenchi, then like it's like a defensive one. Yo, that could be like, imagine a ninja having like a tank LB3 because you kind of jutsu cast it. Yo, that would be That would be so freaking cool. And again, it has nothing to do with like you know, it has nothing to do with like what it's expected versus like what it could be, you know. So now again, do certain jobs get broken as a result? I mean, hell, certain fights get broken as a result. Like top requires every single job to do like an LB3 thing. Yeah. Like imagine if like Gen 10 is like, yeah, if it ends in 10 it's healer. If it ends in Chi, it's like a freaking tank, and then if it ends in Jin, then it's like it's DPS. Yo, that could be fucking goated. That could be so cool, actually. But again, like that's why like for me too, I would be cool with like if a tank had like a damage LB3, that could like I could see that being so cool, actually. In high difficulty content, bosses will often have long caster sequence or attacks that just hits everything after the time they just instantly wreck the raid. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, true though. I would just take out the long casting. What if the whole thing be a main tank and OC gets more damage? That could be so fucking cool. That being said though, I mean, I wouldn't want every single. Okay, so you know how like in PvP, every job, every character just has their own LB. They could just kind of like octo LB. I'm not saying that I would want that, but I feel like if certain jobs had like a thing that kind of lets them play with LB3 sort of thing, I think that shit could be really cool. Like I said, like I'd be cool with like a gunbreaker. What's the soul sacrifice, the sacrificium, like the attack that soul resonance that they think has versus Ranji? Yo, if I had to LB3 soul sacrifice resonance myself and 1 HP and then just dome him with the attack, that shit could be fire. I'd be cool with that. I would have so much fun with that fucking button. That would be so cool. But also because, in my opinion, as a result, because one problem, and this is only because of funny number bullshit and not for anything else. One problem that I have with LB3ing as a DPS or a tank or a healer for that matter is that like it does affect your funny number, which is fucking trash. I actually hate that it does a lot. I wish that the funny number actually kind of compensates for the process of the thing, you know what I mean? So that's a me thing though, because I would have a lot less of a problem if I was playing like a DPS and LB3ing if it doesn't directly affect like my number, right? Because the one reason why no one ever wants to LB3 unless they're absolutely required by life to do it is because of that stupid ass number. I mean, I'm not trying to promote the number, but the problem is that like the number is so critical to the content functionality that we have to, use the number as like a thing. But I would be okay with just taking that bullshit out if like it wasn't a problem. But the number literally is the make or break point for like a lot of people to content, right? So that shit sucks. But yeah. But yeah. Wing farming is good. I got the Sphene wings. We did like a bunch of clears of this fight, which is unfortunate because like I'm at 47, but it's okay though. Like I think you get 1 totem per kill, so I mean I'll take it. I don't really care how long it takes. I just want to get them out of the way, you know what I mean? So yeah. It'd be kind of sick if Lionheart got changed into a thing where you can just go into it and doesn't even have a target. Oh, God, that'd be so sick. No one hates the funny number hit more than monks. Hey, no one likes it. Look, the only person who hates it more is a healer, because the healer, if the healer has to LB3 save the entire party, then that shit is ass. You know? If I was a tank, like same shit though. If I had a button I could press as a tank to compensate for the timing that it takes to activate LB3, then I would never have a problem LB3ing. Like if I had a GCD that lasted the exact duration of the animation of LB3 as a tank in order to like not lose my downtime, I would love that, because that way I don't feel like whack for not pressing it. But like sometimes you freaking have to, clip down the thing to press it. So I don't like that you have to like waste DPS uptime in order to save the whole party with an LB3. That's not bad design. It's just like a quality of life thing, right? You should always be able to just like, I want to just like weave LB3 and then just keep attacking, you know?
The only time I'm okay with it though is when everyone has to do it. And the only fight in the game right now where everyone has to do it and it's a requirement is top. Top is the only ultimate in the entire game that everybody is required in life to LB3. So in that case scenario, like, I don't care, right? So it is what it is. I'm still mad at a certain someone for complaining that I sent them a machinist LB on M10S like a 3 or 4%. Certain someone that you sent a machinist LB on M10S for like 3 or 4%. Who the hell would get mad at you for that? What the that's random. Also, like, if the boss fucking dies, like, who cares? You know what I mean? People who are so reluctant to save healer LB3 need to get a fucking clue. Sorry. I personally hate that's the mentality that has shifted over time that I'm starting to greatly dislike, is the reliance on holding healer LB3 because you know what that means? That means that you're already expecting someone to fuck up bad enough that it's required. I think that shit is trash. That's why for me I hate M12, only because the DPS check, even with people having like high gear, isn't a big deal because no one ever wants to actively know how to do Idyllic Dream correctly enough that like you just heal your LB3 instead, because the boss will eventually die regardless. The boss should not be killable under any circumstances unless you literally don't smack him with LB3. No boss, not even an extreme trial. Every single boss fight that has an enraged timer, heal like DPS LB3 should be a requirement to kill the boss. I don't give a fuck who it is. So I hate anybody who says that we don't need the damage is fucking trash. Sorry, I don't care who it is. No one who says that we don't need the damage is fucking trash. That person's getting carried by content. Period. Like, quote me. But like that's not a bad thing per se. The problem with that is like people that think that like saving healer LB3 saves the entire run but doesn't save the DPS situation means that like that person doesn't understand the fundamentals of how to like maintain uptime for DPS output. Like that person isn't thinking about how to actually do good damage. All they care about is doing mechanics because like that's what you need to do in order to like clear the content, which is not technically wrong, but like if you think that healer LB3 is such a requirement to clear content, then like you're like, yo, you're just not gonna get that far in content without getting carried. People get giga carried by specifically waiting on healer LB3 to save them from a mechanic wipe. The game should just wipe you for that. You shouldn't even be able to survive the mechanic as a result of that situation. You know? Going back on the ninja different LB3s, I need to say this: if they would give a range attack LB3, can it be the bunny just stomping down on a circle on the enemy? I mean, I'm cool with that, sure. If they did that just for you, as long as you're happy with it, I'm cool with it too. You know? Yeah, sure. That's what I like about M7S. I didn't do the fight myself, but I like that people were using LB2 on phase 2 to squeeze more damage since you still get that with you after. Yeah, because that's big brain. Yeah. Of course, like M7S is such a good fight because like you needed to use LB, you had to use 2 LBs in order to even kill the boss. Barely. That shit was, and people had Best in slot. People had Bis, and the boss was still not gonna die to no freaking, just simply pressing your buttons and like waiting healer LB3 to save the thing. The game deliberately punishes the crap out of you for not killing the boss quickly or doing the mechanics correctly. You know what I mean? Trust me, I know. That's why I hate because you know what the problem is too? People take for granted the first couple of weeks of M11 and M12 because like back then, before you had Best in, the only thing that saves players right now doing content is the simple fact that they have 790 item level. If they go back to 770 or 775 even, yo, you were not allowed to just use healer LB3. A lot of raiders don't pay attention to the fact that the content when it comes out the first month versus 3 months later is vastly different. Like tanks literally don't know how to use mitigation during the first couple of weeks. They die to busters and then they complain and they moan that it's the healer's fault. But like, do you know how many paladins don't use intervention or how many fucking warriors don't use nascent flash on their co-tanks? That shit is crazy. It is insane to me how many tanks don't use their mitigation on their other tank. let alone like a healer that doesn't. Yo, the amount of healers, okay, the amount of healers that are out there that play white mage that are like, job is easy, requires no effort, that don't ever press Divine Benison, they need to be banned. There's so many fucking healers that don't press Benison, and it is illegal as shit. It is insane to me, actually. So again, that's why like the evolved job system, I hope the fundamental differentiation of people who know how to play their shit and people who don't, that gap gets widened, because good players will look so sexy knowing their shit, and everybody else will look like a bunch of freaking kindergartners by comparison because they don't know how to press their freaking buttons. I'm perfectly okay with that, because I want to be recognized for playing my job well versus just being able to clear content. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, that's not a thing. So, like I said, a lot of people don't think that a lot of people right now think that like I said before, like you can just clear content and die and get revived. Yo, healers, that's why I'm hoping that red mages and summoners lose their revive, because the amount of people that are going to get pissy over healers dying. Yo, when 2 healers are dead, wipe. That's a restart. You know what I mean? A summoner and a red mage right now saving healers is really whack. So I'm really hoping that they get rid of that too, because that way we could have it. Me who spams the ever loving fuck out of the limit breaks for poor Nakamana. Hey, you know what I mean? That sounds like a W. Anything was fundamental checks to the max? Yeah. And the crazy part is too, is like so many people take that fight for granted. Everyone thinks that fight is easy because the whole entire second phase is you sitting there doing nothing. But the problem is that like those people don't actually feel that way without realizing that they're not getting giga fucking carry by the person who made the guide for them in the first place. That's why it's so ass that people are like, oh, M7 is not that hard until phase 3. And it's like, no, actually the whole entire fight is mad hard. Like M7 is harder than M11, but no one would ever admit that. 100% it is, without question. M7 is definitely harder than M11. The only reason why it's not is because the guide for M7 facilitates the process of phase 2 specifically, to the point that you don't do anything but just sit there and go to 2 places. M11 is a constant runaround for everything until whoever that one player is, I forgot who it is. That one player that came out with the Omen dodge, that person is goated. The amount of people that could not clear M11 until that dodge got discovered was like 1%. And ever since that one singular player, the corner dodge, yeah, the dodge where like the party sits at the during the second lineup of the things, you dodge in and you go back, that person is the reason why Party Finder can clear M11, no bullshit. 100%. That one singular person alone. Nobody else is responsible for being able to M11 clear except for that one person. And what's crazy is that some people try to do the dodge differently because they don't want to rely on that situation, which is fair. So, no, 100%. That's why M11 is like being perceived as like a harder fight than M7. But the thing is, like, that one mechanic clears anybody from clearing the fight, but M7, the whole guide makes it impossible to clear. The amount of people that would be unable to clear M7 would be way too high if Hector's if Toxic Friends' strat didn't come out in Party Finder. If they kept that shit to themselves, the way that we would have been doing the mechanic for phase 2 would have been Billy, and that shit would have been ass, because so many people would have had like no damage output during that entire mechanic by comparison, because people would be too scared moving around like in small little bursts, little movements, whatever it is. Mechanic would be crazy hard actually. So like, yeah. So thankfully, like I said, like, yo, you have to thank that person 100% for helping you like turn your brain out during freaking phase 2. And like same thing, like I said, freaking Omen Orbital is like an insane mechanic for discovering that single movement. Not even I would have figured that shit out. You know, not at all. I would have never figured that shit out. I would have done the corner dodge, the way how Emergency did it. You take the boss to the first one, and then you just say fuck it, and you dodge into the first one, and then you call it a day regardless. I would have dragged that motherfucker to the corner regardless of where the boss mechanic was at. I wouldn't give him a crap. So thankfully that one person figured it out, because like, thank God, you know, that person would have like, made life so much easier. But still, all the more reason too why, like, you know, a lot of raiders have really don't understand how easy they got it right now. So trust me, like, a lot of people are going to have an extremely difficult time. Like, yo, because I'm telling you, man, I'm only talking to paladin players for right now, just because that's the only job that got demonstrated. If you literally don't figure out how to use your mitigation to get the parry out there, and it's the reason why y'all can't clear the content, yo, GG. Because paladin parry damage is not weak. The damage output for that button is going to be extensive because you can press it every 20 seconds. You have to be able to figure out how to use it every 20 seconds. I'm just saying. Because you can totally, you know what they haven't explained to you, but you can do it, because I saw it with a thing. You can double parry. 100% you can. You can actually parry twice with paladin if you figure it out smartly. You know what I mean? I'm not going to enjoy 20-second meta? No, of course not. No one is. Like, the 20-second meta is going to be mad complicated. 20-second meta is going to be fucking crazy complicated. Every single job is going to deal with a 20-second meta to some degree. Every single job. Paladins is currently at 40. They took Paladin from 60 to 40 right now. And like that is already weird. Plus, not to mention, like, a lot of jobs most likely will be changing from being an opener potion job into a 2-minute, not even 2 minutes, a later. That's gonna be, yo, oh my god, I didn't even think about that. The fact that you're not gonna even need to worry about using your pot on opener is drastic, actually. You might even have to use it after like a minute or so, or after 40 seconds, now that I think about it. Paladin's not gonna want to use their burst window with the potion until after 40 seconds. That's mad weird. Don't you just use a minute right before the attack lands to get the parry? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, because here's the thing. If you get both charges of Holy Sheltron, if you can get the parry off of an auto, then that means that your opener for Paladin is going to be so fucking weird. Because if you can parry the auto, because remember, during the demonstration, the boss didn't have autos. The boss simply had only the buster. So if you can parry an auto, your opener for Paladin is going to be very, very weird. If you can't off of autos, I kind of hope that that's true though. Well then, like, yo, that's going to be such a knowledge gap. Knowing when you can burst with a potion outside of the opener is critical, because like you might want to use it after you know that a buster's coming, and like you might have to pot like 15 seconds into the fight after the AoE comes at the buster. You might have to do it during then. Like your burst windows with potion is going to be super unorthodox. No job will be able to just pot an opener and then again at 6 minutes and then like again and whatever. You're going to have to figure out how to maximize how many potions you can fit in the boss fight alone and actually capitalize on that off of your job by yourself. You're not going to be able to just like copy people's potion usages, which is insane actually. So it's a good point. People talked about how auto attacks being removed and evolved, but the enemy didn't auto earlier, so maybe it was just really just shut off. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense because like their whole demonstration was to showcase like the button animations. So I don't think that they would just simply take out autos. Autos are some of the most dangerous buttons like in the game in general. So many people just simply die to autos because of like a post buster or like a post AoE. You know what I mean? So like, my only hope is that like a paladin's parry doesn't activate after an auto, because then like the greed factor of that is just going to be like really disgusting, and people are going to kind of misalign their ability to like mechanic, because the problem is that like your paladin's defensive is also its offensive, right? You have to use your defensive mitigation in order to pull out like an offensive button, and you have to be able to figure out how to do it every 20 seconds or within 2 charges of those 20 seconds. So it has potential to be very busted in terms of power output, just if we're thinking about it at like a face value situation. But it's kind of hard to tell right now because like we have no clue, right? So yeah, I want to get the 8-second pre-pull pot thing again. That's so fucking cursed. It is possible. It is possible that certain jobs could benefit from it. Not that it's going to be like a guaranteed like occurrence, but it could be possible. But I don't immediately have an answer to that. My personal mindset would say no. I don't think that they would bring back the pre-pull pot thing. Even though there was one fight that I remember that specifically required that you do pre-pull pot because it would be super helpful later on in the fight. But it was that one fight, nowhere else. So I'm not entirely too sure. I could see it being used in another fight, but I never use it and I never saw it either, so I don't think so. But that one fight, absolutely, you pre-pull potted, which is like was like fine. So yeah, it's probably that's a specific fight. Living really awkward. Yeah. Well, the fight in question was M6. You pre-pull pot in M6. You did it 10 seconds before the pull because you did it so that you can do a early opener, and then the pot came up the minute that the minute that the manta was targetable in the northeast. And that way, by the time you drag all the crap over to the northeast, as you're dragging over, you pot and you just bust everything in that corner. And that was the best way to do it. And then also like the carryover for it too, because so many people during M6 were so bad at bursting that part, you like I was able to like I could take full advantage of my AoE combo for 30 seconds because a lot of people just simply didn't take advantage of their combo for 30 seconds. Like, it was crazy actually. My Gunbreaker was stupid during that fight because like all I would do is sit there and just like Lionheart combo, double down bow shock, and then just like AoE the whole time. Even after the Jabberwock popped up, I'm still AoEing because there's one square of the Jabberwock, and then there's the boss. I didn't use like Gnashing Fang for like the longest, and the crazy part is too is like after like that was before the rework. Gnashing Fang back then wasn't like 2 charges, it was 1, so I would sit there and still keep on swinging. And I would let that button just sit there and just take a nap. And then when the Jabberwock dies, when the Muse died, and it was just Sugar Riot and then the Jabberwock, that's the only time I would use Gnashing Fang and the Jabberwock, and that was it. Otherwise, like I sat there the whole time and did my demon combo. So, I don't mind it if certain fights sometimes uses the pre-pull pot thing, but if it becomes a common occurrence for every single fight, then I agree with you. I also wouldn't really be a fan of that personally, because I do think that could be like hella whack. So yeah, it does get hella awkward when you have like 4 or 5 enemies and you just enough. Oh yeah, on cooldown. Yeah, I know. That's why like what I used to do, I didn't do it until later on. But the problem is like no matter what I did, I still ended up holding it regardless. Was like I would use it early. So like when Sugar Riot was targetable, and then there's the 2 Muse before the pot window, I would just waste Gnashing right there and then go into the burst window without Gnashing on cooldown, because I would literally sit there and do triple Faded Brand, Lionheart combo, double down, and then do a Demon Slaughter combo, and then do another Faded Circle. And then the boss still had 3 targets. And then by that time, Gnashing came back. So I still held it until, like I said, until the Muse were dead. And then all that was left was like Sugar Riot and then the Jabberwock. But if the off tank was like big braining it, because like when all the Muse are dead, you can move the Yan whenever you want to. People used to bring the Yan over to the boss to kind of get some AoE, and then you bring the Yan back north, and then you cross it over to the southwest side to pick up the second one. That was also like another weird way to like damage output. It was really good though, but that was like you had to be a big brain fucking off tank to pull that off. But I did not see it often enough to like really be like, oh my god. So but yeah, Dungeon Pulls 2 is kind of like, it's kind of, you know, I never use Lionheart in dungeon pulls except for the boss part, because like I want to always go into the dungeon boss with like my No Mercy and like double charges of dashing and then like my Lionheart combo, etc. You know what I mean? I will use my 1 on the first mob, but then the next mob I just hold cartridge engaged the whole time. Because like it was kind of like like F it, you know. It's like I don't want to waste the CD and charges on it, but it's ridiculous at this point. Yeah, exactly. Well, also because like, you know, like that, but also the funny number kind of sort of hits you with like the whatchamacallit. You kind of got like the inspiration to, you know, to do it that way. It was really helpful to like, you know, figure out how to waste your stuff, because like it, you know, blah blah blah. So I was personally like an advocate for it. I don't mind buttons being, you know, put on cooldown if like it makes sense for the logical functionality, but again, there's one thing I'm really looking forward to is just seeing how different how much I'm shooting for. Probably looking at an hour maybe. I'm getting tired, but I'm still like yapping, so I'm kind of chilling though. You have a lock duty. I don't know. Oh, it's probably gonna be Monster Hunter, honestly. Yeah, I never cleared Monster Hunter trial. I completely skipped that one. I didn't really bother. I did the reaction for it, had fun with it in the moment, did the story mode thing. I never cleared the trial extreme. I was too busy doing cruiserweight. And like reclearing through and whatnot. I literally didn't have time to do the Monster Hunter extreme. I was literally so, because like when that extreme came out, that was the moment where everyone was like, hey Sessiion, like we need this role, can you play this job in this fight, like we need it. And I'm like, yeah, sure, fine, like I'm down. And then I just kind of pulled up, you know. So yeah, I unfortunately never had the chance to do it. I also, it's also Sunday. I still didn't do the Alliance raid, and it's okay because I got wings, but sure, I need to like, can we all tomorrow, can we go do the Alliance raid? I have to do it twice because both my characters still have to do the Alliance raid. I have not yet done it still. It's crazy, actually. I'm like a freaking psychopath for not freaking doing the content, actually. My blind homies did it without me because I was still on the plane coming back from FanFest, which is stupid because like, that was a my fault thing. I completely didn't think that like you know, the patch came out with the content with the thing. So I was like, I was literally on the plane and I was like, can I get the Wi-Fi please? And I was like, fuck, I can't get the Wi-Fi. It wasn't working. Also, we had mad turbulence, so it was, you know, unfortunate. I blind parked it once after like 20 minutes. We stopped. That was it. Oh, I go with you and they're going no matter work. Okay. I am 110% doing the Alliance raid tomorrow before we go do Fru, because Fru is at like 9:30. So I have 2 hours to go do the Alliance raid. If I somehow freaking don't, I will cry about it in my sleep. Because that'll be 2 weeks that I don't. I didn't even do it last week. Like, bruh, I'm crazy for that. I cannot think because I refuse to unlock more optional 11 content. I feel that actually. But yeah, it's okay. But also, there's no mount for Monster Hunter, right? Except for the. Oh no, that's not true. There is a mount for Monster Hunter. There's the cart, right? I will have to at some point. I will have to at some point do the Monster Hunter farm. Do you need coins or anything? Well, so for this character, technically speaking, I only need coins to work on my my feet piece for Bard. That's it though. Otherwise, it's just all I need for Bard is weapon and shoes. If I spend the coins on anything else, it would be to simply just work on my Dragoon gear, because Dragoon is also in need of like augmenting stuff. And so is my healer. Healer also, like, I have to augment like my hands and my accessories. So I would just use coins to just augment my whatever stuff I'm missing. But I actually have been spending more time just like doing hunt trains. I don't mind the hunt train stuff at all. Like the hunt train stuff is pretty chill, especially when it's like a double S rank. Getting 400 nuts for a double S rank is like so nice actually. there is, but you don't technically need to do extreme for it. Oh, okay. I forgot about that entirely, actually. That's a good point. And am I wrong for not caring about anyone because it's only 5-hour tower based on weapons? No. I mean, the only reason why you would want to like care about Annuo is because like you want like the the raiding experience or whatever, for like the first time. That's it though. Like we did Annuo blind for fun, and like all I wanted to do was just like do the content, out of curiosity, because like I like doing content blind in general, right? So my only intention was to just like get the blind video, and like it was a 10 out of 10 video, so I was very happy about that, actually. You know what I mean? Alright, Townsend, so where we go? That's fine. I mean, I'm only offering it also to anybody who also still hasn't done it yet. So if you still didn't do the alliance raid and you try to get the weekly for it though, then like by all means, because like I need the glamour thing. I gotta do glam. So. But also, surprisingly enough, though, I don't know a lot of people that actually do the alliance raid, so that's kind of what's also like intriguing. I haven't heard anybody be like, "Oh my God, we got to go do alliance raid like now." I've been hearing it more for the Unreal. I know so many people that are like, "Yo, we're doing Unreal right now," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so I go pull up. Also, I've been doing it in Party Finder degree too, so. Kind of thing too. Annual blind is fire. Optimizing and having locked shots and guide, absolutely, it's not fun. Well, that's the problem too, right? That's why like I really, whenever something new comes out, I mean I'm lame, but I really do try hard to like knock out the blind ASAP so that I can just simply like just knock it out. Because one of my biggest headaches is that like I literally, well, I mean I'm a big procrastinator, unfortunately, so I really do try to like just knock out the content whenever I can, because I don't want to miss out on it too. Hi, like, how's it going? Welcome on in. So it's really nice to be able to like just cross the T's and dot the I's on content that comes out new, because then it's like because once it's out, it's like it's out, And unfortunately, the consumerism in 14 is so fast now too that like it's incredibly difficult to be able to do any content blind without going in with like I literally need 24 people to do the alliance raid blind. Otherwise, like my experience of doing it blind is going to be super mid. That's why I'm delaying it more and more, but I'm always like a little nervous about trying to do the content, because I feel like just my experience of it first time through will be really bad. So I rather just kind of, I don't mind waiting if I can like have a better experience, basically. So yeah. I have a whole 2 M10 clears, but I'm trying to do some hunt trains and shines to make up for it, since no one getting an 11 at this point. I mean, yeah. Look, I would even go do the only reason why I'm doing the PvP run right now is because like, I looked for the hunt train and like there was nothing up. So. But like during the daytime, I'm actively looking for not PvP, hunt train stuff. I mean, people think the hunt trains is boring. I kind of get that, but like I don't really think about it too much, because like it's not like hardcore content, right? Like it's just you simply deserve to get you vibe out socially like a little bit, like talk to some randos, like have fun, and like just kind of be about your business. You know what I mean? So people get really like antsy about the whole like the whole thing though. I get it though, but yeah, I'm kind of like, whatever. Also, which one's gonna drop in 785 gear? I mean, if there's one thing I'm looking forward to 100%, it's freaking Occult Crescent. Even though we haven't been in OC in like a while, I loved my time in OC. I have no qualms at all about going back into OC. OC's gonna be so sick. I just appreciate that people have went back into it after the announcement of Northhorn. I have not done that yet, so I loved OC. I know that it was kind of like just like very high and dry in terms of like the rotation situation with the way that they released the content, but like that didn't bother me. Yo, we would sit here the whole time and like just yap and then just go get paid from OC, I was a really big fan of that, honestly. Now I love Baja way more than Occult Crescent, but like I equally just as much as enjoyed leveling up in OC and like, so that's why I'm hoping that like we clear the Kefka Ultimate like as quickly as we possibly can, because I would love to be able to just put in more effort and time in, you know, like we go do Kefka, knock it out, and then like we just simply say whatever, you know, because I want to go to OC, I want to sit in the Nicole Crescent like way more, especially because Fork Tower looks like so good, you know. The Fork Tower change I'm also like really excited for. I can't wait to actually see how it comes into fruition. Especially because like it's gonna actually have like the proper difficulty then. So yeah. I mean I like Fork Tower of course as well, but like I really wanna I wanna go back and do Fork Tower. I still wanna try and I wanna do like a singular full kind of sort of fresh blind where the bar is set like really low. You know, and then after that, I'm like, okay, let's just go figure it out. Because I want to. I mean, Fork Tower looks like a lot of fun, so I'd love to be able to get like my my feet wet in there. How long it take for you to get through or DSR cleared? Through took me like I want to say like 6 weeks maybe. But also like, I was in PF and I could have cleared through way earlier. I specifically was just trying to do it with like my like my static. I didn't put that much time into it until after me and Floats were both like, "Yo, fuck our static, like low key. Let's just go in there by ourselves and go practice and figure it out, whatever." Now, not that my static was bad people. It's just that like my static had one bad person that literally was like a buzzkill. So me and Floats, that's my wife. She and I went into PF like after like week 4, I would say, and we spent 2 weeks just trying to clear from there. So I would say we could have cleared it like week 4 maybe if we tried actively to clear it. But we weren't successful. So yeah, I don't think that DMU will take us that long to clear either. Like I'm not expecting it to take like no more than like, because even the static also that I joined, like even they were like, yo, we're gonna try and have fun and like we're gonna prog it, but we're not trying to spend like that much time in it. Because like we want to go in there, clear it, maybe like run it with some alt, and then just get the fuck out and call it a day basically, just like. Because once we clear it, then like what's gonna end up happening is like we log in on Tuesday, we clear it as a group on Tuesday, and then we out, and then that's it for the whole week, right? We just chill and do whatever the hell we want. But I'm gonna go back in there and I gotta clear it again. So, yeah, first took me the most to clear. The ultimate it took me the most to clear was, I would say it was DSR. But also, like, DSR was the first ultimate that I did that I was like, oh my gosh, like, I'm doing an on-patch ultimate. And then, like, I got far, but then we didn't clear it. It was fine, because I was like, I was just grateful that I joined, like, a hardcore group basically doing the ultimate. And I realized that I can actually hang with the kids. I wasn't somebody who was, like, incapable. So I had no problem with, like, not clearing DSR in the moment. But then eventually I was like, okay, I'm clearing this shit regardless of whatever happens. I can give a fuck less, right? So that's what I did, and I cleared DSR. And then that was it. Top did not take me as long. Like top same thing. The only reason why top took me long to clear, at least in the moment, was solely because I was trying to find a group of people that were not using the bullshit, because I didn't want to use Melon to clear top. I was like a stickler for the longest time. I was like, I refuse. I want to be one of those people that can clear it without the bullshit, because I can prove to you that I can. But it took me forever to find a party for that, so I caved and I was like, F it, I'll just clear it with the bullshit and like just learn it regardless. So, my I had like swallowed my pride for like a little bit, because I was like, okay, but like, I don't need the Melon to figure out how I can do phase 5 without the bullshit. Thank God. But like you can't do top without it, right? So I'm still basically losing for tower. Oh yeah, Kefka is a lot. Even if Kefka's a lot harder than Free, you'll clear the first one for 5. Yeah, for sure. I don't think that we're gonna spend more than like 2 months clearing like DMU. I think that Kefka won't be that hard. I'm not under the impression that Kefka is going to be harder than Fru. I think that the difficulty of Kefka will just be kind of its like own thing. The difficulty of Fru is like whatever, but I care a lot more than like I care more that Kefka's just fun because like I've never bitched that Fru wasn't fun. Fru is fun. Fru's just not like good storytelling, right? To my personal like thought process. So, like I think Fru's storytelling is not my favorite, but I still go into the ultimate because like the fight's fun. Think it'd be hard? I hope so. For me, like I think Fru is only like a little bit more difficult than Yukab right now, and like Yukab is not easy. So, like I think that Fru is a slight bump up from Yukab, but it's a gap between Fru to DSR. I'm hoping that Kefka just leans right next to DSR, or even if it sits in between DSR and top. If it's harder than DSR, wonderful. If it's harder than top, even more wonderful. But I'm not trying to set a bar for what I think, because I had that bar set for Fru and I was upset about it. So I'd rather just go in with like an open mind and not like overthink it, because I'm a big overthinker. So I'm just hoping that today's experience happened by literally be Monday and I'll have a better shot at FFXIV part tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, people are definitely doing ultimates more frequently. I mean, my recommendation too, though, is that like if you're trying to do T, I mean, I would definitely try to like pull up into Ether. Like even like right now, I feel like Ether is like relatively open. I would just park here and try again tomorrow. Because if you were not doing it on, you know, if you weren't doing it on Ether, then that's definitely gonna be like a challenge. Because I know people that were trying to do people that are trying to do like even the like the new extreme, and it didn't fill. Not primal, not for like a while, right? So yeah, fingers crossed. Check her code with Ether locked? No, I mean that makes sense though. If Ether was locked, then like that's understandable. If we're actually kind of experiencing around the level DSR above or below, as long as it's close, I'm pleased. Yeah, same. I don't need the ultimate to be harder than top as much as I would like for it to, because yeah, I would be asking for too much if I wanted them to make, you know, Kefka harder than DSR top. That would be way too big of an ask, personally. I didn't even realize we were like losing so poorly, and that like Red was ahead of us like a landslide. But yeah, so yeah, at least in my mind, I would like for, I just want Kefka to be fun, and I want the weapons to be cool. The Fru weapons, the color, it took a while for it to grow on me, but eventually I like the Fru weapons. I still like the E12 weapons more than Fru, but like I like the Fru weapons. It took a while for those weapons to grow on me personally, so. I'm sorry, what the hell are you doing over here, brother? Now sit down. Okay. Yeah, look, I'd be so mad for beating him up in small break. Oh, yeah, I mean, that guy was being so forceful, bro. Why the hell was he over here on my case the whole time? I don't want to sit there and be attacked by like a fucking paladin. Free first not crunchy. What does that mean? That I don't know what that means. You have to like elaborate that a little bit. The color is nice, but I wish it wasn't so ice ass and so ooh. Well, yeah. So for me, like the weapons, what I really love about the Eden Morn weapons is that they're black. So my actual hope is that the weapons were just also kind of sort of black, but like with like a cool glow thing. Because I love that I love the model, the Fru model. The Eden Morn model is like one of my favorite weapons. The Gunbreaker Fru weapon, or the Eden Morn weapon is like probably my favorite gunblade in the entire game. So the fact that the Fru weapon was that color was like a bummer. Only because it wasn't black though, like the no bullshit that shit. If they ever decided to make, you know how like with the crafted weapons you can like craft the trial weapons and give it like a glow effect. If they ever decided to do that with the raid weapons, I will be like extremely happy. That's the #1 thing that I want for sure. I want to be able to like craft glowable raid weapons, basically. That would make my day, because then the weapon will still retain the color that it originally has, and then the glow would be like kind of focused on like the actual weapon color model itself, and not like an alternate variance, you know. Problem though is that like the freaking diamond weapon color is green, even though the weapon is not green anywhere. I don't know. I never understood why the diamond weapon glow was green. That shit never makes sense to me. But like, it is what it is. So meaning like free weapons was a dead given. Yeah, I mean that's okay though. You know, all the other ones are crunchy. I mean, I think that Fru is just one of those fights that goes by way quicker than you realize it. Once you get past like once you get to like the middle of phase 3, you kind of learn real quick that like, yo, time flies by when you're doing Fru. So, also bed. Good night, Nina. Thank you so much. Have a good night, girl. Sweet dreams. Rest well. Take care of yourself. I hope you have a fantastic evening. You know. Oh, you mean the weapon pixels? I mean, whatever. I mean, that's whatever. Feels new. Well, the Fru weapons are. I mean, the pixelation thing is definitely like a graphics update for sure. I mean, I like them. I like some of the weapons like a lot. The glow effect really saves a lot of the weapons. The weapon is so true to the fight though, so like I don't actually mind it though. So pull up a T or a DSR. I mean, yeah, so like here's you know, this color does not help because it's so dark in here. But yeah. This character hasn't cleared SR, so I have T. Yo, this area is so dark. Hold up. It's so dark in here, bruh. Holy darkness. I can't see shit. the color glow, there it is. It's so much, okay. It's so much more visible now. I don't know. I mean, I like, I think they're all crunchy, if what you're talking about, though. If you're talking about like weapon design, I think they're all like that. The only one that I don't immediately feel that way with is Top, I think, and UCOB. But that's also like certain weapons though. But yeah, so because like the DSR weapon, like this weapon's fucking fire. I like the detail of it here doesn't really look or feel that bad. Like this is kind of like normal actually. Oh, it looks so good. Hi Queen, how are you? Welcome on in. But like for Top weapon though, I think Top's weapon color design schema is like, it's actually like kind of true to form though. I think it's like the best one actually. Did they update the DSR models? Not that I'm aware of. The only models that I know confirmation-wise for sure that they updated was Uwu and UCOB. I kneel before thee? No, please don't do that. I will get on one knee right now and you're going to hear it crack and then you're going to get like mad at me. I mean, so just like sit in your chair and like, you know what I mean? But yeah. The Uwu model, the actual model didn't change to some degree, but the glow effect did. They heightened the glow effect for Uwu specifically. UCOB had like certain weapon models like sorta looked at, like touched on, but like nothing that I like immediately noticed. So got to eat the PF and now I veg. Good night, yummy. Take care. I like the blue fire in this one. Oh, for the DSR weapon, the DSR fire thing is like fine. I love the DSR weapons, but I will admit though, the Staff of the Heavens for Black Mage is like not my particular cup of tea. But like it's fine. Not even the blue flame or whatever that it is. It doesn't. It's just the model itself. The model for this is like not my favorite. I'm not trying to be like a hater though. I'm not saying that it sucks. I'm just saying like there are certain weapons model wise that like with the glow effect included, like I just do not vibe with it at all. For me, that's like Machinist Omega. The I love the Omega weapon like a metric ton, but the glow effect sends me. I love this weapon like a ton, but the glow effect kills me. I don't like how it looks personally. The model itself is fire, but the glow effect is not my favorite. But like, it's still really cool though. But I don't like it. What's the other one? Is it like Sage? I don't like the Sage model. The model is kind of like shmeh. The glow effect is fire, but the model itself is like, I hate the Paladin shields. The fold out is so, you know, it looks so small, and then when it comes out, it's like so extra. You know, tiny. Yeah, it's a tiny shield. The Omega axe is the glow effect actually saves this weapon. The axe is so much bigger when the glow effect comes out, and I love it. Contrary to popular belief too, though, I don't like the Dark Knight glow effect. Or sorry, the model. Like this bottom half, I don't like it. Everything else is fire. A feeble shield protects nothing. Fire. The ultimate Omega Gunblade, though, this is my favorite Gunblade in the whole. Next to Fur. Or no, sorry, DSR. What the hell? Yeah. Top Gunbreaker weapon and top DSR weapons are my current favorite ultis. I love the Fur weapon, but it's like number 3 for me personally. So, my honest hope too, they probably will not do this, even though I kind of sort of hope that they can. I don't like the T weapon specifically because the hand guard, like that little circular part on the upper portion. You know how I hold the weapon like this? The part that's above it, I would love to just take that part out. I don't like when my gun blades have hand guards. The only one that I'll give like a pass to is DSR. Like that hand guard is fine. I don't mind that one so much. I love that Omega's doesn't have that at all. Like there's no hand guard for the Omega weapon. I love that so much. Yo, I hope that they save Monk Kefka because it looks so bad. Well, I've been still looking for the thing. I've been still keeping an eye out for the thing, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they still haven't even like revealed the glow effect. So, you know what I mean? So, I heard that the title got revealed, but then also somebody else said that it was like fake. And it was like similar to the Genesis of Legends. It's like the something of Legend, not like the blank Legend. So, but I don't know for sure anymore though. Why was I mentioned? One second. Yeah, I'm keeping a real close track with people that I know that are like looking into the gaming stuff, and like the glow effect for the Kefka Ultimate is still completely like hidden. The model I Ben saw, even when the game was under maintenance. But yeah, so I don't know. One second. Trying to catch up though. I mean, I don't know what they'll do with the glow effect for the weapon, but I will tell you this much though. I love the Gunbreaker model blade, so I don't really care. The only way that you don't save my gun blade is if like the weapon model glow is like super whack. But I have it under high jurisdiction that the color of the weapon is red. The current glow effect that I have heard is that it's red and yellow. The model is not yellow, but the glow has yellow, is what I was hearing. The weapon model is red, It's not like DSR red. It's like, because DSR is kind of orangey. I'm talking about like a blood red. Like it's brighter than that red, but it's not that brassy orange. Like it's like a Dalamid red basically, but it's like a little bit darker. And then the glow effect is yellow, and then it retains like the little like confusion factor from the first phase. Because also, I'm not gonna spoil it per se. However, though, there's apparently like, I mean, I already saw all of the buffs and the debuffs for the ultimate. I don't have a clue what they mean, but the impression at least tells me that like that's what they're doing for the thing. We'll see. I don't even think that the, hold on, let me see if I can find that actually. 1 second. I want to find the page for it actually. You get sharks in your hands? What do you mean? Yeah, but they don't like glow. Let's get a trines. I mean, depending on what okay, I'm not gonna. I don't have an answer to this directly, but just based off of what people are theorizing about just based off of what people are theorizing about the buffs that they have, like there's basically a T and like a top mechanic that's like insane. Oh, and there's a P8 mechanic. So I don't know what that means, but there's apparently like a P8, like I'm talking about like caloric theory mechanic, not caloric theory, high concept, sorry. There's apparently like a high concept mechanic in the Kefka Ultimate. High concept is when you make like the you take like the, you know, when he's like my will is absolute, and then like that's not what I meant. When you have like the colors and then the towers, and then you kind of fuse the color to make the thing, and then you go into the towers. There's apparently like a mechanic that uses that like concept, not towers per se, but like the effect does something. The puzzle is also supposedly in phase 2, not phase 2, in God Kefka. Like the God Kefka is the puzzle, but during Forced March, I mean, the one concern that I have, if I'm just talking about like buffs and debuffs and whatever the hell that it is like I think the mechanic that, okay, I'm not going to spoil it directly, but there is a mechanic that is in the new dungeon that I think is also in the Ultimates, and I think that people are going to figure out very quickly how that works because they had a chance to figure out how it works in the dungeon. But I have no clue. So it's too soon to say for sure. Where's the I want the picture for the thing that I'm looking for Fru. 3 weeks? Yeah, it's been pretty crazy actually. Cause like I'm trying to think though. Hold on, I gotta manual count it because I don't actually know I don't know the immediate number by my memory actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Uh, 6, 7, 8. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Wait, I'm trying to think. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Going in blind. I think for the first pull, like the first like lockup, maybe I don't know. I mean, I do want to do it blind before I go in with the group. So most likely, if the group goes in later on that day, I will be going in earlier. So, but I don't know how. I mean, we'll see. I'm not too sure. They haven't really fully told me any information about the process of the prog thing. So I don't have the immediate answer. But regardless of what their answer is, I'm going in blind. So looking at Monk DSR, I wish more weapons were like this, over the fist and forearm instead of full and bulky. Well, also what I like about it is that like it's actual like fists. You know what I mean? Watching Saya, oh, that'd be kind of cool. Once I get my blind prog, I will go look at other people's. Like I'll be doing a watch of the run, but only when my group isn't running it. And when I've done my blind, because we're going 4 days a week, like we're doing 12 hours a week, I think. So like we're gonna be, I mean, I'm gonna be in there for way longer because I'm definitely gonna be going more often. But like, because I had to learn tank and fizz range, and eventually I'm gonna end up learning healer. So I'll probably be working on 3 different roles personally. So we'll see. Wait, 31. 31. Okay, 31. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 23. Oh, the gap is way different. Okay, well, are these all? Yes. Okay, so I'll put it to you like this. It's gonna depend. Futures Rewritten had a total, without including overlap, 31 buffs and debuffs from the boss specifically. Kafka Ultimate has 53, so that's a lot. And that's also not including Marker Morality or like Vulnup or anything like that. Like Kafka Ultimate has 53 buffs. Fru currently has 31. So that is tough. 1, 5, 6. Big variations? No, like without spoiling it, a lot of them are like elemental resistances looking. A lot of them are physical vuln up and damage ups, and a bunch of them are icons I've never seen before ever. So buff this, true. And there's a disease mechanic, I think. Like there's a mobility one, and yeah. So there's currently I have no clue, but like Fru having 31 compared to Kefka's 53, or sorry, 55 is crazy. 55 versus 31 is a lot. I'm trying to figure out how many does top have, because top has a lot as well.
So that's kind of the tough part too, because like let me think, 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Something? No. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think about that too, but they also, I'm trying not to repeat them. Well, I can tell you for sure, top has more than 50. That I can guarantee. Top has more than 50 buffs and debuffs for sure, and I'm not counting repeats. Or damage downs for that matter. I think top has like 52. If I'm counting every single unique non-repeatable debuff possible, I think it's a total of 52. So, yo, so Kefka has more debuffs and buffs than top does, so that's a lot. So, thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. So, I mean, that could be really scary, but also like, you know, I mean, I have no idea. I will tell you this much though, just solely looking at the freaking icons, I can already tell you it's going to be bad. The progressional functionality of it is, it's frogging that fight is gonna be bad. So, because then, oh god, let me think actually too. Kefka Savage a lot of tank and healer stuff. Yeah, the hardest role in Kefka Savage was healer and tank. Mind linking? I mean, I'm just looking at the console wiki. I'm just manually counting the console wiki. I'm looking at DSR right now. This is just DSR like oh, I would probably copy that whole thing. It's probably not gonna like properly link you. I don't have like a snippet page of like the picture of all of them, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, no, 11, 14, 17, 19, 20, 2, 3, no, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, brother, I'm at phase 6 and I'm at 27. 29, 31, 33, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $40. I think I already counted those actually. I did. That's it. Brother, DSR has 45 buffs. So, like, or 45, I mean, I definitely overcounted, so, like, less than 45. Like, DSR is, like, sub 45 in total in terms of, like, buffs and debuffs. So, yeah, good luck with that. You cast 1 HP mechanics all the time? Don't 6-7, okay? My god. I'm not under the immediate impression that the 1 HP thing will be super crazy. I think the 1 HP thing will just be built into the mechanic, because in the Kefka Savage raid, it's also just built in. So like, he casts like Forsaken Angel, and then just like an AoE follow up. It's not gonna do that. I think that considerably though. I will say this much though. There is not. Actually, wait, I'm lying to you. Yes, there is. There is an HP reduction increase thing. There is a way that the boss will keep you permanently stuck at 1 HP. So, like, I don't know. I think the 1 HP thing is not going to be that scary. I think the hardest roles in Fru to play is main tank and shield healer. Top, I would say that it is both tanks and shield healer. Actually, no, sorry, all supports. I don't think that pure healing is like easy. I think that it's also very hard. But you definitely have an easier time compared to shield healer. All supports in top is insanely hard. DSR, I think it's like literally just tanks. T, it's just healers. Ooh, it's just shield healer, like Loki, and like maybe Fizz range something. Says you're smelly. Okay, bye. Thanks, Axel. I appreciate you. What the f? So, and then UCOB, the hardest role is freaking shockingly enough, it's like it's off tank. Like specifically off tank in UCOB. Or some shit like that. I mean, the hardest phase is, I mean, not hardest phase. I kind of got to put like an asterisk though. The hardest role in phase 5 is DPS. Like, weirdly enough, like dying as a DPS feels so wrong. It sucks to die in phase 5 of VCOP. I want to see what the friggin' Fru weapon looks like for Kefka. I mean, Kefka, for Fru actually. I said Fru, but for Kefka? Brother, send me. These are okay, honestly. Yeah, those are okay. I'm hoping that the animation... Okay, I'll tell you this much. The weapons don't... Weapons to me is whatever. If the animation changes for Monk are very good, I could easily be convinced to play Monk again. Easily. Because if there's one thing I've hated about Monk since 2.0, no BS, is simply this stance. This stance alone is a no-go for me, brother. Nope. This stance alone hurts my soul. I have disliked this stance since the very first time I ever saw it, back in 2.0. So, well, the problem is, like, I don't want to be bouncing the whole time. I want to. Okay, I like the male stance, but also I love like this stance. But my hands are open because I'm supposed to be holding something, but also I'm a fighting game player to some degree. Like, I love me some fighting games. Do you understand how many fucking fighting game poses could exist in this game alone? And by the way, Yoshi P loves him some Street Fighter, brother. With skill skin, is the hope that they can change battle stances too? I think that's exactly what they're doing, actually. I think that the skins are not only there to change the animations of your buttons, but also stances. Because I know for sure, I've heard it a million times, I don't really care that much, but I know everyone else does. Everyone hates the Dark Knight stance. I actually don't hate it. I actually like it, but I have been seeing the same stance for the longest time. But also, I know that a certain bald man too, especially the running animation for it, this is whack. I didn't mind it at first though. Like, I think it's actually really cool. I like it a lot. But the running animation with it is like not yeah, bro, it just looks like I'm trying to find like a plug somewhere. You know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna plug this in somewhere. You know, I hate Dark Stance immensely, and their combos bring back Power Slash. This stance is not my favorite. I do miss Dark Side though. Dark Side was godlike because you would lift the sword up, and like what I used to do was do Dark Side and then grit. I would, because you do sword up and then sword out. It was godlike. So give this one a broom, bro. How is the joke weapon for Dark Knight not a broom though? You know what I mean? I also hate Delirium. I miss Blood Weapon. I don't hate Delirium. That's a lot. That's actually kind of extra. I don't like this though. Putting it like into your chest is whack. That drives me to no avail. However, that animation for impalement is fucking peak. So yeah. If they get rid of tank stances though entirely, like, I'm not complaining. I just kind of want there to be what would be really cool is if like Provoke and Shirk actually did like the stance thing. Like, if Provoke was just this button, that could be really cool. So, these exclamations were peak for Dr. Sure? Yeah. I mean, I really like the Blood Spiller combo buttons. Hi, Sherb. Hi, lovely. How are you? Welcome on in. We've been yappers all day today. It's kind of crazy, actually. We went on a whole ass tangent about 14 Evercold and like a bunch of other stuff, and then. Brother, you know what's crazy? I know for a fact that Sherb giggled so hard as soon as she pressed that freaking button. The second that she saw like the wind up over there cracking, bro. Oh, so you think that the mentality is funny? Alright. Is this the same a wing? Kinda? Stop. That's, yo, chill. Chill. Kinda though. I'll show it to you. I gotta go to my my house though. Well, yes. You know, you do that thing. But like when you bring out the thingy though, like, brother, you have like a whole ass like thing with it though. Here, hold on, I'll show you actually. Hold on. God. Where's my mouse at? I never understood how to do this thing, and it's permanently there when I need it. I forget about that shit. See, cause like the sword has like a fucking wing, brother, which is fire. But my question is why? Like, I never understood why. That wing is godlike. But like, why? And why is it 1? You know what I mean? I don't know why. Did you turn me into? All right, bro. Whatever. I never understood why it was 1 wing. I'm not like a 1-wing angel, and like I'm definitely not no freaking Sephiroth. I don't have a sword for that though. You know what I mean? So I've never understood either why it's like 1-wing angel, basically. But like, yeah, you got a wing. I mean, it's cool, but like, why? I don't know. I never figured it out. Brother, I need to uninstall that. I don't G-pose ever. I never learned it. Everyone was like, you'll learn it eventually. And I was just kind of like, yeah, sure. So yeah, Dark Knight buttons are freaking cool. I mean, I love Scarlet Delirium. That move is cool. Comeuppance is godlike. I love that move. And I love Torque Cleaver. So, pressing Dark Knight buttons feels fucking good. Why Dragoon has flowers? Okay, I can't explain. I can't explain that. I don't know why. And you know what the crazy part is too? Yo, Dragoon still got them. Okay, look, Japanese button, okay? Yo, that button is literally so Kugane. You know what I mean? I don't know. I ain't mad about it though. I mean, it's cool. The best button that Dragoon has is freaking, is this move. I fucking love that button, and thank God it's staying in, you know what I mean? Well, not only Spiral Bow though, but like I love a lot of the buttons. Yo, I love that Heaven's Thrust. Like he kicks the you kick the boss. Oh, godlike. They got them and then doubled down in Endwalker when Chaos Thrust got upgraded. Yo, listen, I'm cool with that actually. You know what I mean? What I'm grateful for is that like this button's going away. Yo, when you like look at the animation for this button, okay? Look at it. Where does the spear go? How did you even? Where does the spear come from? Brother, I've never understood that button. I never have. Lance Barrage is fire though. You know. I ranted about this at Lincoln 2.0. Yo, literally, like you're okay. You hold the spear. Yo, I've looked at the animation for that button for an hour one time. You hold the spear, and then you literally like you put it above your head, and then you put it you like hands like this above your head, bring it back, put it close. Your wrist somehow twists back over, and then you poke. Yo, I have never understood that button. It has driven me crazy since the dawn of time. When you got G-pose, I spent time trying to make the sense of the true trust. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I get that actually. I'm trying to think. What other button is there that I felt that way about? Oh my god. It's Machinist. Actually, it's Machinist. Look at how Machinist uses freaking Slugshot. Brother, why do you over there like a limp? What, like, yo, why does it not? It's just not like a freaking like a want. Like I want to curve the bullet on some Wanted. Why I look like I tripped for like a second? You know what I mean? That's the coolest button though ever. I love Heated Split. This button is godlike. I freaking love this button. You know. But yeah. What's the other one? Cause it's a line of bullets. Okay. So like, yo entiendo eso. Okay, like I understand that the bullets kind of come out the thing, but do you understand how like crazy it is? First of all, the bullets don't come from the gun; they come from behind you. Okay. Like from where? Yo, from where? From where? Also, like casual shotgun. You know what's diabolical, actually? Yo, it is diabolical that I have a shotgun and I don't even get to use it that often in content. Also, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch. 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 What the fuck are those things? Brother, they look like Ragnarok from fucking Kingdom Hearts. See the missile thing is going towards the freaking. Also, like when you move, they chase you. Bro, machinist has never made sense to me. Also, from where? Brother, from where? Yo, from where? Yo, from where? Flamethrower, from where? Where's the canister for my flamethrower? It don't exist. You know what I mean? Now, look. Now, I will hit you with like a small truth, okay? I'm gonna hit you with a small truth. Whoops. Yeah. Alright. Just look at the animation and tell me if you understand it, okay? Like, just look at it. Right? But it's not that one, it's this one. Yo, I've never... Do you know how long it took me to realize that that you like kick and then slash? Okay. Yo, I had no idea for the longest time. No idea. That's just crazy. You know? Now, still to this day, okay? Still to this day, Alien Slash is the worst. Aeolian Slash, I never understood either. I'm not even gonna defend it. I'm never gonna understand where this comes from. I don't know. I will admit though, when you can send a jump with the actual jump of the slash, it's kind of cool. Okay, now let's talk about the brethren job of Ninja. Okay, let me know when you understand anything that this job is doing. I'm not even gonna try to like play it correctly. Okay. Yo, what the hell? What am I doing? Although that is Heinz Bang Fang is this game or this job's sexiest button. Okay. Brother. Now you thought the single target was bad, okay? Watch the AoE. Hold on. Where do I swing? Brother, where do I swing? Let me get you in full screen. Brother, look at the animation and tell me when you figure out what the hell am I looking at. Wait. What? Yo, listen. I'm gonna just tell you, I have no clue which sword is being used when I press that button. Still to this day. I don't know. It ends with the left. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. Now, thankfully, this one's really easy. Right? It's like out in. But where the fuck am I going during this? And then, brother. Okay, that's really cool. I love this button a lot, though. I love jumping with this button. Button's cool. Right? Okay, my favorite one though. My favorite one is at least for animations. Black Mage has none. We'll get to that after this. Okay. Brother, what? What? Look for this shit. Where am I going? Where am I going? Yo, that button combo situation is so godlike. But what kind of Dragon Ball Z am I pulling off with my freaking twin blades? Okay. Let me give you this much though. Okay, Black Mage has one button that I'm like, hell no. You wanna know which one it is? I'll show you which one it is. Check this out. You know the Family Guy meme where it's like the elephant and the penguin, and they make like an elepenguin or like a penguin, whatever. What the hell is this? Right? That's my question. What the hell is this? Look, just look. All right. What the hell is that, brother? The best button is this. I want to do this the whole time. All I want to do is press this. This is sick. This is so sick. Let's not even talk about this button though. That's whatever. But like this button right here, yo, this shit. Alright. What the hell is this? Paradox is the best? Paradox is the best. I won't even deny it though. Hi Kayla. Jellyfish freaking looking like a freaking. Yo, listen, I'm on your ass, alright? Don't be hold on, I gotta like add the zoom in for like dramatic effect, okay? And then we can continue yapping about buttons. My mouse is like AMP kinda good though. AMP is cool. I love this button. That button is fire. I freaking love that button. That button is sick actually. Oh, did Kayla help you get the house because of the situation with the character thingy? True. Congratulations. Kayla, you lucky that like you over there looking like a freaking you know what I'm saying? And not to mention that it's currently 1 in the morning. Put the lasagna away. Put it away. I'ma tell the husband. I'ma tell on him. I'ma let him know. I'm on to you. Put the lasagna away. Exactly. Alright. Alright. Lasagna? Brother, she had spicy lasagna with like hot sausage and some other crap. It was crazy actually. I actually love Xenoglossy. That button's fire. Alright. But then we got this button. Ooh, zoomed in, this button looks really sick. Hey, triple cast? Yo, triple cast is amazing. You know what the problem with triple cast is? The problem with triple cast is you never get the full animation. It's actually super ass. You never actually get to fully visualize the animation because you're too busy doing it under like a ley line. You know what I mean? Same with ley lines. But ley lines is so cool, bro. I freaking love the animation for this. Zoomed in, Black Mage is godlike, but like zoomed out, it's kind of like whatever. I don't know if Black Mage works with a weapon. Okay, I'm gonna advocate for you for this one, okay? Yo, the fact that Black Mage doesn't float is crazy. Black Mage should absolutely float. Okay, if you specifically go look at Cloud from Smash Bros, if you go look at Cloud's movement animation from Smash Bros, the Black Mage absolutely needs to move just like that. And if you don't understand, I will show you because yeah. Absolutely. Preach. Listen, I know ball. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I know ball. Alright, wait. Let me see if I can actually like get this to show. While I look for like my 50 million tabs. Brother, life is hard out here. These tabs are going crazy, bro. Where's my freaking desktop? I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Where is it? Where is it? No! Lying sack. That's a wrong video, bro. Wouldn't they be the same for Sage, like having propeller with weapons? That could be cool, sure. I would be so cool with that, you know. But also though, I will admit, I love Sage's sprint animation. I don't mind Sage's running, but I love Sage's sprint. Sage sprint animation is godlike. That video doesn't count. Don't worry about that. Cloud Smash Bros Run animation. Oh, you know what? I know how to do this actually. I'm smart. Black Mage Sprint is fine. No, it's not. Black Mage Sprint is whack. Como que it's fine? You over here looking like you better be late for class. What the hell do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god. Miss McGonagall's gonna get mad at me for not making, like, what the fuck you mean? Hell no. What the fuck? I'm going to school. Fuck I look like? Yeah, no, it's horrible. I can't even find the animation. Smash Bros Sprint. Or is it Dash? Let's go with Dash. Still fly to, I think? Yeah, I mean that's again that's perfectly okay. I specifically just want to look for. Yo, it is crazy how Smash Bros people are such nerds, but I can't find a simple thing that is like a freaking hold on. Okay. I found a frame, which is so much goddamn effort. Where is it? Okay, you saw how he like kind of float in a moment? God damn, he's fucking quick. See that? Black Mage basically should float like this while moving around. Delete Monk walk weapon? Bruh. Yo, Monk weapon looks like you trying to carry a tray of something around with you when you were the. Yo, put like a tray in my hand to carry from the kitchen to the waiter's table. Oh, do you have like a okay? Here's your water. You know what I'm saying? Here's like your chicken parmesan. Here's your slice of pizza. Like what? Like yo, where am I going? You know what this looks like? This looks like when you're constipated and you gotta go to the bathroom, but you gotta hold it, but you can't move your body, or else like you're dead. You know what I mean? Where am I going, bro? I want to reanimate this run in real life. Hold up. Like, look at the animation, right? Fuck me. Where am I going? Look at this shit in fucking full screen. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Where am I going? I look like I'm about to go through like a fucking horror. Yo, I feel like it's like a horror movie. You know what I mean? It's like anybody here? No. Brother, these running animations are scary. All right, they gotta be looked into. The sooner the better. So, I can't even. You know what? You know who's got the best running animation but the worst walking? This job is fucking sexy. It's like I'm about to go do some business. Hold my sippy cup. I'm on the move, right? And then it's like, oh, you want to mess? Oh, you wanna fucking tussle? Look at this. It's like up. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. Where are you going? Brother, like, this is as if like you have like a stinky thing of cheese. Dual Zoro? Brother, I look like I'm trying to figure out how to thread the needle before I thread like a blanket. And I just got the whole spool in my other hand. What it should have been, okay, you know what they have to do with the red mage animation to make it peak is mad simple, okay? All you have to do is give me this and let me walk forward like this. Hand to sword, sword like this, walking forward, and let the thing float. God-like, brother. So easy. I freaking love the red mage animation for most buttons. God damn though, who am I trying to creep on? Also, let me just say, Vice of Thorns, this button is so hot. Brother, she throws the thing. I forget what it's called. The focus? Mad fire. And then I love... Refulgence is one of the coolest buttons in this game. Look at this shit. Fire. Actually, I think I take it back. I think Ninja has the best. Why is Summoner very much like a click? It's like, oh, you want a book? Here you go. I'm over here tapping like a keyboard. Keyboard, click. Crazy. Samurai Ice Kimitsu no Yaba. Samurai. Okay, look. I could visually like fuck for Samurai's Tendo buttons, okay? Tendo buttons are, this is some of the sexiest shit I've ever seen ever, and I love women, okay? This shit right here, brother? This shit right here? Godlike. And then the follow-up? Oh, and then the sword sheath? Godlike, okay? And you know what the crazy part is too? You get to do it again. And even from farther away, in a full-on swing.
Hope you like pain.
Crazy. And then you got Iki Shoten, which is like... And then like the Zanshin? And then the Ogi? Bruh. Whatever, Grandpa. Shut the fuck up, bruh. So anyways. Dude, I literally only play Samurai solely because Tendo is so fucking hot. Even though it's like ice cold, you know what I mean? I like kind of Makiri's literally just a move from Rurouni Kenshin. God, like, you know what I mean? Look, I gotta give credibility though. I mean, Monk's Phantom Rush is such a cool ass button. You know what Monk does have though that's really unfortunate? It actually has the worst GCD in the entire game. No bullshit. You wanna see it? Check this shit out. What the fuck? Brother, this from Bootshine was a downgrade. I don't care what anyone says. Brother, the worst button in the entire game. I know you do. Trust me. But at least you got this shit. Not this. At least you got this. Right? Also, I love the different like poses. You got the Riddle of Earth, the Riddle of Fire. Riddle of Wind is the best one though. See that stance right there? I want that stance to be like my standing stance. You know what I mean? Simple as that. Like, I'm having to get the True Strike. Oh, True Strike is like... Rising Raptor is really cool though. I like Rising Raptor. Button's cool. I like Pouncing Coral too though. It's so cool. I'm really some Bruce Lee like freaking Ip Man type shit. Doesn't that longer GC you want to have like three chooses? Yeah. So okay, six-headed star is the best worst button in the game because it is actually the strongest hitting button in the entire game, but the use for it is super weird and very bizarre. I like Snap Punch as well. So, a six-sided star is okay. So Phantom Rush is 1500, and it's one of the strongest buttons in the entire game. Six-headed star literally has the capability of doing 1780. It has a very good chance of being a stupid ass weapon of a no, sorry. I said 1780? What did I say? No, that's wrong. 1580. They changed that. This button is actually the strongest button I think in the entire game, but it's also the worst button in the entire game. You never ever ever press this shit. Even though the animation is so sick. It is actually so sick. This button used to do 1800 potency and then they nerfed it, which was stupid because you still never used it. The only time you ever actually use it, and even then you still don't use it because this button fucking sucks, is SO. There's only one way that you use this button, and it is dog shit. Alright? You literally hit him with the freaking... That's it. That's how you use it. You literally hit him with this. And the button comes back in time that you even hit like the fucking thing anyways. See, LB2 is better, but it's still not that good by comparison. You know what I mean? So. Only time you can press that button. Remember when this LB3 used to help you fall off the map? Fun fact, if you used this LB3 and there was a hole right in front of you, you just fucking fall. That shit was crazy. I'm just letting you know. In Suzaku, you know how like in Suzaku Phase 2, like the boss is in the middle and then there's like the circle of the things she can pull you in? Brother, if you monk LB3 in there, you can't. You literally just fall. You know who else did that? Dragoon. Dragoon would literally sit there and charge and then like, whoosh, and then it would just go down. Can you just agree for Lightning Thinker Tower? Yes. That's how monks use it. You could, but also you shouldn't because like you have Riddle of Fire. You just hold the Ruination until you can you know, you just hold that button until you have to deal with the tower basically. So yeah, technically you can, but like you shouldn't have to. I think back then you used to because Thancred I think Thancred died. Like Fatebreaker, I think Fatebreaker died mad quickly during that part. Because like Monk Picto together is stupid powerful. Like so stupid powerful. So what you would literally do is while you're in the middle of bursting or whatever, you literally like you get the 10 brotherhoods, you send that shit and then you just run back because this gives you a increased movement speed. And then the boss just dies during that part, and you sit there the whole time, and then just recharge like your Reese Lightning. You would have to send like a 10 6-headed star on the boss. The boss has to die though before that cast bar comes back in order for it to have been worth it. So, yeah. You probably can still use it, but I think that there's because 6-headed star right now is 1580. I don't House is pretty. Thank you. Yeah, this is my house. I can show you my interior in a minute. Thank you. I did this by myself. No, no fancy tricks involved. I'm trying to remember if is it Dancer? No, Dancers is Alone is no 13. Oh no, it's Summoner. My bad. Isn't Exodus? Is Exodus still? Oh no, it's also 15. What button does more than 15? There's a button that does more than 15. It's not Medine. It's not White Mage, although it's close now. God damn, it wasn't, but now it is. Holy shit. It's not Gunbreaker anymore. It's not Samurai. It's not Monk. I think it's just between Monk and I think it's Monk and Summoner, because Phantom Rush is the is 1500, but so is Exodus. Those are the two. Those are the two strongest buttons that you actively use, but the #1 strongest button in the game right now, I do think, is 600 star. I don't think that there's any button that does 600 potency. No, Picto's strongest, I think, is 11. Isn't Medine the strongest button for Picto? I think so. I don't think there's a stronger button than Medine. Because the motifs are all 800. Thunder is 9, and then Prism is 11, but so is Medine. Rainbow's 1000. Comet's 940. Hammer combos are all like less than 8, I think, right? Yeah. So I think it's just yeah, I think it's Phantom Rush and Exodus. It used to just be, I mean, it used to be a thick chunk, because 6-sided star was 1780. Now it's 1580. I don't know when they changed that though, but I know that like 6-sided star was a stupid button. So yeah. Perfectio is 1100, I think. Tendo is 11. Ogie's 11. Oh, it's 1000 actually. Sene is 800. Dragoon Starcross, I think, is 1000. Yeah. Drake's Bane and thing is 460. No, Startup is it's 840, not 940. It used to be 940. It's 840 now. Rise is, well, Rise and DFT together is technically 1, so it's 1050. Doesn't count though. Reaper's Perfectio is 13. They changed it from 12. Yeah, the strongest buttons are Exodus and Phantom Rush, but the #1 button that's like the most powerful is 6-sided. You could still use 6-sided star, but only and only if you have you need to have 10 chakrams. So yeah. Anyways, here's my house. The problem with the housing thing right now is I can't change the interior, so I want to use the other interior, but this is my current house. You know, we got the little like entertainment living room. I got the little like sleeper spot where you can read like your books. You know, shout out to the bookworms out there. My little kitchen. You know, simple and effective. Then I got the empty hallway. I'm a simpleton, so I don't really like a lot, you know. Here's my gaming setup. I got my plants because duh. And we got the shower. There's also no bathroom. I never added it. We got the entertainment in the bottom. I got the cup of coffee because I got the matcha in it, of course. And then we got the bedroom, which is also very simple, you know what I mean? I'm a very simple person. I don't like a lot of clutter in my housing, so it's small and simple. Yeah. I forgot which day this was, but I spent an entire stream just like straight up cracking at this. It was fun. It was fun. I had a fun time. Now that being said, though, when I get the large interior thing, I'm gonna horrendously hate it because I gotta take out everything and then, you know, change the layout. But that being said, though, I do want a large personal. I know exactly where I want it, but the large personal is definitely not available. It is house number 5. Yeah, I want house number 5 specifically. I don't care about housing unless it's house number 5. It's actually the only house that I care about in the entire game. That or Shirogane, is it 18? I think. Remember, I want that house though. That plot right there is Dreamboat House. I never cared about housing back then, so I never bothered. But then once I realized how much I actually like, you know what I mean, I learned unfortunately that like I really care about housing, and so I opted into at some point in time. The only time I'll ever bid for a large house is if it's specifically this house. If it's not this house, I don't care. So I will sit there and deal with my my blah 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 the whole time. That being said, though, the housing is already concluded. It's also, yeah. Yeah, when Dynamis. You know what's crazy? I actually checked, and Dynamis and Chaos on Europe, they have wards that are just completely unavailable. Wards like 25 through 30, you can't add any kind of housing at all. Like, it's crazy, actually. I mean, I can check though, but my Dynamis housing is like, yeah, Dynamis housing is like a little non-existent. I meant to say this earlier. Snap Punch would be godlike if animation was more like the Tifa Snap Punch in Remake Rebirth. Bruh, facts actually. 100%. I don't mind. I don't mind a lot of. I mean, I do love Boot Shine. Also, I like Steel Peak more than I like Forbidden Chakra, but like Forbidden Chakra is also pretty cool. I love like the back smack move is so cool. But yeah. Damn. Steel Peak is so good. Yeah, I freaking love that button. I love pressing button. I can't wait to see what the whole animation thing. There's the one European keynote that we're going to be getting in July. I cannot wait for, because it should give us further confirmation. Well, first, if we're going to get the tank job, I'm guessing. I feel like they'll reveal the tank job. I want the tank job to be revealed, and also most importantly, I want the freaking raid tier announced. You know how hard it's going to be for them to go above that of Arcadian? Arcadian is too good of a... Not a single Arcadian fight is a bad fight. They're all at the minimum like a 9. Like, it's crazy, actually. The only one that doesn't get that pass is like Lindworm 1 and like Van Patel. Yeah. The weakest fight in the whole tier, score point wise, is just Van Patel and Lindworm 1. They're both sitting at like an 8. Every other fight though, minimum 9. Minimum. There's so many like 9.5s and there's so many 10 fights. It's crazy actually. Yeah. Like I am still dumbfounded how much they cooked with Arcadian. That is a mind-blowing situation to be in. I never got the mount for this fight. Lore fights and songs? Yeah. Well, like the lore is a 10. The fights are all, I would say on average the fights are like a 9. 9.25 across all 12 fights, like 9.25 average. The songs are all a 10. No song in this entire raid tier is bad. You know that's the case in Area 2 because they literally had Iron Mouse singing like one of them, and not to mention they use it in the Primal concert too. Like, it's crazy actually. Yo, they know they cooked with this raid tier expansion. It's Arcadian's so freaking good, dude. 100%.
Wait, I gotta go to arcade. Solution 9. I don't think I have the Viper weapons. Or Gunbreaker for that matter. So yeah. I feel like people were really in awe about Evangelion coming out for the Alliance raid, which like I ain't gonna hold you. I don't even care. It's not even out yet. Evangelion's automatically a 10 out of 10 Alliance raid, unquestionably. Yo, that Alliance raid is gonna be so effing peak. People were saying though they wondered how it would feel to basically get a collaboration raid tier, not like Square Enix, but like third-party raid tier. Getting the robot Shinji, bruh. Facts actually. My problem is like if they ever did like a collaboration raid tier, I wouldn't have a clue what in the world they'd come up with. I would be so concerned actually. Oh, I already have open? Bro, of course I do. What the hell? I'm a Gunbreaker player. So, I've been also having a hard time thinking about like who would they collaborate with to make like a raid tier, you mean? I have currently like not a clue, but I can't even think of one conceptually. Cause like trying to think. The Arcadian was just so good. Even like just looking at the Evercold teaser trailer, like I couldn't even conceptualize like what the raid tier is gonna lean towards. Something kind of quickly reminds me of Final Fantasy X's like monster arena capture thing, but that doesn't sound correct. So I don't know. But I know people were like, "Oh, it'd be cool if you can just like, if Evercold's like the expansion of collaboration, then like that could be pretty fascinating." But Dontrail got like a bunch of collaborations, but not just like in content. Like we got a bunch of glamour, and most of them were like Square Enix safe, I would say, which is like pretty cool. Oh, I don't have these weapons. Well, I'm fixing that now. Because one game that I absolutely am obsessed with that it still hurts my soul to this day. The lightsabers, yeah, I definitely wanted them. I have them on my other character, but I never got them on this character. So I forgot that I was doing Sphene farming on my other character, which is funny though, because like now I have the wings on this character. I gotta go do it on my other character now. So fingers crossed. Yeah. One game that I'm absolutely obsessed with that I'm really sad about. I'm super upset that it's like gone is like Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, the mobile games. They brought the tactics games, got a collaboration with this game for Glamour, which was fire. That like I kind of hope that they use that game as like an inspiration for some kind of content functionality. They could, but I don't know how they would. So, I love that game. I'm like so sad that it's gone. It has actually some of the best character designs ever. Yeah. Brave Exvius canceling is like so sad. Cause you know what what's that initiative? There's some like initiative out there where they like restore canceled games basically. Is that Nick? Oh, it is actually. How sick. How they revealed Arcadian? I think it was during European. They just put this. Well, the reason why they did it though is because during I think no yeah. So they did not reveal Solution 9 until JP. So when they revealed the image for Arcadian, people were like, "What the fuck is this?" Because the actual like the trailer image video that showcases the Solution 9 area, I think that was JP. But the raid tier got announced during, I want to say, European. So because everyone was confused, they were like, why the hell is there like a gigantic router, and why is this so futuristic and techy, but like we're going to like a tribal Brazilian style summer vacation thing, like what does this all fit into, right? So people had no idea. So I think they did it during EU.
and then they just revealed the Solution 9 area, and people were like, "Oh my god, like what's this tied to?" And then they had like the picture with like the when Vanguard crashes into the area of Saloni, like they put like a giant secret text over that, and then because during the US keynote they showed Valley Garmonda, but during the JP keynote, I want to say, they showed the Eliminator. Like, we never saw the Eliminator until like after Solution 9, I think. So like, I mean, them showcasing the final boss dungeon of like the expansion was like crazy, because like people were like, yo, what the hell is this coming from? But we had no idea. So I think that's what it was. So now here's the thing though, because Final Fantasy XI Alliance Raid did not get revealed as a collaboration thing until I think it was EU. So they've already revealed the keynote. The US keynote already revealed Evangelion to be the Alliance Raid. So I don't know how quickly you can like assume that we'll get what information during the thing, during the next two keynotes. One thing I am going to be very like double down on is like they will not reveal the ultimate until 8.1. I think that like not because of the reception of Fru, I think just like from a philosophical standpoint, they're just not content that's going to be coming immensely throughout the entirety expansion. I think they're going to try and keep that to like not like a minimum, but they're going to try to hold back like a little bit. If it's not like, because again, like the problem with all the keynotes is the keynotes are supposed to just specifically generate like marketing excitement. Fru makes sense why it was marketed during the JP keynote, because like it was the expansion that everyone was coming into for Shadowbringers, right? Like Shadowbringers was so good that everyone was like, yo, we're making a Fru Ultimate. Right, so like Kefka is not part of, I mean it's partially part of the like marketing spiel of the thing. But what's really funny, because like at the US like keynote during the performance, everyone was like, oh hey, like are you excited for Kefka Ultimate? And the whole crowd was like going wild. And then what was kind of funny is that like not a lot of people are actively going to be doing the Ultimate, which was like fine. However, they did emphasize that people should go watch people doing the Ultimate, right? So they're obviously becoming more aware of the fact that like people don't just do Ultimates for the content functionality, but because like it is a spectacle to watch. That's why a lot of the raiders that people that like to watch do content, like people really enjoy watching people just do Ultimates, even if they're older ones. Like people enjoy watching people do like Yukop Uwu Fru, or like Yukop or like DSR on top, you know. Now I think that people kind of lean a little bit more towards like the idea of DSR on top, because like community-wise they're the hardest Ultimates. But I think that like you know, also I think that doing the easier Ultimates, quote unquote, is because you know, it kind of leans into the idea of like, oh hey, like this fight is not as bad as those two, so like can I do it? And it's like, oh yeah, sure, you know, people kind of get like inspired to like eventually try and do Ultimates eventually, which is cool. It's good that they're talking about the race after the top disaster. Well, the top, okay, here's the thing that I try to re-emphasize explaining it over and over again, because I think people have to be very clear and understood that like Endwalker's content design functionality, like top wasn't like a disaster because like it was top. It was because like they specifically tried to design the content around the player's feedback on difficulty, like, you know. So all Endwalker content, all of it that was leaning towards the hardcore player base, was designed specifically to be hard, not to be fun or chaotic. World First Team. Oh. I mean, like that's like, I don't know. I mean, the problem is like the whole, again, respectfully, everyone who's like World First thing is like really kind of like it. I'm not like a big fan of the whole like world subbing or the world firsting thing. I don't know. World First Racing is kind of sort of, I mean, I respect it, but like people put in so much time and effort to try to compete with world's first racers, and you really just like can't do that. You know what I mean? Because like, I'll keep it 100, okay? Like, I'll be so completely honest. Even some of the world's first racers, okay, those people are just like, some of them are just not that good. They're trusted enough to be on the team. I'm not trying to take away anybody's credibility though, but I'm just saying that like, your ability to adapt to the speed of like progging the fight, like 100%. Like nobody's real, like not even me. Like, I can't compete with people that are world firsting, but like, brother, I was watching the world's first race for Fru, and I was shocked by some of the mistakes that I watched people do. Where I'm like, why the hell did you even do that? You know what I mean? But what I need for people to do is to stop comparing themselves to world's first racers. Basically, that has got to come to a close, because like, it's drawing too much attention to the idea that like, if they can do it, like so can anybody else, and like, that's just not true. You know what I mean? So anyways, but yeah, as far as the disaster goes for top, I mean like, top just put a lot of pressure on a lot of people, especially after the stressful headache that was DSR and P8. Like DSR and P8 was like it was suffering. People were suffering a lot. It was really bad. So, and not to mention though, those fights took a good amount of mental toll on people. So I can appreciate that there's like a discussion about the world first racing thing, but also I feel like the world first race has to be treated almost like a WWE event, not like because okay, so like with the WWE, right, there's like professional wrestlers, they have a script that they follow, they do the content, and like they wrestle, and they got the events that go on, right? The audience feels like they can just be just as good as the people that are part of the whole like event processing of like the content that's being established in the WWE. But like, you're not getting paid by them to do the content, and like, you're actually disrupting like the flow and ebb of how they can content. So sometimes, like for me personally, watching the world's first race, it's just that, right? Like, it's just a show. It's not meant to be used as like a major. I don't like being compared to the idea of like world first racing or like hardcore raiders or all that stuff. That's why I try and tell people all the time that I'm not like a hardcore raider, even though everyone calls me like a freaking liar. I just put in more time and effort than other people do to make sure that I don't play like ass, because like I get in my own head about it, you know what I mean? But I think that a lot of people have really like tried to stand up to the idea that like they can actually compete with the hardcore raiders or the world first racers, and I'm not about that actually. So but also like, it would be best that Square actually like admits like, hey like, we're gonna host like our own shit and like make it like a whole event and like blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like they still don't really like acknowledge like the world's first racing as like anything in particular, which I think is kind of like a bummer. I hope they take it into consideration though, because I think that could be really cool. But in my mind though, like, Ultimate rating is heavily received by the player base, but like the actual populace, like, people are much more likely to get excited by the lore of 14 and the collaborations of 14, not the Ultimates. The Ultimates don't do anything for the outside player base except for just like the people, right? That's why I feel like eventually we might actually get like, people were theorizing like a Nier Automata Ultimate. I could actually see it happening if the intention is to generate people to play like content collaboration wise with the game. You know what I mean? Evangelion is not okay. Evangelion is going to open the door to a lot of people to watch Evangelion, but also like play it too. Like, It's not even the fact that it's Evangelion. It's the fact that it's an external, like, third-party thing collaborating with 14. Every single collaboration that we've ever had has always either been in-house or Monster Hunter. Like, Evangelion is breaking the wall even further than ever before, right? I mean, there's like also yokai, but like again, that's not the same thing. So yeah. Oh boy, it's Sunday. What's up? Score me out. Even people who do Savage, but not everyone's touch point. Yeah, for sure. That's the craziest part too, dude. Some of the most consistent, or like, you know, some of the better like button pressing players literally will not step foot in an ultimate. Why? I have no idea. Because like some of the hardcore raids, or some of the harder raiding that we've done with like the Savage version, are literally harder than like Uwu, Yukop, and T, and even those don't get touched. I mean, and it's backwards. Some people only chronically live in Yukop, Uwu, or T, and they don't even touch Savage. You know? So that's why, like, if there's, I will say this much too. Also, the third AR for NRG should be the congratulations scene, bruh. I will say this much though. They haven't announced anything yet, but they only gave us the teaser at the NA keynote, and I think that it's heavily overlooked. I don't even think that people had a chance to grasp what they're going to be talking about. Because I think it was during EU also. So I would be very mindful. The most important keynote is actually going to be the European one instead of the JP one. JP one will be a pretty big deal because of reasons to set in the third, but the EU one's important because, I mean, NA was also important, but like it's marketing, right? So like it's whatever. But the EU one's important because the EU one should actually provide us with what kind of new content we'll be seeing in the game, right? The hunt trains, the fates, the overworld system, all that stuff is getting like a big update going into it. Is that a Kira? No. Whatever. But like we should be seeing new content that even goes beyond that of just like the raid tier, the alliance raid tier, the ultimate, the dungeons, the trials. Like I kind of sort of expect them to reveal and confirm that we're getting like, you know, a new chaotic or even like a brand new type of content. The explanation of this is going to be, and the reason why it's important is because the EU keynote will establish the middle raid tier. I actually expect them to explain why they're making a third tier of difficulty and how that gap will be established between normal, advanced, and savage, right? Because the whole objective is to continue to build the fun factor into concept when they make content, but also still create the reward that people are looking for when it comes to doing content in general. Now, I don't think that they'll actually announce anything that's like immediate, but I think that they will give like a teaser to it. So like, we didn't get the actual confirmation on what the Chaotic Alliance raid was until 7.1. They gave us a teaser image of Cloud of Darkness, and people were like, "Oh my God, what in the world?" And people were freaking out, right? So expect that to be the exact same case scenario come a point whenever. But at least during the EU keynote, they should at least confirm that there's something being worked on that's very weird, but also feels like kind of familiar. That it could like become a piece of content that like people are like excited for. You know what I mean? So, there's a lot of information that we have to like keep an eye out for during the EU keynote. It's going to be so critical. The JP one will just kind of finalize everything, right? We get the finalization on the story. We'll get the full, we'll get the review on both jobs. We'll see what the full trail looks like. We'll see what the job actions look like. The job actions will be the most important part of the entire keynote because we get to play around with, we'll get the full visual on every single job's button pressing and also gauge changes. But also by that time too, a lot of the gameplay changes should be finalized. So if they are going to demonstrate anything for JP, expect it to be like set in stone for the release of the expansion. Because also the date will get revealed and it'll be like that 2nd January. So, I mean, when you think about it, we only have like 10 more weeks until we get the reveal of the EU keynote. So, like, it's not crazy actually. Yeah. Who knows? There's just so much to look forward to. Ultimate theme, maybe? Possibly. I think one of the big concerns that they should have is actually giving even a sliver of a hint as to what ultimate they're going to be releasing for 8.1. Tis 11, hit the bed. Good night, Rag. Take care, homie. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I appreciate you. Good night, good night. But no, yeah, I don't. Okay, because like, here's my thing about Fru. Fru being announced for the first time historically ever in the history of 14 wasn't like a bad thing, because the problem is not the reveal of the ultimate during the keynote, because they revealed it during JP. That was not the problem. The problem was the patch art for 7.1. Crossroads specifically shows Pandora, and people were so under the impression that Pandora being revealed is not any indicator of it being like the final. People were like, oh yeah, like it's like the one that people are going to look forward to, because they're wondering, oh, like what will the girls look like when they kiss, whatever. And then we got Pandora, and Pandora was fire. But everyone was like, no, like they may have revealed Pandora, but there's no shot it's the final phase. The final phase has to be the tree. And then everyone was going through the ultimates at the time during the world race, and then we saw the full cutscene, and we were like, yo, this is cinematic. And then the boss fight timer was at like 14 minutes or something like that, or like 13 minutes or something crazy like that, right? So they were like, yo, like, nah, there's definitely a phase 6. Because like Pandora's phase is long. You literally go into it with 2s, you burst pot again, and then there's more 2s. So you have a full on like 4.5 minutes of wailing at that boss. So people were like, there's no shot that like you have 4.5 minutes of just like phase 5 and then like there's nothing else. Like there's no shot. And then they saw Pandora's box cast bar, and they were like, nah, this is the final boss. And people were, and I already heard it so much too in Discord calls too. People were like, man, that is crazy, there's no tree. But then is it Echo, the European team? They saw tree, and they were like, oh my god, wait, maybe we're wrong. Maybe this is the final boss, and then like maybe it's like actually like a different thing. But then once the tree just like one shot them, they were like, nope, that sounds wrong. So if they decide to reveal the ultimate again come the EU or the JP keynote, well, it'll be during JP because they would definitely not do it during EU. They need to confirm like the ultimate, and then they need to double down, triple check that the patch art for when that ultimate gets released has nothing to do with the ultimate. Because that was a really, really daring take, and it was not well received. I know a lot of people who were very unhappy that Pandora was revealed as the final boss. Because you got the imagery, right? Like seeing the spectacle of her getting there was cool and all, but the thing is, like, people were like, you know, they were like, oh, like it's a sleight of hand. This is like a facade, and like the final boss is not going to be revealed until after we kill Pandora. And then the achievement popped up, and people were like, oh, well, whoop-de-frickin' do. And then also then that team got caught for cheating, and then they got banned, and then Kindred won first place, right? So, yeah. I just hope that they actually like figure out how to like effectively. Because the thing is like, at least for Kefka, right? They have already confirmed that the 2 main phases of Kefka are in the ultimate. They don't even, there's not even like a sliver of a hint to anything that Kefka has available for the design functionality. Not even the final model of Kefka is currently in the game. Like, not even. The only thing you have right now are those stupid ass buffs, which don't tell you a lick of anything, except for the fact that the boss 100% has trios. The boss absolutely has trios in phase 1 and phase 2. I don't know how the hell though, because like the boss is not going to be able to like, because like, okay, in Kefka, There are trios in phase 1. There are no trios in phase 2. The whole entire fight is like full uptime in phase 2. I returned. Welcome back, bro. So phase 1's gonna have trios, similarly to like how Fatebreaker does in Fru. Which fight had trios? Which fights had more? Wait, more fights had trios. Surprisingly enough, Endwalker. Shockingly enough, Endwalker has taught. Okay, the dev team has learned from Endwalker that trios are extremely unappealing to the player base at the Savage difficulty level. That's why trials don't even frequent trio mechanics. What, they're not doing trios anymore? No, I don't know about that. Well, the thing is, like, trio mechanics are complicated to make when you try to include multiple bosses and then have it actually become a conflict of interest for the content design. Top is a weird fight that has trios. Top trios is weird. You have all these multiple variations of Omega that like the boss like transforms into, but somehow can like reflect on the other variations of it, which is like weird. DSR perfected trios better than UCOP did because of the concept of how the knights get used, you know. But the problem is that like if you go through the trials currently right, if you go through the trials, oh, I'm exploring mode. The trials, okay, these content pieces, not a single one has a trio. Like, not a single one. So, but it's not because the mechanics can't be embedded with downtime. Like, they can absolutely put trios in downtime inside of trials. They don't because the player base thinks that having to do mechanics and no DPS pressing is boring. So they save it for Savage Raids. Because Savage Raids is much easier. However, though, at the same time, though, when you go through each of the fights that actually have or don't have like a downtime thing, like, once again, there's no fight that has downtime where like the boss isn't also actively like doing a multitude of things. The only fight that has close to that is just the Extremes. Only the Extremes has like has a downtime situation, but the facilitation of it is completely insignificant because the boss does the Extreme Spectacular, and it's just meant to be like a visual spectacle. It's not actually meant to give you any kind of mechanical foundation. The only other time that this happens is during Deep Blue's mechanic, but it's so short that like it's not meant to actually provide the difficulty factor. It's just like the aesthetic. Like the trio mechanics in Savage Raids and in Trials are just not appealing, but also the complication of mechanics is a little tricky to ask for in the current player base. That's why trios are saved usually in ultimates. But even Fru doesn't have that many trios. Although like it has downtime mechanics, but they're not really considered the same way as like a trio, right? Like Utopian Sky is technically a trio, but like also kind of sort of like not, because like it's a one situation boss thing, right? Diamond Dust is also technically a trio, technically, but it's not, right? The only real trio is CT. So, but downtime mechanics are appealing to the player base when like they can actually offer variance. The problem with Utopian Sky in Fru is that for a downtime mechanic, the variance of what you could get is not about variance, it's about speed and being able to flex. This is where I tell you that the elemental change thing for Fatebreaker would have been a lot worse and a lot crazier, and that fight would have been much more challenging as a result. And that would have actually constituted a real trio, but like it doesn't, right? Diamond Dust, like a little bit sort of the same thing. So that type of fight would be insane if it wasn't downtime. Well, Omega is the hardest fate, sorry, you said DSR, yeah. Top P5, like even Omega having uptime is like insane, but even in the pocket of uptime that it has is like difficult, you know. If the whole fight was uptime, yeah, people would be suffering to figure it out. So trios just help them really create some crazy shit, which is good though. Also more than 2 minutes of downtime, I personally hate it. Well, of course, yeah, because like taking it for instead of P3 plus. Oh, true. If you have any questions, let me know. The thing is that like okay, because here's the thing you gotta understand. They've been working on the job changes stuff since Dawn Trail. Since Dawn Trail release. This is even beforehand because it's already been explained way prior that they were working on Dawn Trail in the first place, right? And that the whole functionality of Dawn Trail was to make fun content and make content fun and engaging and like kind of chaotic. But they're still playing it too safe. Like Dawn Trail is still too safe of a functionality. It's still designed specifically to appeal to the player base at the large population rather than like the niche. That's why they tried to do the thing with Variant Dungeon. Like Variant Dungeon was the one of the first few places of experimentation where it like worked and it was deliberate. Right, Deep Dungeon was very well received by a lot of players, but also not well received, right? Kind of like a mixed bag. So with Dawn Trail, they're still playing it like way too safe, personally. Which is fine though, because you know the game needs to be evolved first before it gets a chance. So the content for Dawn Trail is just a massive placeholder to hold you down until they give you the full force of change coming in 8.0. That's why every single piece of content in Dawn Trail you just have to just not give a crap about, because none of it is translating into 8.0. And people just kind of forgot about this, but we've been knew this since Dawn Trail's second keynote. Because Yoshi P went into full detail to tell you like, hey, like we're fully focusing on like making content fun. We don't care about job stuff. We'll fix up job stuff in 8.0. That once they made that announcement, you already knew then and there that like the job stuff was changing entirely. Right? But we didn't know how drastic they were going to change it because, like, you know, Dragoon's rework was not established until upcoming, right? And amongst other jobs too. So, yeah. But again, who knows? I mean, I was watching Frosty's like interview or like podcast episode thing with. I forgot who was there though, but basically he said that he was concerned about like the world's first racing and people's like burst window damaging and like people being afraid that content would be way too easy for older content. And I'm like you kind of have to realize that like the damage update is going to go up, but at a personal level, a lot of jobs are super busted because of the output that they get from buffs, like the party buffs. Like yeah, we're going to get like a shorter window meta, but also like your own damage is indicative of your ability to perform, not the party. But again, we don't have a clue because the transition is like too difficult to surmise. But I think that the job design certain jobs will be freaking insanely busted as a result, like 100%. But I also expect jobs to be harder to play in older content as well, even if the damage output is like much higher. Like Reaper, Viper, and Yukub and Ubu, like yeah, pumpers, but also like we will have no clue until we see it. But I could also see Reaper and Viper still being like not that good actually. I wonder what the chicks look now. Yeah, great question. The only problem is that like a lot of the jobs. Okay, because here's the problem, and this is why it's concerning that like. It doesn't matter what they do to jobs. Jobs are guaranteed, even for Reborn mode, to be stronger than the current version now. And Evolve mode will be stronger than Reborn mode. So it doesn't matter what job that you have right now that you're going to be interested in playing or trying to tap into later on. It's going to be stronger, like next expansion, than whatever the hell we have right now. Every single job. And that's scary because, you know, they're not doing a level sync thing, right? Every single job is going to be able to go to 110. And not only are they going to be able to go to 110, but every button that you have pre 100 or 110, whatever the hell that it is, the foundation is established for officially every single job at level 50, which is like very, very good for the casual levels, because like, you know, you're not going to be bored pressing your certain buttons during certain situations. But they're also changing what they did with like right now with Dragoon, right? Like Dragoon, you get Doom Spike at level 40. They're changing this. You get that button at level 8. Like that's insane, right? So all of the natural power of jobs is going to be going up immensely come 8.0, even at a lower level. But this is the concern that I personally have. It has nothing to do with how much power like jobs will have. It's just how much easier content will be because all of the natural damage is going up for jobs. Like, this is why at the easier level of content, all the content will be much easier. At the harder content though, all the content should technically be much harder, because the freedom of job functionality, the content functionality will be completely separated, even though you are going to be able to have like your variant dungeon, advanced, and criterion, and then the umbrella is available to all three types. But the job doesn't really apply in that same kind of factor. I don't think that you're going to be able to just play like, I talked about this earlier, but like right now, like with Dragoon, you have to play 2.5 Dragoon, right? You can't play anything else because like it doesn't make sense. Dragoon is naturally a 2.0 job. Dragoon attacks faster than Viper and Ninja and Samurai in 8.0, but not faster than current Monk. If they are reworking all of the substats, you know, give me a PlayStation game off the top of the dome that is third person and first person, Resident Evil Village, if that counts. You know, maybe, but yeah. If not that one, if that don't count, then Metal Gear Solid 4. There you go. Dragoon's a 2.0 natural job speed. If you can play with speed with Dragoon, what you're going to end up having to figure out is how to actually allocate your rotation and your kit with the job against the battle content, and not in terms of the actual gear that you can bring to the fight. The gear that you bring to the fight will become obsolete and irrelevant. What matters is how fast that job is intended to play with the new functionality of the job thing going into the fight specifically. Like, I kind of expect that, like, if we get, like, you know, C1 Savage probably wants Dragoon to play 2.0 speed. But C2 Savage probably wants you to play a little bit faster because of the way how the downtime works, or like the rotation, or like the output, or like mechanical whatever, right? That's why I'm hoping that they actually explain the speed stuff coming into the European keynote, because after me and Key noticed that the speeds of the jobs are like much faster, especially him, like he found that out and I was dumbfounded, and then we like re-investigated it again. Like if White Mage has a 3-second recast time and Dragoon and Paladin have a 2-second cast time, like the whole 20-40 second meta thing is not a thing. It will be dependent completely on how the job is meant to function at its own like kit design functionality, which is scary because I don't know how the hell a Dragoon could play at 2.0 when it's never been able to play faster than 2.35. So I don't know. Anyways, it is 2:30. Okay, tomorrow is Monday. I like got tangled up. No, it's 11:30. Hi, Liz. True though, but it is 2:30. Perfect. Tomorrow, I should try to be responsible. tomorrow we are doing through with the static homies. About to go finish that Alliance raid. Okay. Let me look. Tomorrow, okay, tomorrow I will do the Alliance raid on stream, both characters before Fru. Fru starts at 9:30. My clock is not wrong. Stop it. It's crazy actually. Fru starts at 9:30. So we'll do it tomorrow. I will do the Alliance raids tomorrow. We'll go have fun. Because tomorrow's Monday, right? Yeah. We'll do Alliance raids tomorrow. We'll do PvP tomorrow. We'll go do Fru tomorrow. I'm gonna be playing me some more Red Mage. It should be a vibe. I want to hope and theorize and hope that the damage output for my Red Mage is not a hindrance to the progression of the party, because I may have to change jobs. And if I do that, then like that's gonna be a tough pill to swallow, because like I'm only trying to play Red Mage. So we'll see. So yeah. But that's the plan. So this week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're doing Fru. No, sorry, Monday, Wednesday, we're doing Fru. The group is doing it on Friday. I'm subbing for UCOB for the homies on Friday. I think they're already at Heaven's Fall, so like we will probably try and push over to P5. And I think I'm calling out for UCOB. I think. I don't think so though, because I'm pretty sure the people that are there during the thing. We'll see. I have no idea. So Monday, Wednesday is Fru. Friday is UCOB. Tuesday we're gonna do Unreals and Alliance raids again, because I'm not gonna fall behind. And then Thursday I may, unless I am summoned to content, I may go back and complete my freaking Resident Evil thingy, because that randomizer was freaking crazy. I kind of want to find out more about the information, so we'll see. I will also keep an eye out for all of the possible content that I could establish for the Kefka Ultimates and anything else that's out there as well. Like, we shall see. I have no idea, but I'm not really expecting there to be much until the week before. We'll find out. If you haven't done the FF11 event, that event is out now for the Iroha gear, and Make It Rain comes out next. I think it's next month, right? Or is it end of this month? It's end of this month, I think. And then there's that. And then, like, I mean, look, we're already at the countdown. 3 weeks away before we get to the DMU. So DMU is gonna go pretty nuts in 3 weeks. So we'll see. But thank y'all for watching and tuning in. Forcing and RE Village when? What the f? You want me to play Resident Evil Village? I mean, I'm out of post that. I freaking love Village. Village is like one of the best Resident Evil games on the planet. Like, low-key, no bullshit. So, I don't know yet. I have to get back into Resident Evil. I haven't even like finished the other ones. I was working on my playthrough for Claire, and then I don't even know if I finished. I had audio problems. That was my biggest issue. I had audio problems, and I was going nuts over it. So that kind of turned me off away from playing RE2, but I might go back into it because I want to finish RE2, RE4, and then I want to play. Requiem has a new DLC minigame thing. I'll probably check it out, but I heard that it was like okay. I'm waiting until next month, because next month it's the actual like DLC storyline thingy, and then Summer Games Fest is a month from now, so we get the whole new stream for that. So I heard that the DLC for Resident Evil Requiem is coming out during that announcement of the Game Fest thing, but also there's supposed to be some Final Fantasy announcement during there, so we'll see. I don't have any expectations though, so yeah. I enjoy both some amount bigger than Finish 7, but it's setting. I want to figure out if I love my Resident Evil randomizers. I think after playing RE2 Remake randomizer, I was absolutely in love with it, and I definitely got to figure out. I'm waiting for Requiem to get the randomizer, because Requiem can be randomized. The team already confirmed it, so they're working on Requiem randomizer, which I'm excited about, and then also I'm waiting for Resident Evil 3's mod, because RE3 mod is they're actually restoring the old variational areas back to the thing, so I'm really happy about it. And about the new movie coming out, the new movie coming out is gonna be cool. I don't think that I have any like real fear about the movie, because Zach Krieger's working on it. His ability to work on the movie series things is like his movies are really, really good. So if you don't know, for context too, he did Weapons. Weapons is like, it came out last year. That movie was crazy good. He also did oh god, what was that movie with he wasn't the director for it though, but he was the producer. God, I don't remember who it is, but it's got that one. Is that the one that has the girl that looks like Jenna Ortega? I remember. That movie was pretty decent though. So I personally expect, okay, so here's my thing about the Resident Evil movie, okay? So it's a reboot. It's set during 1998. It's set during Resident Evil 2. Okay. No, it's not CG. It's like a real life one. It's like IRL. So, but what you have to understand is that the movie takes place during RE2. It's during the events of RE2. So it's not in like the future. It's not in the past. It's 1998. It follows a character who has never ever before ever been in a RE2 game. The character's name is like Brian or some shit like that. He's basically just caught in the outbreak and he's trying to like fight for his life. Essentially, no character, not a single character that's in the RE2 game, period, is even in this movie. And that's the only concern that I have, because like sometimes bringing characters that are not at all canonical to like the actual game thing can become like a little bit like concerning. However though, the trailer came out and everyone was like, yo, I didn't even know it was a movie, which means that it was very, very well received. People thought that it was like a teaser to like a future RE game kind of thing, like Revelations 3 basically. So like, yeah, Last RE2 movie was amazing. I liked it. I'm personally expecting it to be very good, for it being a movie that is in the same setting as Resident Evil but has characters that are not involved. Because the good thing about that is, even though the character is not at all canon to the universe of the game in its entirety, you know, Raccoon City is big, so there's other survivors everywhere else. So for him to take a character and just kind of throw it in the city and have it have its own problems, it's a very interesting approach, and I think it could be really well done. However, the only problem with that is, if it takes place in Raccoon City, the primary reason that Raccoon City even exists in the first place is because of the police station. If the character has at any point in time goes to the police station, it will be weird, but it could be good. So we'll see. I think that if you like scary, or if you like Resident Evil, you should absolutely go watch it. The director is a very, very good director. Especially after what people had said about his other movie, the one that he made last year, Weapons. That movie is like a supernatural mystery film, and it was like very, very well received. That movie was weird as hell, but it was so good. So I hope that people can kind of like take into consideration that it's like a good film. Yeah. Weapons was very, I mean, I can tell you personally, like for me, I love a mystery thriller. That movie was fucking crazy. It was weird as shit. It was super good. So yeah, I highly recommend it. The director's art style and like directional take on like how he makes movies is kind of sort of like consistent. They don't change like super often. So yeah, it's not like it's like Lost. If you know the show Lost, it's not like Lost, but it's got a lot of mystery to it though. It's also like open to like heavy interpretation, which is why the movie can be confusing. So I get that actually. Yeah. But you should absolutely go watch it. The movie is fire. I might have to rewatch it tomorrow out of curiosity too. Because when does it come out? I don't even know when the movie comes out at this point. I think it comes out September. So we got a while before we get it actually. The movie doesn't come out for like a while, but like that's okay. There's also a rumor that the movie is actually supposed to like tease a character, or sorry, not character, the next game, if it doesn't get revealed during the Summer Games Fest. I don't want to do. I would not take that into account at all. But they have it. Yeah. Movie should be very good, especially if weapons was so received. Yeah, so just check it out. Anyways, my yapping has got to come to a close. I'll be here for freaking forever. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna head on out. We're gonna yell over to a friend. Her name is Minty. She's super cool. Not Milky. We love Milky though. Minty is playing Kingdom Hearts 1. So there's that. Have fun with that. She is her laugh is like infectious funny. So like it's about to be like a whole spiel. So you know, y'all have fun with that. Y'all take care of yourselves. Rest well, sweet dreams. Tomorrow again, we'll do the Alliance raid. And then we do Fru. And we'll vibe out and like I'll play with some content and like we can yap more about all the future of Evercold and keep on theory crafting as we need to. So yeah, we got a Discord, we got a Twitter. Check all that out. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Y'all take care of yourselves. Rest well, sweet dreams. I'll see you guys all later. Bye bye. Good night, good night.